Halo, probably the most important online tournament of the year thus far.
Today's the day we get to find out if which 8 teams will be ending up going into Arlington for our very first HCS major of the year. Just 3 weeks away, Tools, just 3 weeks away. Today we get to find out at least 4 teams will be qualifying, and then the action just continues tomorrow for the last 4 spots. And the top two teams in points will actually end up qualifying as well, right, Tools?
Yeah, top 2 after the tournament's done will qualify, and it really where you place is going to be so important in today's tournament, right? The higher you place, the higher your seed will be in pool play. You want to be able to get one of those top 4 placings, so getting through on the winner's side going to be ultra important for some of the teams today.
Our first match of the day will be Las Vegas Halo versus Complexity. We have Complexity. They had an amazing run on last weekend. They actually did end up upsetting FaZe, and they're phasing on Las Vegas Halo. Tools, they're from Vegas. I know you're excited. Vegas to Vegas. I'm excited for this match. Tools, any last thoughts on this last match?
Go out, shout out to the Las Vegas boys. They love the game. They've been playing, they've been grinding. Hope to see them at Arlington.
All right, well, let's get this HCS major qualifier started.
All right, Eli, here we go. The HCS OpTic major qualifier. The stakes could not be higher outside of maybe LAN itself. As we kick things off here with Las Vegas Halo. Eli, any thoughts as we start off the biggest day of online Halo, maybe all year?
Ready.
Eli? Might not have you in Discord.
Sorry about that. Looks like somebody dragged me to the wrong channel, but we're back. So, yeah, tuning in here. I can't wait to get into this weekend. This is going to be awesome. We've got interesting round 1 matchup here. We got Las Vegas Halo, not playing Complexity just yet, playing against another squad here, but it's always fun to watch some of these earlier rounds. This is where a lot of the passion comes from. This is where you might see some standout players that could become a big name in the future. And I know that I personally am a big fan of all these guys from Las Vegas Halo. We've got a Las Vegas native with LVT and Tools, as well as Callus working with us today. So shout out to Las Vegas Halo.
Yeah, we've got, what, 4 observers? Unbelievable, man. We are going to make sure not to miss any of the action here today. As we kick things off, we probably familiar with LVT Halo. We love to showcase some of the semi-professional up-and-coming players on these opening rounds, and that's what we get a little bit here today between Las Vegas Halo and Stealth Gaming. Eli, this is especially important because of the format going into HCS Season 3. Mexico and ANZ no longer guaranteed pool play spots, so that's 2 spots up for grabs that were not previously there throughout the entirety of Halo Infinite. Might not sound like much, but that really is 2 extra spots. Opens up a lot more opportunities for these semi-pro squads.
Absolutely, and it kind of makes sense, right? I mean, the competition in North America has been absolutely unreal. I do expect that #1 team from Mexico and the #2 teams, they're going to be trying to steal slots away from the quote-unquote North America. Yes, by the way, chat, I know Mexico is technically in North America. All right, don't tweet me, but we do separate it here at HCS. So I do expect those teams are going to be a tough squad to beat in that open bracket. They're going to try to steal some of these slots away. So, man, and there's just so many good teams. I feel like there's at least 15 different teams that could end up finishing in the top 8 today.
Oh, absolutely. There are a lot of squads gunning for those top 8 auto qualification placements. And you talked about EU looks like Las Vegas Halo about to wrap up a 2-0 lead here. But you talk about EU, Eli, and they lost their #1 player, a top 5 player in the world. And somehow now they got 2 juggernauts potentially going into HCS Arlington with Quadrant and Foe. Both of those squads look viable for a top 8 placement overall. And then you even in Mexico, those teams have been running up in the rear, and really surprising squads recently in those open regional competitions where anybody could compete from anywhere in the world. Mexico was routinely taking down some of those top 8 NA squads. So everything up for contention here, as this tournament so important as it relates to seeding. Place top 8 here this weekend, you guarantee a spot at HCS Arlington.
The moral of the story is you can't sleep on anybody. We're all out here hungry. We all like to win. Everybody that's playing in the tournament today probably going to bring their A game. I saw Gunplexion and his squad. I was in his stream 2 hours ago. This man has been shooting bots for hours. He's getting ready for this tournament. I think many people have been doing the same, and I just can't be more excited for this tournament to see how pools are going to look at the first major of the year. And let's take a look at this tournament, or sorry, the game on our screen here. We see Joe M. Shire with the remote detonation. Las Vegas Halo looking very strong here. This game type, I think one of the best game types when it comes to showcasing who has better teamwork, who has a better game plan. And so far, it looks like Las Vegas Halo has been systematically controlling different parts of the map to ensure that each hill is as easy as possible for them.
Yeah, it looks like Tool's practice noobs, local practice noobs, his words, not mine, are doing pretty well here. Not looking like practice noobs in the least. Las Vegas Halo with a 3-0 lead off the start as 3 go down for Stealth Gaming. That's going to give LV Halo a early rotation onto that C platform as they are in the driver's seat here, looking strong up 3-0.
Goblin movement with one of the coolest gamer tags I've ever seen, but needs to step it up in a big way here. Kind of struggling to get on the board. I think I matched him in matchmaking and had a chuckle about his gamer tag, but right now Las Vegas Halo kind of shutting him down, unable to be the Goblin that he knows he can be. We'll just have to see if he can step that up here throughout the rest of this game and move it into game 2.
And for Las Vegas Halo, it's Lynx on your screen, leading the lobby with 16 slays, and now he's putting in some time on OBJ, and you can see he's also been a part of all 3 captures for Las Vegas Halo. So the slaying efficiency and objective efficiency there for their squad as Joe looks to push in through the tower side. A little bit extra camo to work with, but gets caught in between 2. Takes a fist, goes down because of it. Camo not efficient for Las Vegas Halo, but the hill time is up about half here on hill number 4.
This is looking to be a nearly impossible task for Stealth Gaming to come back. I mean, with a 3-point lead in King of the Hill, you could opt to just play time. I mean, even with 2 whole minutes on the clock, it is just so difficult to get 3 hills in a row without burning those 2 minutes off between each hill. Plus, one of the next hills does go bottom middle, which is one of the most difficult ones to get into. I think Las Vegas Halo, though, they have other plans. They just want to end this right here, right now. No need to play the clock if you're consistently killing your enemies and you get some free hill time.
Yeah, I like this. I think Las Vegas Halo sensing that they are the superior squad here. They can afford to earn the 4-0 sweep. And like we talk about this often, the levels to this. It's important, I would argue, to earn early sweeps in these early rounds because the competition only gets tougher. Want to build some confidence as the day goes along. That's exactly what Las Vegas Halo's doing here as they look to secure the 4-0 sweep. Need just a few more seconds of time. A few more slays could earn them that as Lynx earns 1 down the long haul. Shocky with another one as that will all but do it. Las Vegas Halo take game 1, 4-0.
In convincing fashion as well. These guys might have been shooting bots a bit longer than the side of Stealth Gaming. Came in prepared today. Gonna see if Stealth Gaming can come back in the Slayer. Typically, Slayer is one of the game types that the lower seeded team has a better chance. So we got Aquarius, TS, and honestly, if they can secure a bunch of overshields, I could certainly see them coming away with this one.
And overshield has felt like such a mad dash, Eli, from what we're used to. And for the most part, now I think of Halo 3 Guardian, the camo was a little bit kiltered off to the side, but for the most part, I think of a power up, especially on a symmetrical map, being top mid. And I actually saw Frosty talk about this the other day. I think he was begging at 343, please let's move overshield from P1 to top mid. It's kind of a mosh pit right now for the overshield grab. Not as much strategy being used. Now, I think there is in the sense that you can bait and or take the overshield there at P1, but what are some of your thoughts? Do you think a move up to top mid might be viable, or should we keep it as is?
Yeah, I mean, I think top mid probably a better spot for it. I mean, no matter where you put it, these guys are going to be contesting it crazily, right? Like, the only difference is when it's bottom mid, it's a bit easier to just chuck 100 grenades at it as soon as it spawns and just hope that your team is the one that G slides out with it in your pocket. But yeah, it just creates an interesting situation where, like, yeah, you can set up maybe on the car bridge of one of the bases. You got a nice sight line down there, but the reality is these guys all move so fast, they're just going to hit a G slide, grab it, and they're going to be out of your sight line almost instantaneously if they have good movement. So I kind of agree with Frosty on this one. I'd kind of like to see it top mid. I personally don't like getting nuked every time I go for the overshield. You know, this game's already got enough grenade spam. So, but either way, this is the current iteration of the game, and it's always been my mentality that whatever version of the game we're playing right now, you got to adapt and play it as best you can. You can't complain about it. It's not going to change. Just do the best you can, and I think that's what we're going to see today.
Yeah, I agree entirely. Probably not going to see any changes before HCS Arlington. Might probably see that mid-season patch like you traditionally do in esports and in Halo, but for now, these are the rule sets. This is the map game mode combination. Overshield will lay P1. Overshield will now go into the hands of Las Vegas Halo as Lynx is doubling up on his critical use of Heatwave and Overshield, but he gets back smacked. Achilles spine as the Overshield goes down. And because of that, Stealth Gaming start off 3-3.
I would say that is probably the more interesting side effect of the Overshield being down there, is there's a lot more backsmacking the Overshield on this. So there's like some clutch plays. Also, people are going for the Ninja. Shout out to Gun Goddess. I see her go for those every single time, and she gets away with it maybe 10% of the time, but it looks pretty cool when she does it. But it's definitely one of those fun things, and I think we're going to see more ninjas in HCS as a side effect of that.
Lynx has really impressed me here in the early goings of the day. 2 matches so far, but too strong is Lynx. 6-1-1. He's got all the slays. 7-1-1. He's got 7 out of the 8 slays for Las Vegas Halo. We're watching a fragger at work as he eventually goes down on the generator side. Cross shots going down between both the blue and red squad. As it looks like after that death from Lynx, Las Vegas Halo will reset and allow that 4th member to spawn back up. And then the push is on Shocky with the early shots. Plenty of assists for Las Vegas Halo too. That's something I'm very impressed with. You have what, 5, 8, 9 assists and 9 kills. Every single one of the assists, or every single one of the slays, excuse me, for Las Vegas Halo has been done via assist. Impeccable teamwork here to start for LV Halo.
Very impressive stuff, honestly. I mean, great assists across the board for both squads. Both squads have a ton of assists for all kills. Link's probably confused right now. He's like, we're only up by 3. I got 8 kills. We just started the game. What's going on? But I think it's just a function of how this map flows sometimes. Sometimes you'll just be in the perfect spot, the right angle to finish off your opponents. But honestly, I'm impressed by the teamwork on both sides. This is one of those game types, by the way, with a nice triple kill at the perfect time to do so. I think that Overshield still on the ground to be fought for. But this is one of those maps that you really need to be conscious of your angles. What can my teammates see? How can I position myself to also see the same targets that they can see, or cover their back if they get chased? And I think both teams are taking that into consideration and playing through these situations well.
Oh, Lynx on a tear here to start. 5 kills a minute. That's the space he's setting here. And he's continuing here into his 3rd opportunity. 12, 2, and 4. Lynx taking to the top of pink. Now mid is respawners on the fridge here for Stealth Gaming. A grenade could cause trouble here as Lynx. Oh, I love this rotation here to the left. All of that attention still hanging top pink as 2 members of the blue squad are over on that side. Lynx with a nice time flank, but only trades out 1 for 1. And Stealth off their back foot do a good job to trade out there as Shakti will go down, and these are potentially +1 net outcomes. No, it gets back to even here as the lead maintains a 5 for Las Vegas Halo. 25-20 here at the midway part, but Stealth Gaming are still in it.
Getting trapped in the fridge got to be one of the #1 nightmares to experience in this game type. You really don't want your whole team in one spot. Makes it too easy for the other team to surround you on all sides. That's what we've been seeing from Las Vegas Halo. They're quickly identifying the location of Stealth Gaming, and one hits on the right side, maybe a duo of them hits on the left side, and right now Stealth Gaming don't have many options, but playing out of the base, it is possible to come out on top. You've just got to bait these doorways, as we see 2 members of Stealth Gaming doing exactly that. Find the kill, but Shire's going to try to clean it up, and they're going to continue to aggress here.
A lot of back foot spawns here. 2 back-to-back for Stealth Gaming. 1 on the fridge side of yellow, and now at the back of blue. As they get cleaned out, spawns will flip. Still 1 member remaining for Stealth Gaming, but he goes down to Shakti. There's 3 members over there on the fridge side. 1 does trade out, but with lives dwindling here for Stealth Gaming, this could give the edge on OS to LV Halo as Lynx looks to push on through. Shakti has that overshield, a full kit to work with as well. As he drops into the generator, takes down 1, should have an easy double here for his liking. but he has to reload. Might not get the slay. Shocky trying to stay alive on the generator, and now Stealth Gaming calls for help and gets it. Nice takedown there on the OS.
Small tip for you guys: if you shoot every single bullet from your bandit, the reload time is a little bit longer. There's an extra animation, so would have liked to see him in that moment. If he's able to calculate and realize he's not going to be able to finish the kill, save one bullet in the clip. When you reload, you're going to reload a little bit faster, be able to start shooting again. He ends up getting punished for having that extra animation and dies for it.
Team nearing victory.
Jockey now on the top side of Pink. Las Vegas Halo maintaining a 2-team-wide lead here. The Stealth have done a good job to stay in it, but they need to find some of those plus positive net outcomes as they need to chip away at this lead, but it breaks down to 9, could become double digits, and at the 40 kill mark, Las Vegas Halo looking to put their stamp on a 2-0 lead.
This one is looking all but over if it's not for a miraculous comeback from Stealth Gaming. Their positioning not favorable right here either. You really want to make sure you spread out. If you get stuck in that fridge side, usually good to rotate into the base. We do see a member doing that, getting into the window, trying to get another angle to help his squad just get out of the fridge, but the pressure just too strong from Las Vegas Halo. They're now only 3 kills from closing this game.
3 kills away. Lynx with 2 could hit the 20 bomb. He's in the mix, I'd say, with how he's played today. Now only 2 kills left out and will not hit the 20 bomb, but Las Vegas Halo will gladly take this W. Almost a spectacular at that, which is extremely impressive considering the fact it was a 25-20 game at one point at the halfway mark. Las Vegas Halo sprinting away with the victory there as they do in fact take that 2-0 lead and look pretty strong here in Winners Round 1.
Absolutely. This is the very beginning. Like we said, there's levels to this. So this squad, whoever comes out on top, I believe in the bracket, is poised to face off against Complexity, who finished top 6 last week, if I'm not mistaken. And that's going to be a lot tougher squad than this. So you want to win these games by a considerable margin, build that confidence and momentum so you know that you have a better chance against those higher seeded teams.
The path to HCS Arlington is laid here this weekend online, and the path for the broadcast today, as Eli mentioned, leads to a little bit of Complexity. We're going to watch a little bit of Native Gaming, as I think they would match up in Winners Round 4, which is where we'll take it up to before handing things off to a absolutely star-studded set of talent here today. We got some folks over from the HCS side of things coming on over to the LVT Halo broadcast. Can't wait to listen to those legends on the mic here in a little bit, but it's going to be very interesting, Eli. Complexity versus Native Gaming. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves as we get into Game 3, but early predictions for what that might look like.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's always potential for an upset to happen before then, so that doesn't actually occur, but that's probably the favorite to happen. And I mean, those two teams to me are teams that feel like they could beat just about anybody if they're just clicking in the moment. So but I could say that about so many other teams in the bracket today. I mean, shout out to Stainers, who finished top 6. That's Gilkey, Sab, Suspector. That squad's absolutely unreal as well. These guys could absolutely cause some upsets against top teams. And if you've been paying attention to the scrims that have been going on the last few days, there are tons of 7-7 scrims, 8-7 scrims. These teams are so close, and you look through the games and some of them are won by 1 second of oddball, 1 kill in Slayer. I mean, this weekend could very well produce some of the highest level of competition we've ever seen.
Speaking of scrims and keeping you guys up to date on all the Halo news going on, Business made a roster change. Roster mania going into the major qualifier. I would have never expected it, but it did happen nonetheless. As Manny finds himself back on that ex-Native Gaming roster, now sans Soul Snipe plus the last shot. Swishes, I believe, now teaming with Kratos. I'm really curious to see how that works out for Business. I always felt like bringing the gang back together with Druck was always the initial goal. I was a little surprised when I saw Manny drop. I was a little surprised when I saw Swish drop too, but talk to me about Business. They're one of those teams potentially on the outside looking in, right there in that 8-9 spot. They could auto-qual with a top 8 this weekend, probably get there in points as well, but another top 12, top 16 finish could actually spell trouble for Business and some of those teams that are on the cutting line.
Business is such an insane roster to me. I mean, you're talking about 3 guys that finished, that found themselves in winners finals on land at the World Championship. I mean, Druck, Talik, and Manny, when these guys are on the same team, they are a force to be reckoned with. They lose Soul Snipe, who obviously one of the most fantastic players we have in the league, but then they pick up the newcomer Last Shot. This guy is one of the most exciting newcomers in the pro scene. And I just can't wait to see how he adapts and plays against stiffer competition. He's already proven that he's a force in scrims so far. And now that the 3 trio is back together and they've got a new talent like Last Shot, that roster could absolutely cause some upsets.
Last Shot has routinely finished #1 in damage differential in each of the HCS Opens 1, 2, 3. So you talk about an up-and-coming all-star potentially. Last Shot is that dude. And if you get a chance, go check out LVT Halo on YouTube. Search up that grand finals from the Halo World Championship where Eli and I casted an electric finals. Some of the top free-for-all players in the world in the mix, and the Last Shot took it home. And my goodness, is that a fun one to watch back. I actually watched that back when the HGS Open Series started, since Last Shot was making such a name for himself in some of the off-season matches, and I could not believe how strong he looked. And I have to imagine some of the other Halo pros watched that VOD potentially, and that's one of the reasons why he's been such a big name as a free agent in the off-season. As we set our sights back to this winners round 1 matchup, Las Vegas Halo with a 2-0 lead over Stealth Gaming as we kick off a long one, a marathon potential, oddball live fire.
This game type, so interesting the way the meta has developed. In prior years, you'd see maybe some setups on that A side in the garage, kind of holding the oddball in that small window. But as time has gone on, I feel like the teams have recognized that setups don't last that long in this game. It's pretty good to, or it's pretty easy to push and break into a setup. Now, if you already have a strong setup and you lose it, you don't want to just give it to the other team for free, because that means they're going to get extended hold. So we've seen the game type evolve to where most teams are going to elect to take the ball to the green side or the B stronghold in strongholds, or the tower, favoring that ability to throw the ball off the map to reset the situation. It forces the other team to not just win the break, but also win the next sequence to get the ball to safety as well.
Lynx, he's been the main slayer, but now he's got the OBJ first 5 seconds on the board. Rattle actually with that snipe, gets a little main slay action with the headshot, drops that oddball once again. Back to Lynx, and just because he's grabbing oddball time doesn't mean he's still not the main slayer, sitting at 4-1. Really liked the gameplay I've seen today here from Lynx, Eli.
I definitely agree with you. This guy definitely making a major impact on the map for his squad. If you're able to just delete players off the map, it's just going to make everything a lot easier. You're going to pick up more sandbox items. You're going to get the ball to safety. Whatever the objective is, you're going to get it. But Rattlecan says, I'm on a 6-0, by the way. Why are you talking about Lynx? I haven't even died yet.
Nice little no-scope there. Aggressive at that as he took the fight to that opponent from Stealth Gaming. Lands the no-scope body shot. As Rattlecan looking to rattle off a couple more snipe headshots, gets 1, looking for 2 as the slide through is gonna delay what feels like the inevitable here, as Las Vegas are getting stronger and stronger with each passing second, adding more and more time with each passing second too, as they've reached 25 to Stealth 0.
And just as I was saying that people aren't holding the ball in the small window as much anymore, that's exactly what we see from Las Vegas Halo. But I think they might be punished for it for exactly the reason that I said. They might just give this setup to Stealth if Stealth can successfully break in. But so far, Las Vegas Halo able to slay out during the setup. And I like the fact that they're taking space here. They're making sure that every time a member of Stealth Gaming comes off spawn, they don't just have a free path to the oddball, applying pressure to the spawners like we see here from Shakti. Also moves the spawns to a more predictable region of the map just by their team having more map space, and they've been playing this almost flawlessly from this setup.
Yeah, Shakti's been doing a great job cycling the map, positioning himself very well. There's been a couple times I've seen Shakti's POV, and I'm thinking he's a member of Stealth Gaming because of the way he's positioned himself on the map. Now rewarded for it with the triple kill. Free sniper top mid. Why not, right? Shakti grabs that for his own as Las Vegas Halo continue to roll here. 1 minute to 0 here for Stealth Gaming as they still have not gotten on the board.
After grabbing the sniper, he checks the B spawn, sees 2 members there, lands the body shot to slow them down. His teammate there to finish it up. I mean, this teamwork has been impeccable. Now rotating to the other side, predicting that maybe the next set of spawners would come from the dummy side. Looks like Stealth actually spawned Mud and are electing to take the route towards B pillars. And they're going to have to take more lanes if they're going to break this setup. I mean, Shakti not really facing any pressure, but from one side at a time. To take this guy down, you're going to have to hit him from another angle, as we see a member of Stealth finally doing, but Lynx is right there to cover the back of his sniper player. And you can tell the communication's got to be on point for these guys.
Not enough time and space, it looks like, to break through. 10 seconds left, and with 10-second respawn still on the screen for some of the members of Stealth Gaming, this will do it. Las Vegas Halo skunk round 1, 100-0.
Wow.
As they talk about the levels to this, they've brought their level up, Eli, I'd say, every single game, which bodes well for them as they get ready for a potential winners round 2. Reverse sweep always on the table, right? We don't want to count these guys out just yet, but Las Vegas Halo are looking good.
I mean, let's be honest, we're all gamers. The morning's not usually for us, so it's going to take a little while to wake up for some of these teams. And you're exactly right. Las Vegas Halo looking stronger and stronger, maybe taking more and more sips of that coffee, whatever they got to get prepared for the day. I'm always so interested to hear, like, what do these gamers choose for their game day meal? Like, Hunter, if you've got a tournament coming up and you want to be as ready for it as possible, what's the diet like? What's the caffeine intake? Like, how are you starting your day?
Well, I'm going to turn some stomachs with this answer. I've already turned stomachs before because people think I'm weird for eating this. But on tournament days, whether I'm on the sticks or even in the booth casting, I get a little nervous. I'm human. I get a massive adrenaline rush when I wake up on tournament days, whether it's, again, all the way back to 05 to 2025. I feel the same way, which is really awesome, really cool. But I can't eat. It's impossible for me to eat. I get way too excited, way too amped up. So I go with something that you can kind of just shove it right down. Maybe a hard-boiled egg, and if I'm feeling really fancy, I'll chop them up and make an egg salad. So again, I'm not winning any Michelin awards with my breakfast on tournament days. And then I wash it all down with a little bit of coffee, some Texas pecan. Woo! Body creamer.
Yes,
it's delicious.
One of my favorites.
Yeah. What about you? What's your game day meal? And do you feel the same? Is it? And I'm gonna pose that question to chat. Do you guys have a hard time eating when you're excited or nervous? You got a big day coming up. Am I the only one?
I mean, honestly, the boiled eggs thing isn't so bad because it's got the protein. Your brain needs protein in the morning. I think it's really important to have like a protein-rich meal. So eggs and sausage, bacon, whatever. That's actually pretty good things to eat on game day. I like to get a Chick-fil-A sandwich. I'm gonna be honest. I get a Chick-fil-A sandwich. Yeah, because it's got the carbs, it's got the protein. It tastes delicious. It's just a good way to start the day. You know what I mean? So I'll get that. Maybe some tea, some black coffee. So yeah, you gotta have the right level of caffeine, but not too much because you don't want to get the jitters. You also don't want to mess up your circulation. You have too much caffeine, all the blood rushes out of your hands. That's why you get cold hands, gamers. You're probably drinking too much caffeine. But yeah, you got to do it right. You got to have that balance. Make sure you're locked and loaded, and I think a lot of these guys are today.
Speaking of locked and loaded and maybe even refueled, Stealth Gaming seems like their caffeine's starting to hit a little bit. 23-20, a much closer round 2 here. As Las Vegas still with the lead, but Stealth Gaming have really scrapped up the gameplay here in round 2, making it much more difficult for Las Vegas to earn that lead as Goblin has one of the first camos here for Stealth Gaming in their namesake, but it's not stealthy enough as the camo goes down. Time continues here for Las Vegas Halo as Lynx sends another one off the map.
How frustrating is that? You're the camo guy. You feel like you got a sneaky spot set up, and then they just see you and kill you instantly. Like, come on, man. Like, I had the chance to break the setup, but they just like, oh, he's right here. And they just kill him and just go about their merry day. It's so frustrating as a camo player in that situation.
I'm just disappointed because it's... Oh, Lynx! Not disappointed with that body stuff, barrel stuff, headshot. Another one! No-scope melee! Making a triple! Killing frenzy! As he finally goes down, Lynx has been the MVP here in winners round 1. What a performance from him. 24, 3 and 6. Little montage play to add to it. Wow.
My God, he wants this game over with. Absolutely putting him in the dirt right now. You'd think that they'd have a lot more oddball time after a play like that, but surprisingly, Stealth has been able to apply enough pressure to keep resetting these oddballs, but not enough to get the lead. As finally we see what looks like the best looking setup that we've seen so far from Stealth Gaming. Can they convert this into a round win and slow down Lynx? We'll have to see.
Man, I have enjoyed watching me some Lynx. Thanks to Natty Knight for putting his POV back on screen. Lynx looking to hit the sneaky jump. A little bit of movement tech. Let's see, what all does Lynx have in his game? He's a player that seems to enough, at least with this performance, to be on the rise. Someone you might want to take a look at. So we're taking a look here at him on the back of mud, looking to protect that oddball, but he goes down. A nice nest bridge push here from Stealth Gaming should give them the oddball control right back.
Saw him try to throw a grenade through the crack, the famous crack that Renegade sniped somebody through in that doubles tournament. He tried to get a cheeky grenade through it, but ends up almost nading himself, able to dodge it, and Stealth still going down here. The pressure has just been immense from Las Vegas Halo. They seem to know exactly how to push into the setup. They're hitting multiple lanes at the same time, taking down their opponents, and despite the comeback from Stealth Gaming, they're gonna have to win this break right here. They might have 2 chances at most to stop this win from happening, and they've got to step it up right here, right now.
That's twice in this round. Stealth Gaming have only been within 3 seconds of the lead, now 20 after a nice hold from Las Vegas Halo. Not able to get that ball off the edge. Lynx wins a clutch one instead. Potential back smack bait and switch there. Yes! Rattlecan, nice execution of that, as it looks like execution on that play could lead to a series win here. 3-0, Rattlecan with a little bit of camo, but he's not going to utilize that. Instead, takes down Stealth with the body shots from the Bandit. 93 and rolling here as Las Vegas Halo. Pool's got to be proud of this. Looking to earn that 3-0 sweep here. One final hold.
This is going to be it, if not for a miraculous push. No, Las Vegas Halo secure the sweep and move on to round 3.
All right, there you go. And again, shout out to Lynx. Always want to identify one of these players in these early lobbies that seems to be on the come up. And my goodness, Lynx is that dude. 27 slays in game 3 and was doing more of the same in games 1 and 2 as Las Vegas Halo will take it and move on to round 2, where I believe they have Complexity waiting.
No, it's actually Native. So we were looking ahead in the bracket. So it's Native. It's on the same side of the bracket as Complexity. They're actually slated to run into each other round 4 if they were not to be upset. So winner of this, Las Vegas Halo, going on to face Native in this next round 2.
All right, there you have it. Las Vegas Halo move on to take on Native Gaming next, as we send it back to the desk for their thoughts as we kick off this tourney.
Las Vegas Halo playing some flawless games, but also Lynx MVP of the match. We were talking about how, Las Vegas Halo boys making you proud.
They did great. Fantastic games. You know what? I think Native kind of quaking in their boots right now. I don't think they're ready for the boys from Vegas. These guys were playing all night. You know what I'm saying? Because that city never sleeps, and they're playing phenomenal today. I'll say it's like 9 a.m. for these guys. Like, they wake up, they're playing this well. I'm excited for it. Obviously, there's levels to this thing, but I'm just proud of the Las Vegas Halo boys. Shout out for putting the city on their back.
I'm excited to see them go up against Native Gaming. If they can keep it up for the rest of the day, we'll see if they can keep making everybody proud. Lynx with that killing frenzy, securing that last oddball, it was incredible games from him. I was just talking about on the back end how exciting it is to be able to shine the light on some new players that some people might not even know about, and Lynx definitely got the spotlight on this last match.
Yeah, he's phenomenal. A great player. Kicks my ass every single week in the Las Vegas States. If you're in the Las Vegas Valley or just in the West Coast in general, you want to play some 8s with these Las Vegas boys, go follow Las Vegas Halo on Twitter. Those guys, they have weekly events. They do LANs once a month. Awesome community. Want to give them a shout out and show what we're seeing here on screen. Aliek is the seeding for today.
Yes.
And honestly, seeding so important because of what is at stake in today's tournament.
Las Vegas Halo is going to go up against Native, and there's something that we also wanted to talk about. Native and their seeding today coming into the qualifiers.
Yeah, 10th seed, right? For a team that got a top 3 finish, some will be looking at that and saying, wow, that's surprisingly low. Like, you'd think that they would have a higher seed. Now, in fact, today's tournament, they actually have the 11th seed because a team featuring Monster 4G actually took that seed above them. So they're the 11th seed in today's tournament, largely because they have to because they are playing with Barcode, who they want to play with, right? But because he wasn't in the United States right away, wasn't able to accumulate pro points like some of these other teams here. So their bracket going to be much harder than other brackets around the other teams around the bracket.
That's what it's looking like. The impact of what seeds are have been throughout the Open. Week 1, Week 2, Week 3 of that Open was intense, and we see here the results of that on the qualifier. Native Gaming with their 11th seed coming into the qualifier. We got Space Station Gaming up on top with the 16,560 points. Hopefully we'll get to see them later. We're following right now Native, who we will be following this line, and hopefully get to see them up against Complexity on what round 4 is it?
Round 4, yeah, they're gonna have to play them extremely early, and getting far in the winners bracket is gonna be so important for these teams, because where you place in today's tournament is going to determine what pool you're put in, right? So getting first gonna be a huge benefit here, right? Because if you're first, the 16th seed, the last team that gets through open bracket, you'll get to play against them. The 7th seed in North America, you get to play against them. Now obviously you get the number 2 EU team in your seed, but I'd say I mean in your pool, but I'd say you're kind of okay with that. You're really shooting for one of those top 2 seeds. Pool C, Pool D, they always feel like they end into a little bit of a bloodbath, and I think that's going to be amplified this time, Aliek, because there's no international spots for teams. We're having only NA and EU teams being able to insta qualify into pools. Everyone else is going to have to come from bracket play at these major tournaments. I think it's going to make Pool C and Pool D especially deadly at Arlington.
That was going to be my next question. Which one's going to be the deadliest pool, but also in the bracket today? Do you have like a scary bracket line that you were eyeing maybe today?
Oh, for today, it's got to be the one that we're featuring right now. The Native Gaming roster is going to have to put up some impressive performances today, which I'm ready for, right? I think that's what everyone's been expecting from them, but they have their work cut out for them today. Having to play against Complexity early on in the bracket is always going to be a tough task for anybody to deal with. And then once you get through Complexity, right, the matches just do not get any easier for this roster. They'll probably have to play against that OpTic Gaming roster in round 5 if it goes that way. OpTic, they'll have like maybe a challenge in Cloud9, but it's OpTic Gaming. I mean, come on, like we know these guys are going to be getting through, but you know, they're not going to be our main match. But Aliek, in fact, you know, let's say you're a fan of you know, OpTic Gaming, maybe you're a fan of FaZe or let's say Sentinels, and you wanted to watch them today, but they're not our main featured match early in the bracket. Is there any way that you can think of that you could like potentially watch those matches?
That's a really good question, everybody. If you're just joining us today, we're trying something new. Is this new, Tools? I'm not sure if it's. I think it's new. New to us, it's new to us for sure. If you guys type in the chat !stream, you guys will see some extra links pop up. Today we have a main stream, a B stream, a C stream, and a D stream. You guys can click on those to be able to follow different lines of the bracket that we're going to be covering. Our main stream, we're going to have our casters and our hosts, and B, C, and D stream we'll just have some awesome gameplay from OpTic, FaZe, and Sentinels as well. But you guys are watching the mainstream today right now. There it goes.
Mainstream right there, but yeah, !streams, go check it out. If you're a big fan of one of those teams, you can go sit and watch the observe those matches. That way, if you just want to go back and watch it. The other thing is it's on YouTube, right? So you guys can go back and forward. It's easy to scroll through. You can see like how that stuff is progressing as time goes on. So love that we're able to get some extra observers in here, right? Show some love. It also allows us to kind of jump around the bracket a little bit more in the downtime. Like if there's a match that's interesting to us, we can kind of go look at it quickly.
Trying new things here, LVT. This is all thanks to everybody who is hanging out with us in the chat. Thank you so much for all of your support throughout the open and the off season. It's led to this, Tools. And you know what's coming up? Las Vegas Halo versus Native Gaming. Their first matchup, CTF on Aquarius. It's gonna be an incredible match,
Aquarius. Yeah. I feel for the Las Vegas Halo boys. They're gonna have to play extremely hard in this game. It's going to be just the epitome of a hard game.
Yeah.
But this is where you get to challenge yourself, right? This is where you get to show that like all this hard work, all these eights, all these scrims that you've been playing, this is what it's culminating to, is getting your chance against a top team in the game. You cannot sleep on these opportunities. This is where you get to have trial by fire, learn a lot in these games. What everyone's really working towards, in my opinion, is playing good enough so that you can compete, right? It's not necessarily about winning these series. It's about playing a series and feeling like you had a couple of plays where you're able to get one of those flag caps in, where you're potentially trying not to get staked in the Slayer, because there's a huge difference between the top teams and, you know, these amateur teams, but you're always trying to close that gap, and it's this is your chance to prove that like that hard work's going to come in, that you can compete with these guys, and that you are able to show that you're one of the best Halo players in the world. Because reality is, right, all these teams that are playing today, like, yeah, there might be a big difference between the top 8 team and a top 64 team, but you are one of the best Halo players in the game, right? And I always think it's so cool to see like that difference even still show out, but like you're competing at such a high level that people that are just watching on the sidelines, I don't think they can comprehend how hard it is to play against some of these top teams.
Okay, so they're gonna have to be playing some intense Halo here today, and you're saying like everybody's gonna have to be at their top, you know, at their topmost potential to be able to qualify. I had a question for you. I heard Eli talk about possible upsets, and I want to know who you think could be upsetting who today, because we had a complexity upset phase on the last Open, and I wonder if there's gonna be some spicy upsets happening today. We have Stainers on number 6 today, Reversal Perfy number 7. See, I don't know. Tell me what your thoughts are.
I guess the question is, when does it become an upset, right? So for me, I'm really eyeing this Shopify Rebellion team. I think they're very good. They'll be going up against Sentinels probably later today in round 5 if the bracket all works out the right way. I have my eye on them in particular, but I don't think people would be necessarily surprised if they won. The other team that I'm really looking towards to see if it would be a huge upset if they won would be Reversal Perfy. That's going to be a team that I definitely could see making some plays, but the bracket is going to be tough for them, right? They're going to have to play against Stainers early on, but that Reversal Perfy squad, Cherished, Piggy X, Breaking Shot, and Mortally, I think 4 top level players that I would love to see go far in today's tournament, but they're gonna have to compete against Stainers early on. I'll keep my eye on that bracket, but I think that's where I'm seeing the most sort of upset potential. But that being said, Stainers on a really hot streak thus far, so I don't think it's gonna necessarily be easy by any stretch of the imagination.
They have been. I really like that it's going to be so intense because it's going to be more fun for us to watch. I know that the squads are going to be, you know, trying really hard to get their to qualifying, but it's going to be a fun day for us, Tools, for us here watching and enjoying the top Halo players just, you know, trying to get to their next level.
That's all everyone's playing for, right? It's to reach that next level. It's the spirit of competition. I just love it, and you can actually see that we're in one of our other matches right now. This is the benefit of having all these multiple streams, is that we can just jump around to any match that we'd like at any point in time. You can see this oddball game surprisingly close right now. Shades and Fades get that ball off the map, and we'll see if they can get themselves back to this reset. I don't think they will in time, and it's going to be a win for this Cobra team in the last moment. Looks like I believe that is the U.S. Army's team. Is that Army? I believe it's the Army team that just went down right there, and you can see, ooh, our bracket. I mean, our match getting
we're almost
full right
here.
now.
I didn't know the U.S. Army had signed up to play today. That's cool to know. We have one more player missing here. Tools. Ah, so exciting. Natives versus Las Vegas Halo. They're going to see if they can keep making you proud, Tools. I know this one's going to be for you. They're thinking about you right now. I can feel it.
Get ready. You know what I said? I need my best from Rattle. I need Jonas to bring all the vibes. Let Lynx get themselves hyped up right there. I know that my boy Shakti's getting lost in the city right now. And then Joe M. Shire. See, Joe M. Shire is an honorary Las Vegas, for people that don't know the lore, he's honorary Las Vegas. He's actually over on the East Coast, but we welcome him in open arms as a Vegas native. He gets that moniker. All I gotta say is, like, how could you want to win against such a storied roster, Native Gaming? You know what I'm saying? Like you gotta be sitting here being like, oh, like, maybe you open up a couple opportunities. So let these boys get a couple licks in. It's good, some good sparring practice. Please, just don't massacre my boys. Don't massacre my boys, please.
They won't. I think they're gonna do their best to not get massacred, Tools. I feel it. They've been playing flawless Halo. Good. Link's gonna pop off again, right? Against Native.
Let's go, Link.
Let's go.
I'm ready for it.
I'm a believer. I'm a believer.
All the players are ready. Look at all those R's. Look at all those R's. These boys are getting ready, riled up to get into our game.
Perfect. All right, let's get this Native Gaming versus Las Vegas Halo game started.
All right, Eli, the players are ready, and so are we. Las Vegas Halo, after a 3-0 sweep, get ready to take on Native Gaming, who I would argue need a 3-0 sweep in this series. They need this top 8 placing this weekend. They cannot rely on getting there through points, and you can start off your day well with a 3-0 sweep over a Las Vegas Halo team that looked pretty good in Winners Round 1. Lynx, if he can continue with that MVP-type performance, maybe Las Vegas Halo does give Native Gaming a little bit more trouble. What are your thoughts, Eli, as we kick things off here on Aquarius?
I mean, let's be honest. This is a David versus Goliath we're about to watch here, but Lynx looking like a strong David to be up to the task. If Native can shut him down, I think that's going to make the game a bit easier. But man, my thoughts about this Native roster, it's hard not to root for these guys, man. You got APG, got to be one of the most wholesome pros in the scene, been around literally forever. I remember when he was just a little kid competing in FFA, and he's just had an insane career ever since. And you've got Barcode, the young Aussie, shares a birthday with Halo 1 like he was born to play Halo, straight up. You've got McWin, another wily veteran, and then the newcomer, new kid on the block, Collect. I mean, this is a roster that I feel like a lot of people want to see well, and this weekend is going to be their biggest test yet.
Yeah, don't forget, this is a Native Gaming team that captained by McWin last year, and Barcode coming over from ANZ got top 4 out of the open bracket. So this is a team that we have high expectations for. But it's Lynx and the rest of the Las Vegas Halo squad who are holding strong here, 50-50 off the early goings. And after a full minute of play, you think Native Gaming might have had enough time to find their form and function, but instead it's going to take a little bit longer. 1 minute and 10 seconds, Eli, as 4 go down for Las Vegas Halo, and Native Gaming have their first pull.
And look at this. Most of the time you see teams try to run the flag car side, but Native understands they were already on the P side, might as well run it that way. They didn't have time to cross over to the car side. Love that heads up awareness. You got to be adaptable if you're going to be a strong Halo team, and Native Gaming is showing they're exactly that.
Yeah, seeing that P side run almost makes me imagine, man, what if you time that up with the perfect overshield grab? Just imagine the flawless execution that would require. Not too often do you see a run down the pink side, but Native Gaming make it work for them as they take a 1-0 lead early here. 2 minutes off the clock, 2 down for Native Gaming, and off that, look at that opening break. Look at the emphasis here from Joe. They're pushing with their numbers advantage. Love to see that. Can they take down another 2 or maybe even 3 to get that mid-map control? They're looking good so far.
Yeah, but APG with a perfectly timed slide as the OS comes up, had Barcode there to play bodyguard just in case. Very well executed overshield grab, and they're going to stop that flag about immediately. They might convert this into a flag cap of their own. They're actually simultaneously playing offense and defense and able to cap a flag despite facing pressure from Las Vegas Halo. Very impressive stuff.
I love how APG left just a second left on the reset so it could go back due to timer. He knew that his priority was to help escort that flag in with the use of the overshield. We've seen that become a priority on the map, especially when it comes to scoring or maybe even stopping a score. That overshield's so important. Get to see there why as Native Gaming take a 2-0 lead. Collect back to the top of pink.
This P side has always been important because it's a perfect spot to gatekeep any spawners in the fridge from getting out of their spawn. If you can stay P2 and also control space in their utility, it forces all the opponents to spawn kind of in front of you in that fridge. But now that the overshield's here, I'm seeing even more emphasis on the P side. And right now, Native Gaming have definitely adapted to it. Joe M. Shire with a very impressive double kill, tries to turn 3, but he gets shut down. And look at this. It feels like every time Native have any kills, they're already positioning themselves to get into the base. That's exactly how you come out on top in any CTF game type.
And it feels like anytime Native Gaming have a string of kills, it's via Collect, sitting at 11, 2, and 6. Doubly on the KD ratio. Helps them double up on the scoreboard. But for now, he goes down, back to the respawn screen. APG in the back of blue, looking to potentially find a trade as he does. 3 go down for Las Vegas Halo. It's going to give Native Gaming the mid-map and potentially that next OS up in 10.
If Las Vegas want to get back into this, they're going to have to get this overshield. Mikwin's going to shut a player down on the car side, though. Going to have a great angle to fight the fridge, but Rattlecan finishes the last shot, but it's once again APG. I think this guy grabs more overshields on Aquarius than anyone. I swear, every single time we've watched Native on this map, he has an overshield multiple times throughout the game, and he's continuing that process here. If he can shut down a couple players in the base, they could potentially run another flag here.
I've noticed that, Eli, as we get deeper into Halo Infinite's lifespan, you're used to seeing a team have a preferred sniper on the squad, right? First got to go grab snipe off the rip on Empyrean. But it feels like to me, as Halo Infinite matures more and more, teams are finding their first string overshield grabber, their first string repulsor, their first string grapple user. It really feels like teams are starting to meticulously pick which player they want with specific power-ups and power weapons. So keep an eye on that as the meta develops into a final form function here. HCS Season 3, Year 3 of Halo competition, always the most intense, and get to see a little bit more of that develop as we have the final online tournament. The next time we compete, Eli, it'll be on LAN. Everybody vying for those LAN spots here. Top 8 this weekend. Take those top 8 seeds. At HCS Arlington is Native Gaming. Again, this is a team that needs a top 8 placement, sitting at 11th place in the seedings. They can't rely on 9-10 getting to Arlington off of points. They got to place top 8. And I'm sure everybody in the chat, everybody in the community knows that they are capable of that. And they're looking here good so far here today. 3 go down for Las Vegas Halo. Should see a 3-0 lead on the board as well for Native Gaming, as they got another flag out.
It's definitely one of those rosters that has had some ups and downs. I mean, finishing as high as top 3. I was with Monster on the squad before Barcode was in the States. Now, seemingly placing top 12 in the other tournaments for the most part. Barcode also doesn't have very many points because he's so late to the party, but I think they're absolutely capable of beating just about any team. They've been looking very good in scrims, and we'll see if that hard work will pay off as APG gets another overshield. Does he ever not get the overshield? But good job by Las Vegas Halo shutting him down with the plasma pistol, but I think he's got literally all of the overshield so far this game.
That thought just came to my mind because I remember even last week for Rebellion, we saw it was Cycle who seemingly got every single overshield. It really feels like teams are starting to kind of pick and choose who they want with those sandbox items. As Las Vegas Halo, they're looking at a counter cat. 3 go down for Native Gaming. They got that flag at the midway mark, and what a feather in the cap this would be for the semi-pro amateur community to get one on the board. But you got Collect gatekeeping on the flag stop, stopping that run for now with the double kill, make it all 4. And Las Vegas Halo will not get their first score of the game. Instead, it looks like Native looking to counter for this 5th.
Collect getting 2 kills with one grenade. I thought that's the cluster luck medal, one of my favorite medals in this game, but doesn't get it for some reason. And Barcode with a little bit of style gonna use a 360 as he caps. Yeah, I should get the 360 for that too, man. What's going on?
Objective is important in Halo. I agree. We should code that in the game. Stop. Take the game offline. We need to code 360s into objective scoring because Barcode put a little bit of extra seasoning, a little bit of extra sauce on the Barbie. As Native Gaming take it 5-0. Slayer Livefire up next, and Las Vegas Halo, they're going to need more of that MVP performance here from Lynx if they want a chance here in Game 2.
Livefire, Slayer. This is a game type we have played since the game came out, even before it came out in the flights that we were playing for this game. And at this point, I mean, it feels like the spawns on Livefire, I think, are solved more than just about any map. Maybe Recharge, but when you're playing against a team like Native, they're going to probably predict every single point that you spawn throughout the game. So if you're on the side of Las Vegas, you got to be meticulous about how you play off of your spawn. Expect that players are going to be running at you off of your spawn, and if they can find a way to work together in those type of situations and maybe 2v1 one of the members of Native that's overextending, they could potentially keep this one close. But I do expect Native to win this one as well.
Keeping my eyes on Barcode in this tournament here today and tomorrow, as he's the player with the most upside on the roster. Last week had that long flight over across the world from ANZ to USA. Probably a little jet lag. We heard even from Sparty last week, mid-tournament, Barcode's entire setup got obliterated. Table blew up. They had to refix it or reestablish it like an IKEA, I don't know, like a janky IKEA setup or something. So Barcode, needless to say, assemble, there we go. Needless to say, Barcode didn't have the smoothest transition to NA last week, but now he's had a week to get on his sleep schedule, to get just his feet underneath him on NA soil. And so for that reason, I think Barcode's a player to watch. The best performer in game one with a plus 1,000 differential in damage. Let's keep more eyes on him as he's got the QT to work with on the back of B. Collect goes down on the cuts. APG looking to fill in that spot, and he's going to do just that. Take the sniper as his reward, but no, a trade goes through, but not before 3 go down for for Las Vegas Halo. 4-3 lead here for Native Gaming.
Interesting. Barcode leaving the sniper for his teammate. I usually think that in these early rounds, oh, it's because McQuinn had the camo. Okay, perfect. I was going to say, you know, you kind of expect to beat this team, so who's going to get the sniper for the Twitter clips? So I was a little shocked that Barcode didn't take the opportunity, but it makes sense. They're playing their game. They're being disciplined. McQuinn's got the sniper and the camo combination. Always going to be more powerful than the QT and sniper combination.
You think that's what the players are saying? Not who wants to snipe in these early rounds. It's who wants the Twitter clip. I guess McQuinn will take it for now. As he takes camo as well. Doesn't have any more of that to work with. And neither do Las Vegas Halo with their life force. 4 go down, as 2 will remain on the respawn screen. A triple up lead here for Native Gaming as McQuinn takes to the top of snipes.
Looks like Native knows that all members of Las Vegas are trapped in A currently. McQuinn a little bit slow on the trigger finger. He lost that piv I saw on Aquarius. Keep in mind, he's probably the oldest player in the lobby. I'm old. I can call him old, all right? That's just how it is, okay? But you got to wake up, old man. You got to hit these shots because the competition's going to get tougher, all right? And you got to get top 8. All right, there we go. That's what we're used to seeing.
You, McQuinn. And APG.
Oh, okay. He heard me.
There's the call-out. Shout-out. Triple. No, gets the double. No scope variety as McQuinn. Maybe he did hear us, Eli. Talk about answering the bell. Nice little montage moment. Not quite the Twitter clip we were talking about as APG gets his chance now. More snipes left to work with, but plenty of blue bodies at the back of B. As they'll do a good job, though, to retreat to A, trade out, maintain their life. 9 for now as Native Gaming look to continue to roll.
You know I joke, but man, McQuinn is still, after all these years, one of the strongest slayers in the game. I've been keeping an eye on his stats. He is consistently the top slayer for this roster in scrims, and if you want something out of your veteran, you want him to be able to slay out and lead the charge. I mean, it's no shock this guy continues to be at the top. That whole year that he was working for Halo and wasn't allowed to compete, everybody that was competing was happy about it because this man is just too good with that insane little snipe spree he put on display for us there. And look at this, the old eyes are working as well. Spots the camo. Gotta check his prescription. I can't see the camo.
Woo! Long range reversal perfect. Woo! As McQuinn does a great job there maintaining his life. Collect now maintaining the sniper rifle with the no scope. As Las Vegas Halo getting trounced here a little bit, starting to feel the levels to this here in Halo as Native Gaming are flexing their muscles, but it's not just a few rounds later where they'll take on the HCS's best in complexity. And Native Gaming, they need these big wins. Again, the levels to this, they need a quick 3-0 sweep, build the confidence, get in, get out, be efficient with the job and task at hand, right? It's like a hit. This is a hit to me, right? Like Native Gaming are a roster that are David and Goliath, like you said earlier, 100x the efficiency of this Las Vegas Halo squad. I want to see it. So far, I think we have. Collect with another no-scope headshot. A great example of that, as it looks like Native Gaming are starting to warm up.
Collect's ADHD was showing there, just doing a little dance on the mid-bridge because he didn't see anybody on his screen. Finally see someone, lands the headshot. Look at this. He is putting the sniper to work with the killing spree. He is looking to shut the door as quickly as possible.
You mentioned McWin not able to compete in HCS Season 1. That's a top 25 all-time Halo player. We're seeing some top 25 no-scopes. Almost feels like 25 in total for the Native Gaming roster is between McWin and Collect. Plenty of no-scopes. But it's all Native Gaming for now. 43-19, doubling up on the lead. They're looking for a little brunch. Not quite the morning still. 12:15 Central Standard Time. So looking for a little brunch, steak and egg spectacular maybe here, as Native Gaming seem to have secured just that. McWin looking to secure the final camo as well, the final slays. But Joe takes him down, trades out, and that's the question. Can Las Vegas Halo avoid the spectacular?
Looks like the answer is going to be no. They only need 4 more to secure it. Meanwhile, the spectacular, they need 8 more kills to get out of that range. But what I like to see here from Native is, despite playing this lower seeded team, they are playing very disciplined. They're controlling the spawns. They're holding parts of the map. They're not overextending. They're not going for the Twitter clips. Like I said, they're just playing their game. And that's exactly what you have to do in these earlier rounds, because if you're giving yourself bad habits and those carry into the later stages of the tournament, you will be punished. So love to see the discipline coming out of Native, not even giving Las Vegas a chance to come back into that one.
Yeah, I got to imagine Eli in just less than an hour or so, maybe even 30 minutes. Barcode's not going to have an opportunity to 360 his way into a flag capture against some of these better teams, as Las Vegas Halo started off good in winners round 1, but man, this is just one of those unfortunate lineups in the bracket, as Native Gaming answer the bell. 50-24 win here in game 2. They look primed for the 3-0 sweep.
Honestly, not a bad game from Lynx, all things considered. I mean, this is a blowout by every 70%. Definition, but yeah, I mean, look at the damage output from Lynx, 9 and 12, just slightly negative in a game where your team loses by that much. To only go -3 is actually quite impressive. But on the other side, look at the assists for Native. I mean, these guys are working together. McWin, only 11 kills, but 10 assists, only 5 deaths. He's just playing efficient Halo. I feel like he understands his role as the player that kind of controls spawns. He's probably calling a lot of the shots. APG, another fantastic mind for the game as well. And I understand he's going to be calling a lot of the shots and being a leader for this roster. So we'll have to see. This is the triple kill after I called him old. He said, Eli, shut up. Watch this.
Oh, thought that landed. And then he
almost
could have quick flick up to the right for the overkill. But my God, what a whew. Look right, look left.
Double kill.
Oh, who stole that triple, right? But again, Eli, to your point, Native Gaming are playing their process. They're not playing for Twitter clips. You might see a couple out of this series, but they're not going for it. And I think that's so important because, again, it's not going to be very long. It feels easy going for now. It feels rather lax, maybe even as the tone in the air, but it is not very far away. We are just moments away from the intensity heating up a little bit and Native Gaming having much taller of a task. But for now, gonna enjoy themselves as we set our sights towards Solitude for Game 3. Native Gaming looking to secure the 3-0.
Solitude, a punishing map for a lower seeded team. I feel like the top teams, like this map is so much about spawn control. Like if you understand how to force spawns in certain parts of the map and you're already in the lead, you can just snowball that lead until the end of the game. When it comes to King of the Hill, obviously it's going to be important to control the correct parts of the map throughout the game. We're going to hop on board with the Lynx to start things off. I like this routing. He's going to apply pressure to the players on the flower side that are looking to go for camo. Slows them down long enough that no member of Native can extend to go for it. Also grabs the shock rifle, feeding up this player. If he can get another kill, he could potentially stop the camo grab, but no. Looks like Native able to get away with the first one.
Got to give credit to Las Vegas Halo. They've gone toe-to-toe in the opening break of all 3 games where it's been close to start. Obviously, after a little while, Native Gaming find their separation, but you can see even in the feed. 2v2 for now. Collect with the last bit of shield and camo. Finds the slay. Still not able to feel confident in the hill time as we're virtually tied. Now Collect with the shock rifle. No scope lands. Lynx goes down, so too does that shot previously. I thought Shocky might be able to grab it, but no, instead he goes down. Barcode with the triple, turning over his left shoulder for a potential overkill. Checking spawns, but no one's there. Barcode gonna have to settle with the triple for now.
A little rotation was to check to see if the first spawner did spawn Tram. He didn't see anyone, so then he can accurately deduce that they must have spawned on the cafe side. Quickly rotates back to apply pressure on those sides. And this is the level of spawn awareness that I talk about. I mean, these guys, every single move they make is with a purpose, whether it's blocking spawns or moving into position to apply pressure to the next set of spawns. Sometimes they'll intentionally force a split spawn, as we see here. 2 members spawning on the cafe side, the other 2 spawning in snipe because Native pushed the first 2 spawners fast enough. And man, if you're one of these lower seeded teams, you got to just know the game at a fundamental level so that you can predict what these higher seeded teams are going for to have even a chance to combat it. And right now they just have not found the answer.
Love the process we're seeing now from Barcode as Native Gaming get their first score on the board, but Barcode did a great job previously on the cafe, got damage into 2, dipped away. McWin did go down, but still found that positive 1+1 net outcome as Barcode stayed alive all the while. Now he's got the camo to work with, a 1-0 lead as well. Bodies dropping left and right. Lynx and Rattle combined for the double, but Barcode settles that with a double of his own. He takes down Lynx. You go down in the feed, and Barcode needed a little bit more of that camo as Lynx had him dead to rights, you could argue. But Barcode stays alive and has had one hell of a life, continuing on 11-4-2 now as Native Gaming looks to go up quickly 2-0.
Such an impressive display from Barcode. He baited out the melee by stutter stepping forwards and then quickly backing up. Lynx misses the melee. That opens the door for Barcode to land a couple more shots while he's stuck in that animation. And if you can make plays like that, you can absolutely have some disgusting reversal plays. Barcode stayed alive with the camo, and he still has not died since he picked it up.
Look at the efficiency. And I'm not only pressuring your spawns, Las Vegas, I'm also rotating early to this next hill, says Barcode. But Lynx has an answer with the shock, potential double. Ooh. Yes! Nice no scope. A potential triple on McWin. No, instead, the wily veteran will grab 2 potential shocking weapons. No, he's going to drop the disruptor for the shock. As Blue in the hill for now, acquiring the first couple seconds of time. What can they turn it into?
You just saw McWin shoot the pad of the hill. If you guys are not familiar with that mechanic, it does have an electric effect to shock the hill player. Pushes the hill player out to just deny access to some more time, but denies access to life to the next 2 opponents he runs into as he hits the double kill. It's going to continue forward, grab these sticky grenades, reload the shock. Now he's predicting the spawns on the snipe side, sees that his team spawned on Tram, absolutely knows where these guys are, goes for the insta-splode. That player has to be weak now, and he's just putting on a clinic. This guy is doing every trick in the book to completely shut down Las Vegas Halo. Now that they've completely secured the side of the map, they're going to get some hill time.
Oh, HCS on alert because McWin's reaching flow state, finds the cross map shots, takes down Rattlecan. And it feels like McWin might be building a frenzy here. He's now had a life similar to the efficiency we saw previously from Barcode as McWin grabs the next camo. He's got a red shock on him, so no shots left. No worries for him. He's going to continue to put damage down onto Lynx. Swarming Native Gaming roster takes him down easily. And now what does McWin do? Hold the line or press into A? Looks like for now he's going to hold the line.
I noticed a lot of top players are liking to just stand top middle with camo. You can't be seen, but you've got perfect eyes on the rest of the map. Like, they can't see you, but you can see everything. And as I say that, though, the rest of Native goes down. McWin now just going to try to trade out a kill at the very least. See if he can maybe turn 2. No, he does trade out a kill, which is going to be massive. That means Native Gaming can play a little bit faster off of their spawn point, knowing there's only 3 enemies on the map.
Rattle at the top mid location McWin previously stood as Native Gaming stand on a 2-0 potential 3-0 lead if not for Rattlecan, but he goes down. Lynx, the last ditch effort. He trades out with Collect, but with 2 left alive for Native Gaming, only 1 for Las Vegas Halo. They should be able to clean up the last few seconds of time as Joe goes down. That will initiate the last bit of time here for Native Gaming. 3-0 lead for them as Las Vegas Halo needs to find an answer. This could be match point. 4-0 sweep on the horizon for Native Gaming and a 3-0 sweep in this series.
Barcode looking absolutely unlocked. 19-7, 8 assists. This guy is going off already. Look to see him to be in form later in the tournament as well. Collect with an awkward melee fight. Both players back up and miss their melees, but Collect with the quick hand slides forward, gets the melee to kill without trading out. Very important to do that in this game. In situations where you could trade but you don't, feels like a little win of its own.
Like Rattle might have wanted a ninja there on Collect, but instead Collect's going to grab the sleigh. Could win Shock here, but no, Joe wins that 1v1. Nice win there for Joe. His reward is the Shock Rifle. You see him earn the positioning there with the tech jump to top snipe, and now he's pushing on through. 3 go down for Native Gaming, and Las Vegas seem to have their best stretch of Halo yet. Clear out the entirety of A. And if not for some nice driveway positioning from Native Gaming, preventing hill time for Las Vegas Halo, could have been a much nicer stretch for them, but Collect, he flips that on its head already, takes down the Shock, takes down Shocky with the Shock. 3 go down for Las Vegas Halo, make it all 4, as Barcode will reposition himself in this hill. Final stretch run here, 75% on the board for Barcode, looking to shut it down.
Saw a little bit of signs of life from Las Vegas. That was actually really smart for them to shut down APG. He must have got spotted out. APG's play was to wait for his teammates to show up. After the attention is not on him, he planned to spring into action, but Las Vegas Halo shutting him down, but immediately gets shut down right afterwards. And that seems to be the tale of this series throughout, was every time that Las Vegas gets control, Native shut it down immediately. And I think they're going to have a trip to the lower bracket here shortly.
And a trip to winners round 3 for Native Gaming as they secure the 3-0 sweep in this series. Native Gaming, this is a team that we are so intrigued by. We've seen them reach the heights of top 4. We've also seen them fall back to where they look almost like a top 12, top 16 team. They've also placed top 12 in these HCS Open Series 1, 2, and 3. That has them on the outside looking in. With the top 8 this weekend, though, they could secure their spot in Arlington, looking primed to do that after a 3-0 sweep over Las Vegas Halo. But we know the matches only get harder from here on out.
Absolutely. I mean, their next opponent, I think, is yet to be determined. But after that, if there are no upsets, it would ultimately run into complexity. That'll probably be their first real challenge. But let's throw it to the desk and see what they had to say about that series.
Well, we knew that was going to be a hard match for Las Vegas Halo boys, but they made you proud still, I'm sure, Tools.
Well, you know, it's like, obviously you expect to lose. You usually actually expect to lose by a lot, which, you know, they did. But I was pretty happy to see that, like, they're still getting slays. Like, they're able to get some concepts down. I'll say it's cool to see pro teams play against, like, amateur teams sometimes, because you get to see, like, things work 100% perfect. Like, there was a time where I saw Mikwin make like a perfect spawn trap play towards lift, where we saw all 4 players spawn over at nest, and it's like you don't get to see that in pro lobbies so often, because like oftentimes you're getting a lot of trade outs, there's a lot of open space on the map. But when you're able to completely constrict everything, like it works out so much better. It's just cool to see those sort of plays kind of develop in real time.
I agree. From a viewer perspective, it was so clear what was happening, especially having you in my ear also. We were watching it together. It's good to watch these, to be able to learn and, you know, get better as a Halo player. That's what was going on that lift there. We were just all watching that happen. Definitely a really fun match for us to watch here today with Native throwing Las Vegas Halo. And our next game that we will be spectating is actually our OpTic match here, Tools.
OpTic versus Los Band. I don't know how to say this. You're gonna have to help me. You're gonna have to help me out.
Wait, which one? Which one?
We'll see the team name in a second right here, but it's a little fun one. Well, OpTic Gaming, though, it looks like they're not having any problem whatsoever. 5-0 on the board, winning game 1. And look at that, four breadsticks on the other side. So OpTic Gaming doing OpTic Gaming things over here on the Bravo stream. In fact, Alec, we have 4 streams today, if I recall correctly.
That's right, guys. If you type in !streams in the chat, you guys will be able to find 4 links. 1 to our main stream, which you are watching right now, and 3 more links to watch B stream, C stream, and D stream, where you can follow OpTic, FaZe, and Sentinels throughout their bracket day today.
Yeah, tons of action today. Love to see that we have so many observers today. In fact, you know, we were talking about Las Vegas Halo. A lot of our observers today, I think 3 of our observers based out of Las Vegas. So, you know, shout out to our observers today. Our observing team gonna be our usual suspect, right, on the main stream. Mr. Nighty Night, making sure he's getting all those switches down right. But if you're interested about who's observing on the other streams, give these guys a little shout out because they're great members of the community. On the Bravo stream, we have Izzy plus Isaac. On the Charlie stream, we have Gundam Son. And then on the Delta stream, we have Mr. Callus, Coach Callus, doing some observing for us today. So give a shout out to all those guys. You know, they're out here grinding away, making sure that you have as much action to watch, all the Halo that you could possibly want.
I feel like the LVT crew is growing. Tools. We have so many people today here. We have another caster coming in later today, right? We have a Clutch, if that's right. Clutch later as well.
Yeah, Clutch is going to be coming in later today to help, and honestly, I cannot wait to work with him. Fantastic member of the community. Hope that we're able to have him on stream. In fact, Aliak, you know what? I think right now where we're at, I think we need just a quick break. You know what? We'll get some ads in, make sure everyone's watching these ads, getting in, and all that. But let's just go to a quick break while we watch this OpTic versus Los Bandoleros matchup.
Halfway to victory. Defeat. King of the Hill. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy team took the hill. Enemy about to score.
All right, what's going on, ladies and gentlemen? Mikowski and Eli joining you guys for a little bit of bonus Halo action. OpTic Gaming versus Los Bandidos, as OpTic Gaming takes a 2-0 lead. Eli, we've seen some of the best versions of OpTic throughout the preseason. I think of the match against FaZe last week in elimination quarters as an example of that. But then the next series, they looked a little bit less as proficient. Where does OpTic Gaming fall, right? Where between where we've seen them at their best and maybe their middest throughout the preseason, where do they fall, you think, as we get ready for HCS Arlington here in a couple weeks?
I mean, the competition is so high among these top teams that it really just comes down to who's playing better on that day. I could absolutely see OpTic just win these tournaments straight up, but I could also see them falling in 5th, 6th to a hot lower seeded team. That maybe they run into FaZe that's hot and then lose to one of these teams in the lower bracket that is just making a run, right? So that's kind of what we saw last week from Complexity with the reverse sweep on FaZe. I mean, all these teams in the top 10 realistically could upset just about anyone given the right game types and just making the right plays in the moment. All these players so talented. The game is mostly solved at this point, I would say. I mean, these guys all know how to predict spawns. If they can just start a steamroll, they can absolutely upset a higher seeded team. So yeah, I think that OpTic, the question is, can they keep the momentum, because they have been playing very well. I think Lucid is playing some of the best Halo we've seen. Formal, just in formal form as usual, and this whole squad just seemed to be clicking together more than we had seen previously.
I'm telling you, man, the hardest snipe to hit in any game is on a player standing still. You can see Formal. He's been on a tear all game, but then misses the one shot on a player sitting in the hill. It just goes to show that might just be the hardest shot. Ironically enough, as Formal sits here at 8-1-1, has only died once. Not one hill to speak of for Los Bandidos, as we're seeing a little bit more of that strength, a little bit more of these top HES teams flex their muscles against lower opponents. Formal doing just that as he pushes up the top mid, takes a slay, takes the camo as well. As OpTic look to put the finishing touches on this series, halfway to a 4-0 lead.
Obviously, probably not the best look for Los Bandoleros right now, because they are against OpTic, no less. But I mean, shout out to these guys. I've actually had the pleasure of playing with Shades and Fades, one of the vibiest members of that Navy squad that I was coaching at ForceCon. Call me Smiley in the Army as well. So we do thank these guys for their service. I'm not super familiar with Pentrify and Tech, but man, going against OpTic, I don't care who you are, it's tough. I mean, OpTic makes even a top 10 team look like this sometimes.
Absolutely. And yeah, shout out to Call Me Smiley. Went even there in the KD feed. Love to see that, right? Taking some small victories are some of these smaller squads. And we actually had a chance to scrimmage with Call Me Smiley. Great group of guys there with the Armed Forces esports side of things. Some efforts being taken by Navy, Army, Marines, Air Force. Everybody's got their own version of a Halo team, which is cool to see. I'm actually wearing my Space Force gaming tee today.
Let's go.
Big ups to all the guys out there on the military side of gaming. They've done so much to not only support the country, but the scene as well. Think of a guy like Ian for the Marines. What a guy, right? What a guy that really spearheads some of those efforts here in the HCS. You'll always see his bright, smiling face at HCS LAN tournaments, and it's one of those things that I always look forward to seeing.
Absolutely. I mean, the U.S. military in various ways has been supporting the Halo scene, so it's always cool to see some of the players with a lot of talent showing up to these tournaments. We've also got a full roster of the Army players that are in the tournament today. They finished, I believe, top 24 last week, which is not easy to do in as stiff the competition that we see today, so hoping to see them make a deeper run as well. But in the meantime, we're going to switch gears here back to this native series, and this roster they're going up against is very talented. Not saying that it's one that's going to give them a lot of trouble. I think Native one of the best teams in the tournament, obviously, but there are some shooters on the other squad, on the other team here. This Ambition 2 guy, one of the highest ranked players using mouse and keyboard in matchmaking. I believe he peaked around Onyx 21 or 2200. This guy is unreal on mouse and keyboard, so I'm excited to see what he can do against Native.
Yeah, shout out to all the armed forces in chat, man. Wow, we're seeing a lot of support, a lot of veterans in the chat that support us as well, man. You love to see that, man. Nothing but respect. As we take a look at our series layout, and we'll take a look at a quick break. We're going to get you guys set up for Native Gaming versus Democracy up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NA qualifier for Arlington. Here we are, ready for our next matchup, Native versus Democracy. But before we get into it, we have a short little clip that we want to show you guys from another one of our streams. Exclamation mark streams in the chat, by the way, so you guys can catch up the action that you guys are not watching here on this main stream on the other side of the bracket. Let's see if we can catch a look.
All right, we got so many other games going on. This one going to be the phase one, right? Frosty comes out nice, but look at this. From the top rope, oh baby, coming down, man, went sky high. You're able to check this action out, see all the phase matchups over on the Charlie stream, but Frosty doing Frosty things. That might be the clip of the tournament right there, Aliak.
Maybe it is. We'll see. We still have a lot of games happening today. And speaking of games, we have our next matchup happening right now: Native versus Democracy.
Wow, LVT Halo making sure we miss none of the action. What an incredible montage clip there from Frosty as we got our next series. Eli moving along in the bracket. Winners round 3 now. Native Gaming versus Democracy. I hope Democracy hasn't been playing more Helldivers in Halo, because if they have, they're about to get swept again by Native Gaming. But you talked about this squad. I saw Camp as well, and I remember him because I thought, oh, Campy, one of my favorite Halo players of all time. And then he ended up popping off in that series we casted together. So this is another mini David versus Goliath matchup here in winners round 3, but I don't think Native Gaming can overlook this roster. What are some of your thoughts as we kick things off here on Solitude?
He might not be campy, but this guy definitely has some skill. Avuchi, I think is how you say his name. I don't know, it reminds me of Avicii, rest in peace, but Avuchi, I don't know. Either way, this guy, incredibly talented as well. Seen him go on some impressive runs in some of these tournaments. So this is definitely a talented squad. I think that for Native, just understanding that there's a lot of firepower on the side of Democracy, the way they beat this team is by being highly disciplined, playing the macro game better than them, and it won't matter if they might lose a few more gunfights than they had in the prior series.
Yeah, we've seen some of these lower ranked teams hang with the HCS best in terms of kill death, but it really comes down to objective efficiency when it comes down to beating the top teams. That's what we're gonna have to see here from Democracy, as they do in fact start off with a good start. A and B in their control, so too is the lead, 20 and rolling.
Keep your eye on Ambition this game. I'm telling you, this guy is the real deal on mouse and keyboard. I've had the absolute displeasure of playing against him many times, and he is a force on the map. But right now, APG, the force on the map with the shock rifle, and they've got great positioning to force these spawns to blue, so we might see a spawn kill right here. There it is.
Well, what do you know? Perfectly timed by Eli and APG, synced up. Our Native Gaming as they now sync up ABC. APG with another headshot. More spawns on the cafe side if APG had leaned back over. That's really interesting. Look at McWin in the hotel, still getting some cafe spawns for Democracy, but it just looks to me like there's not very many other points on the map to spawn them in, as Native Gaming almost have this square set up here on Solitude, and they've used it to double up on Democracy. Another 3 go down. Can't last player alive, but he gets a nice slay. That's going to give A back to Democracy. If not for Barcode, flying in like a bat out of hell, takes down Camp, and Native Gaming have regained full control of this map.
Is that a little double repulsor, a little Dragon Ball Z action on the screen for us? I love the double repulsor effect, just since both people flying kind of like multiplies the effect of both repulsors at the same time. Barcode not being phased at all, able to land the shot despite being pushed backwards against that wall. And this is one of those game types that can really get out of hand and get out of hand fast, because against a good team, if they get into control of the trip cap and start forcing the spawns into specific parts of the map and then collapsing on it, they can hold a trip cap for an extended period of time. Democracy done a good job to get control of B, but if they die here, they're just going to lose it right back.
Yeah, Democracy did a good job. They actually had the first half a minute or so on the board to a 0 for Native Gaming, but now it's 1-0-0 for them as they've regained control of B after that slay you had mentioned, Eli. As more slays fill the feed, 3 go down for Democracy, and I've said that a couple times already. That's really forcing some last Spartan standing heroic opportunities for Democracy, but in 2 of those, they've not been able to win the 1v2 or so. Because of that, Native Gaming going to maintain control of A. All the while, Democracy still getting back A spawns. APG got to watch his back for that. Gets back in the mix with a thrust. Does a great job to take down Ambition. Bait and switch. Double back for the double kill. As Native Gaming looking a little shaky to start, but they're finding their form. Triple find for APG. No. Camp takes him down and regains A.
Some people watching this might be wondering, how are they so effective at predicting the spawns? It's because of players like Mikwin just holding this corner of the map while he hits some disgusting snipes, going for the montage repulsor triple. But as he anchors this position of the map, another member of Native was staying on that cafe side, while APG and Collect push in to the yard. That leaves only the tram available for spawn. APG and Collect playing that situation perfectly. Now it's Mikwin playing perfectly on the other side. And they're just controlling all parts of the map simultaneously. And this is what makes competitive Halo so interesting, is how good these guys are at manipulating the way the game plays out. They're forcing the spawns into a specific spot and then applying pressure immediately, and Democracy can't even play the game. They have to somehow find some slays while in a disadvantaged position throughout all these engagements, and then after they get the slays, they got to hold the map for long enough to actually start capping again, and Native are not letting it happen.
I think what I'm setting my eyes on for this next round matchup, a potential matchup against Complexity, Native Gaming got to win this one first, but Eli, in 4 straight games we've watched Native Gaming, they've won big 4 times, but they've lost the opening break in each of them. How is that going to bode for them when they go up against the Complexity, a team that could win the opening break and roll on it? That's been the biggest difference here. Native Gaming have been able to regain their footing every single time after losing the opening break. Can they do the same against Complexity, though? It's a great question to poise, as Native Gaming look poised here in this game 1, 230 and rolling to 34. Final seconds potentially as 3 go down for Democracy. But tell me your thoughts on that, Eli. What are your observations? Because, again, 4 big wins for Native Gaming, but 4 losses in the opening break. What does it all mean?
You make a great point. I mean, if they continue to lose the opening breaks against these better teams, they could be punished hard for it, because the better teams are going to roll that into longer advantage states. Now, I will say one thing about these teams is they're pretty savvy when it comes to hiding their strats in the earlier rounds, because there's usually at least somebody watching one of the streams to keep an eye on, like, hey, we're going to match these guys later. What are they doing at the beginning of Solitude? And you know, understanding that, you don't show all your cards early. You want to save your real opening strat for the series that are going to matter a bit more, and that could very well be what Native's doing here.
That's a great point. Think of who the coach is for Native Gaming. Hoaxer, one of the greatest coaches of all time in Halo. He's famous for things like scrimming for intel in that HCS Season 1, remember, with Cloud9. So if any coach was privy enough and heady enough to maybe avoid showing their hand, like you said, with those opening break strats, maybe a reason why the opening break has not gone well for Native Gaming here so far today. But interesting to note and something to keep an eye on as the tournament continues on. But no worries, no worse for the wear are Native Gaming, despite losing some of those opening breaks, as again, they've won all 4 of these games very, very easily. But something to keep an eye on, again, as the tournament progresses.
They also just shut down members of Democracy time and time again throughout that first game. The second game, I think, going to be a lot closer. I mean, the thing about Solitude Strongholds, I think the better team, if they know how to play that map, it's going to be a rough one. But Recharge Slayer could be a different story if Democracy can get some control throughout this game.
Yeah, Solitude, more of a Cyclone type of map. Recharge reminds me of Lockout, not in the sense of the layout, but just in the sense that a strong setup and hold can bode very well for you, whether it's Oddball or Team Slayer, which we'll have here. Game 2, the underdog Democracy looking to tie things up against Native Gaming. It starts here, Recharge, TS.
We've seen Mikwin, literally every member of Native, absolutely pop off with the shock rifle. So if you're on the side of Democracy, you gotta keep it out of their hands as much as possible. Throw it into the water behind the C silo if you absolutely have to. As long as Native doesn't have the shock, that's kind of one of the keys to victory that I think is in front of Democracy here.
Keeping an eye on these opening break results as it, wow, unbelievable. To double up, Democracy does 2-4. It's early, I know, probably freaking out a little bit considering the circumstances, but again, this could be cause for concern. These are 5 games in a row now where the opening break win has gone to Native Gaming's opposition. Keep an eye on that. APG looking to maintain and hold the gold side of the map for now. Native Gaming regain control of the map with the 2 slays on Democracy. A 4-4 game as Collect looks to slide in with the use of the grapple and the shot. Collect at the kit.
This guy's made some electrifying plays with the shock rifle throughout the entire offseason. Can he continue to do so? You want to see this man heat up early if you want Native Gaming to finish in that top 8. I think that Native ceiling is almost exactly the same as Collect ceiling, right? If Collect is playing his best,
Agreed.
which is some of the best Halo in the world, then they can defeat literally anyone. So want to see this guy start hitting some shots early to carry that momentum into the later stages of the tournament.
So goes Collect, so goes Native Gaming. I think that's very fair analysis for this roster, and it's fair in the sense that Collect is absolutely nasty. You expect him to be nasty.
Double kill.
Sometimes, though, Eli, he brings his B-, maybe even B+ game. And when you go up against top 4 teams, that's when B+ is just not enough. So for Collect and the rest of Native Gaming, they're going to need that consistency here. Eli, what are your thoughts?
No, you're exactly right. I mean, and it's no shot at Collect or saying he's inconsistent. It's just that we have seen him hit a gear that not many players have. Like his highest gear is literally one of the highest in the entire game.
It's Renegade levels.
Yeah, when he hits that flow state, he is an absolute demon on the map and must be dealt with. So I think he just needs to find his comfort zone. He needs to slip into that flow state. Shout out to Active. He's going to use that term at least 6 times when he gets on the cast, but he's exactly right. I mean, flow state is an important thing for these Halo pros, and some of them just have higher ceilings than others.
Flow state is just so important for a competitor. It allows you to rely on just pure instinct. You stop using your brain, and that's what it looks like Collect is doing, as he takes the brain of 2. 3 go down in total for Democracy, and Native Gaming have regained again after losing the opening break. This is very intriguing to me. What is it about these opening break starts? And again, Eli, I'd almost say you got to go back to the well with Coach Hoaxer, but are Hoaxer and Native Gaming throwing some dummy strats out here to start? That's got to be our best guess, because there's no way Native Gaming lose 5 in a row opening breaks like this and then look so dominant afterwards. Just a 5-kill lead here for now. 17-13 now, as 2 kills bring Democracy right back to within 1 team wipe. 3 kills is now actually all that separates these 2 squads. So Native Gaming going to have to do a little bit more to earn that mid-game jump that we've previously seen from them.
They're either testing, I think a lot of the times that teams are in these earlier rounds, they are also testing opening strats as well. It's just Hoaxer might see this as an opportunity, like, yeah, we're probably going to win this series, so we can afford to experiment a little bit. Let's see, if we send 2 players to the Needler side and then 1 player into gold, what's going to happen there? And they're just kind of testing some different opening strats perhaps, but
good point.
Even if they are using their primary strats, they're learning from this moment. They're not stupid. They're gonna probably make some adjustments if they need to, and I don't think it's too much cause for concern just yet.
Fuji almost had a little insta-explode there on the sticky, wasn't able to secure it. But Democracy stay within 3 kills. This one's extremely close. Shroud Screen going to be used here for Democracy. And despite going down, does Morgan and Camp. I don't know. Are Democracy going to be able to earn that camo? No. You can see the red squad swarming on it. Native Gaming are going to, at the very least, burn out that camo, if not take it for themselves. This APG on the move, but with 1 HP goes down. McWin down to low shields as well. But with that slay on Morgan in the tower, Native Gaming regain control of it, and this lead up 7.
Democracy definitely playing a lot closer this time. Ambition getting a double kill in the kill feed. That's massive. Almost turns 3, but McWin shuts him down immediately with the shock rifle body shot and a perfectly placed grenade. McWin just kind of controlling this side of the map, not letting any member of Democracy rotate through. He's just ripping heads off left and right, and based on the positioning here, Native knows the opposition is spawning in gold. Barcode's going to watch from the tower, but I expect 2 players to run through long haul into gold, and then another player to go in from the A side so they can have a perfect pinch here and shut down Democracy and continue to steamroll this lead.
Austin looking great with the shock. Hits the body shot here. Player pushes in. That's Ambition 2. Where's Ambition 1? That's my first thought. Barcode on the tower side of the map has a 1v2. Morgan going to utilize that numbers advantage to earn a double kill. 34-26, an 8-kill lead for Native Gaming, as they've done well in the mid game to regain control of the map and this lead. A double kill in the feed for Native Gaming collectively builds on this lead, looking to make it double digits, 36-27 for now, as Morgan looks to stay alive. But Morgan's had a great game. 10 deaths, but he's got the 10 slays, 5 assists. A lot of assists there for Democracy. So despite having a pretty good game, this is impressive here from Native Gaming to have such a wide separation in the lead, now claiming that double-digit lead by 11.
Team nearing ensuring
I
victory.
think it's really been the shock rifle. Like I said, Democracy, if they were going to win this one, had to be the team in control of the shock rifle, but Native gotten at least 10 kills with the shock, and that's about as much as they're up by. Barcode now with the camo. Gonna look to apply pressure to these spawners. Knows based on the timing of the spawn, they must be in the gold side. Sees his teammate coming in. It's always important to look around and check where your teammates are, because it's going to help you find good timing with them. So I like that process from Barcode, just checking to see exactly when APG is going to show up, which is usually the best time to show up with the camo.
Barcode really looking to pick his spot here. Does a good job to stay alive. Could have had that 1v2 disadvantage. Instead, didn't take it, didn't overextend. I think now he's got a shock rifle to work with as well. He does at the top of Bat Ledge. Couple of players spawning in the back of C for Democracy, as Native Gaming need just 6 more kills here. Barcode looking to secure it with that shock, pushing in through on the A side with APG. APG takes the low ground, so too does Barcode potentially. Spots a player out on the stairs. That's Ambition 2. Opening break goes down. APG with a double kill. Avucci stops the bleeding with a slay on McWen, but Native Gaming looking to roll here in game 2 as they roll through the back of blue.
The small W for Democracy is it's not as spectacular. Last game, 250 to 34. Barely getting more than 10% of the scoreline on Native. This one putting up a better fight. Now at 35. Definitely not bad. Make it 36, and it's a little bit of momentum they can carry into the next game, but Native is really looking strong right now, and that's what you want to see if you're a Native fan, because they're going to have to play like this. If they win this, they will be facing off against Complexity next, which is going to be by far their biggest competition.
A great potential matchup there. And it feels like two teams going in opposite directions. Now you get a chance to right the ship this week if you're Native Gaming, and for Complexity, an opportunity to continue off of that, I wouldn't say miraculous upset over FaZe, but pretty strong reverse sweep, no less, against FaZe. I don't know where exactly we rank that in terms of upsets. Complexity, a great team in their own right. But Native Gaming needing these wins, needing to 3-0 sweep here on Democracy. They're doing just that. 250 to 34. Easy win on Solitude. A little bit more difficult there on Recharge game 2, but it always bodes well sometimes for an underdog squad like Democracy as we set our sights on Forbidden CTF for game 3.
Really interested to see this Forbidden game. I mean, a lot of these pro teams have been practicing scrimming this new map, finally getting comfortable on it, despite GAing it quite a bit in the off-season tournaments. But I think this actually does kind of open the door for a better fight put up by Democracy, just because they're guaranteed to have a sniper spawning on their side, which means they're more likely to get control of it. Now, if Native can steal their sniper, that is when it all should fall apart. So I'm looking to see Democracy maybe give that sniper to Ambition, the mouse and keyboard player. I've seen him hit some disgusting snipes, but every member of that squad is talented. They might elect to give the sniper to someone else. We'll have to see.
All right, and it looks like we may have lost a player from the lobby, so we're going to play a game of Who's That Halo Pro? With Eli the Ninja. Going to be probably guessing right, I imagine, every single time. So, production team throwing something at us here. Oddly enough, what is this outline, Eli? Clearly a weapon being racked over the shoulder. Are those shoulder pads?
Is this Electabuzz? Are you sure this isn't Who's That Pokemon? Like, what am I looking at?
Pokemon?
It's like, I don't know what's going on in this photo. The blur's got me all thrown off. I mean, this is not even a human, man. I feel like it's going to show up and it's going to be like a desk and like a lamp. It's not even a person. I don't even know what I'm looking at.
Oh man, and they just improved the graphic fidelity, and I don't know if I had any better of a guess. I assume that's an assault rifle. Okay, let's play what's that weapon? I don't know. I cannot guess who the Halo Pro is, because I have no idea. I cannot sense their style or what they usually wear. All I can really tell is what that weapon might be. Chat, you guys gonna need better answers. I see a lot of John Halo.
Yeah,
yeah.
It could actually be Master Chief. I'm starting to see it now. He's got
yeah.
He's got the assault rifle over the shoulder. I mean, I don't know.
Eli, throw one Halo Pro's name out there, because we know it's at least it is a Halo Pro. I just got confirmation it's not Master Chief. Give me one guess.
I'm gonna say Talik.
Okay, Talik. I'm gonna go with. God, this is difficult. Give me. There's no names. Eco. I'll throw Eco out there. Louis, who is it?
No. I totally forgot about that freaking. That's from a newspaper article
you,
like
bro.
15 years ago. Who found this? Yo, I knew Tools was searching through the history books to like find stuff on me. He asked me the other day, what was that old site that you guys used to go on? And he found the freaking newspaper article. Oh my God.
Wow, the ultimate reversal perfect there from the LVT production team. I'm wondering, I was a little confused. I'm like, why do they want us to do Who's That Halo Pro? But I'm one to always say yes when I'm on the broadcast, so sure, why not? And what a troll pick there from LVT. It was you, Eli. And what was that outfit you were wearing? Was that edited, or what the hell was that, dude? What year was that? What editing program is? I have questions.
So the local newspaper hit me up because they heard about my pro gaming career, and at the time that was like unheard of, right? It was 2008, I think. Halo 3 had just come out, and I didn't even drive at the time. I was like 17 years old, and they picked me up and drove me like 45 minutes to the studio to take pictures of me, and then they edited the Master Chief onto me. So I was wearing my Gumby t-shirt. Like, they just literally scooped me from my house. Like, you can see I'm wearing a freaking, it said Gumby buck naked since 1969 or something on the shirt. But man, yeah, little throwbacks of my 15 minutes of fame in the Virginian pilot.
Well, I've not had tears ever casting Halo before until now. I've never laughed that hard while casting Halo. As we kick off our game 3, Eli the Ninja, guys. That Pokemon is, wow, what a great pick and what a great start here again for Democracy. An early flagpole for them, but Barcode and Native Gaming, the rest of the squad, seem to have the defense lined up.
Snipe.
Wow, great stuff here. Early going for Democracy. Honestly, they got 3 dead. Collect kind of playing defense now with the sniper rifle. Saw Mikwin got a kill in the feed. Collect playing so sneaky right here. Finds a target and throws the sniper off because he knew Ambition was lurking there. So Democracy looking stronger than they have the entire series so far.
Yeah, this is 6 in a row now. 6 opening break wins against Native Gaming. Granted, Democracy haven't done enough with it to get a score or even a dangerous flag run. But for now, they do have that mid-map advantage. You can see 2, potentially even 3 filling in. And Collect doesn't like the numbers he sees. He dips because of it. Morgan with the snipe pressing into the Native Gaming base. They're set up for a pull.
This is the exact conditions that look good for a flag run, but the problem is there's no member of Democracy in position to actually pull it. They've got every other piece of the puzzle for a flag run, but with nobody able to actually go in and grab it, it's going to be all for naught. And now Native have a chance to play out of their spawn and shut them down before they can even pull a flag.
Morgan really setting up his positioning here on this pillar. No more snipe to work with, so it's going to be those long-range DMR shots coming through for him with a crucial overshield up in 5 seconds. There's been a lot of fighting in the mid-map. This could be the win condition for either of these squads as Morgan goes 1v1 with APG for it. APG wins it, though, with a little help from Collect. And now Native Gaming should have a potential Ovi, but they got to worry about the flag run. Instead, Democracy steals the overshield. It's Camp with it, and now they're looking to roll. That flag's in a really tough spot. I think maybe even Eli might have dropped off of the staircase. Yeah. And if not for that, Democracy could have walked in with overshield and continued that flag run. Fortunate for Native Gaming that they're not potentially down 1-0 to start the CTF.
And that feels like a big loss for Democracy, just a lost opportunity. If that flag was in a much less awkward spot, they could have potentially got it all the way to their base. That was such a good overshield grab, but it's really back to square one for both of these teams. We've seen a lot of kills trade out, but now Native have 2 dead. Collect's got his eyes on a 3rd member, and Camp really the only player in position to stop this flag run.
After a shaky start for Native, they have regained a little bit here, but still need a couple more slays, it looks like, to push that flag out a little bit further. Camp looks to go for the reset, but he's going to go down. That's bait. New snipers up. Fresh sniper for McWen. Could use this here to potentially spur a 1-0 lead. Democracy go 3 down now. Wow, what a patient run here for Native Gaming, and the patience is going to pay off. As they should go up 1-0. They will, I believe, as McWin could potentially put more pressure on this Democracy base with the snipes, as Native Gaming do, in fact, secure it 1-0.
Say he could put some more pressure, but he's been facing heavy pressure. He was one shot that entire time with the sniper, so great job by Democracy to shut that down. That could have got ugly fast if they let Mikwin cook, but he's been denied access to the kitchen, and we'll have to go back to the respawn screen of Uchi now with the sniper. And I see a lot of kills in favor of Democracy, but once again, there's nobody in position to pull the flag. Like, yeah, you got that cool snipe spawn, Morgan, but who's gonna grab the flag?
This is deja vu for me. I thought the same exact thing, Eli, when Morgan previously had the sniper set up like he's sitting on a throne in Native Gaming's base. I'm wondering, where's the rest of the blue team to filter on in and swarm past him and run in to grab flag? He had the setup, and it looks like they do again. There's just nobody there to pull it. Camp goes in to try, but he goes down. So too does Avuchi. The defensive effort is strong for Native Gaming as Democracy go 4 down.
All right, guys, look, I know this map is new, but here's a lesson for you guys for free, okay? If you get a couple dead, you got to pull the flag to win the CTF, all right? That's just a fact of the matter. There's really not that much space that you have to run to get the flag into an unkillable position. You just got to literally run it, I don't know, 50 meters to the tunnel on the other side. Here we go. Mikwin's going to show you how it's done. They got a couple dead. They got 1 dead, and they pulled the flag. You don't have to get perfect 4 dead to run the flag.
I'm used to catching strays from you, Eli, not bait, brother. You had me leaning in, all the way focused. Oh, 3 tips from Eli the Ninja. Free overkill for Buck. Oh, caster cursed. Got a little too excited, I feel like. As 3 will go down for Democracy. Morgan, despite staying alive, not able to stop that flag run for now, at least. Barcode with the triple seems to have spurred Native Gaming to a 2-0 lead. Morgan, the last line of defense, but there is too much pressure via those chase grenades. And 2 Spartans in the form of Native Gaming. They should be able to regain this, but they left to take down Morgan. Barco, the only player alive. This seems like a little bit of an error, unforced, and Democracy could countercap here and tie it. No, Native Gaming instead are gonna get that 2-0 lead, but my goodness, did things look a little bit more squirrely than they needed to.
You know why they didn't return the flag? They didn't move forward. You got to move forward on the map, pull the flag. I don't know what's going on with Democracy. They seemingly are getting themselves in position to run flags, but nobody on the team has been willing to actually move forward and pull the flag. And it's been the reason that, I mean, I've seen 3 clear opportunities for them to cap the flag, but nobody's even pulled the flag.
Frustrating, because that's at least 2-3 times Democracy seems to have had a good setup, seems to have had the overshield. They do again. But it's the defensive effort from Collect. But no, that's going to be that push potentially from Camp. Now with 4 shots in his snipe, sets his sight onto McWin. But he goes down via grenade from Morgan. And again, Democracy with a good-looking push. But the 2 players on the mid-map go down. That's going to leave Morgan and Camp all alone in Native Gaming space.
It seems like they're just looking for the quote-unquote perfect time to pull it. They say, like, okay, there's 2 guys in our base. There's 2 that are coming off spawn. Let's kill the spawners first and then run it. But the fact of the matter is you got to pull the flag and then kill the spawners, because if you just keep getting in the cycle, you'll never get out of it. Camp finally deciding to sit in the back of the base, but the members of Native definitely doing a great job to apply pressure in Democracy's base, so they haven't felt comfortable to advance on the map. But at some point, I mean, there's only 5 minutes on the clock. You got to pull some flags with Camp. It's going to hit a nice no-scope, but what's the point? It's not going to convert into a flag run, so kind of just fluff kills right now.
Yeah, a lot of fool's gold on the side of Democracy. As they've had some moments in the match. They have another pull, but it's not even one that gets you a little nervous if you're a Native Gaming fan. Barcode does go down. Camp looking to retain mid-map control. Oh, Avuchi has a nice position here to take down Collect and McWen, but oh my god, Collect, I think, turns. Or was that APG for the triple? APG with the help triple there. Yes, in fact, helps secure things again for Native Gaming. Just as Democracy was starting to roll, Native Gaming reset the map and now have OS in their sights.
Ambition doesn't want to be here. Not a great position to be on this map. Gonna put some grenades down and try to watch the overshield to stop Native from getting it, but I don't think it's gonna be enough. Almost all members of Democracy fall. Barcode's gonna grab the overshield. He's gonna push in, and this guy's not gonna miss an opportunity to pull this flag here if they can get a couple slays off of the spawn here.
Barcode does a good job to retain at least half or so of that overshield, but it's quickly draining away. Barcode with the emphasis. And now, excuse me, the shields and the shots taken is not gonna push up. Also with this 2-0 lead, this is the opportunity you afford yourself. You don't have to chase that opportunity. If you're Barcode, instead he's going to wait for his teammates and wait for Collect as Barcode on the other side gets the double. Collect combines for a team triple. And now looking to potentially throw this flag up. Seeing, we said opening strats being hidden by Native Gaming, but they're not hiding that one. That's a new toss that we've seen, a la mid-ship from 05. Love to see that.
Yeah, that's always a cool play to use your teammates' catch, because you can't just throw the flag up to that platform. There has to be someone there to catch it. So love to see that teamwork put into action for one of the fastest flag runs we've ever seen on that map.
Oh, look at this. The LVT red zone. We got the quad box going for you guys, making sure you don't miss a second of Halo action. OpTic Gaming in your top right. It looks like Sentinels bottom right. Oh, evolving against Sentinels, though. Earns a triple kill with a nice use of the shock rifle. Swinging our eyes down to the bottom left corner. Looks like FaZe waiting for their next opponent. And in the top left, like we just saw, Native Gaming 3-0 sweep over Democracy. Again, W Prod in chat. What a massive effort and undertaking this has been. We get to see it behind the scenes, Eli. And I want to make the audience aware of it, because this is an incredible effort and energy being taken to make sure we don't miss any of the action. We got 4 observers working this weekend. As you can see, we're putting it to good use with the quad box.
Love to see it, man. There's so much amazing Halo action happening. We want to make sure you miss none of it. Every single match so competitive. That's why we have so many observers to catch the action. But let's go ahead and throw it back to the desk, see what they had to say about that last series.
Native Gaming might have gotten that 3-0, but they're going to go up against Complexity now, Tools. Native versus Complexity is our next match.
This is going to be probably the first, real competitive matchup we're going to see from pro teams in the tournament. It's going to be a very tough matchup for Native, but these are the games that you have to get past, right? They're really looking for a top 8 finish here, because it's not guaranteed for them to qualify to pools if they don't finish top 8. There's a lot of teams with similar point totals with them. If they leave the bracket a little bit too early, it could have devastating effects where they have to go play through the open bracket.
So they definitely have a tough road up ahead. And I wanted to ask you, how do you feel like Barcode is fitting in Native from what we've seen so far in the open?
I think right now Barcode is exactly the player that Native Gaming needs. Obviously, like, we've seen some great performances with Native when they were playing with Monster, but Barcode's going to be that player that I think you can add into a roster right before you go to a tournament, and it's not going to mess up with the vibes at all, right? It's going to be just great action right away. He's going to make sure that he's right there with you, and I love that we have this little 4-box, man. It is so cool to see the 4-box, to see all these observers coming in and helping out, but we got some good matches right here. Sentinels going to be going up against Evolving Minds, Looney, and Demons.
So what do you know about Evolving Minds? It feels like you got some insight on this side.
Evolving Minds, Looney, and Demons. These are just 4 really talented kids in matchmaking, right? I like to call them the matchmaking kids, right? You see them around, like, they are going to be hard to play against. If this was like a 2s tournament, like, all these players would be going really far in that tournament, right? They just have that innate Halo skill. The question is, can they get it up to speed in 4s, right? We saw Evolving and Demons team with each other for quite a bit of time in Season 1 when they were teaming with Persecute and Pyretic. They just never quite were able to get those placings that they wanted. Minds teamed with King J in year 1, and then we've seen Looney just making a name for himself a little bit more recently in this last season of HCS. So a lot of talent, right? But not a lot of success in the post tournament scene, right? They need to have one of those high placings at a LAN tournament. Once they have that, right, it'll kind of solidify their ground that they're standing on. But that just hasn't quite happened, and that can happen for many reasons for any team.
Well, they're going up against, is it the 3rd seed Tool Sentinels? This event? Mm-hmm.
I believe they're 4th seed, but
4th seed.
They're just incredible. I do think this is my, like, everyone's been talking about SSG, OpTic, FaZe. I think Sentinels is right there in that conversation about winning a major this year. This team's very good. I'll stand on my podium and say Falcated is the most underrated player in the HCS. Do not think people talk about his skill enough. You combine that with, I believe, 2 of the best just team players in the game with Lethal and Boo Boo Doo and Spartan becoming quickly one of the, I'd say like a top 5 Slayer in the game as he gets that triple kill, right? Like this is a team that is built to have legs and to really shake up the foundation of every other team in the top contention. What's funny about that is, right, they're built to shake it up, but the one thing they didn't do over the offseason, Aliek, is shake it up. This is one of the 2 teams that didn't make a team change over the offseason.
So what do you think Sentinels needs to do to then, you know, make it to first place? Because we've seen them get 4th, we've seen them get 2nd. What can they do to break through to finally get their win this year?
It's all going to be about Spartan just stepping up to the moment, right? And you know, I don't want to like say it's all on one player, but to me it's like Spartan needs to be that guy, right? There's so often where you see players like Frosty, players like Renegade, Lucid, Formal just take over the game at the biggest moments when the lights are brightest. Spartan, I think he absolutely has the capabilities of doing that as well. He just needs to show it, right? And he's had a lot of second place finishes in his career going to these major events, a lot of top 3s, just hasn't quite been able to hold that big trophy on that major Lancet. The major that he did win was that 2019, or I guess it was actually 2020 at this point, but DreamHack Anaheim Halo Reach on PC tournament, right? He was able to win that with the core roster that you're seeing here. Fallicated and Boo Boo Doo Boo was on his team. Joined with him was Ace, right? You put Lethal in for Ace. That's basically that same roster. I do think that they can see that success once again. Just needs some time in the lab.
I remember we were talking about last week about the Spartan being one of those sandbox players that just knows the entire game. He has so many hours. I think it was like 30,000. Do you have the number right? 30,000 hours on the game?
He probably has something. I don't know if it's 30,000 hours.
Maybe I'm making it.
I think he has like 30,000 games on the game.
That sounds like a lot. 30,000 hours.
Yeah, I was like 30. I don't know if there's like 30,000 hours in a year. Like how many hours?
I know it was an insane number. I know I remember seeing it. And I was like, that's insane. That is incredible.
Yeah, I think Spartan might have the most games played out of anyone on Halo. He's just a grinder, and like when people go into off season, like he's there putting in 8 to 12 hours. That day he just doesn't take breaks, and like you could tell, I think that's largely due to the fact that like he hasn't had that major championship win in Halo Infinite yet. Like he knows that that a lot of these players have rosters that are built to win championships and that have been there, done it before, and he knows that he has to work twice, maybe even 3 times as hard as these other teams. He has to be in every game scenario to get to that same level, which is why I think like when you watch Spartan's gameplay, you see that like his bag is a lot deeper than other players' bag. If I was gonna think of like NBA basketball, I'd compare him to like a Kyrie Irving, right? Like he can go down the court, hit you with any sort of move. His bag's really deep. He's gonna pick up anything on the map, any sort of sandbox to help him. He knows every situation, and it's all about, you know, pulling out whatever's best in that situation. But he hasn't quite had that success in the postseason that he would like to see thus far. I do think that it's due, right? And when he's joined with players like Fallicated, like Boo Boo Doo Boo, like that's when we start to think that it can become more of a reality.
Well, I think this year is going to be maybe an unpredictable one. We have so much talent coming up, and it's going to be maybe one of the best Halo we have seen ever. And hopefully Sentinels, even though it's a team that we do talk about, but it's not the one that it's on top of people's minds as often, considering all the other teams that are top 3. I feel like Sentinels, this could be a year where they can be like, hey, we're here and we're going to take it. We're going to get that world championship. And hopefully it does happen for Spartan, considering he's such a passionate player and he has so much love and experience in this game. Also, Fallicated, you said did you say that he was one of the best players? You just had a comment about him just a moment ago.
I think he's the most underrated player.
Underrated.
Yeah, I just think when people talk about their top 5s or top 10s, like he rarely ever enters in that mainstream sort of conversation, but the talent's there, right? And I think when you ask pro players, like, he's up there with everyone else, but when you ask the fans, right, they don't quite see that sort of same talent. And I think it's a shame, and I hope that he's able to come out and show everyone what he's capable of, because he's capable of great things. I mean, just look at this game alone, 23-13 thus far in this game. He's been controlling the slaves for his team. And this should be a game that Sentinels takes down easily, but Exceed, there's a lot of individual talent, right? Look at Evolving. He's going blow for blow with him right now. There's a lot of individual talent here. It's going to be about the teamwork that pushes them through. But talk about Evolving right now. Look at this kid, 23-12, going up against Sentinels, getting that ball time for his team, trying to keep this one competitive in the oddball. Fantastic work from Exceed right now, but the biggest question for them is getting it across the finish line. It's going to be so hard against teams like Sentinels that are just going to have very coordinated pushes at all points in time.
Well, the score is not just tied, but they just went a few seconds over it. Exceed, maybe potentially getting this first round of oddball. They're going to have to take it if they definitely want to have a chance against Sentinels.
Yes, this is you can't let opportunities slip by when you're playing against top teams. For Exceed, if you have a chance to take an oddball round and you don't get that oddball round, like, you might as well kiss the series goodbye. It's going to be a series that if you're gonna win, it's going to 5 games, and it's going to be on a razor thin margin just because of how good the opponents that you're playing are. It's very rare that you see upsets of this magnitude, but it's not impossible. We've seen it happen before, and honestly, Sentinels is a team that oftentimes has these lapses in gameplay where where they're the better team, but oftentimes lower ranked teams in the seed will come up and find a way to win games, and this is how you do it, right? 3 go down, Minsk is able to get right on top of that ball, and Demons will be able to get this camouflage and maybe come out unscathed. Chase down. Oh, I think Demons just wasn't quite sure where the spawn was, right? A and C was open. He didn't want to commit to one side or the other, got stuck in the middle, and, well, just caught in time. That's going to be a big win for Sentinels, because now they have a chance to fight for this ball. If they can get a couple of slays out, they can get this away from Exceed and try to spawn them as far away from this ball as possible. I love this rotation. You have spawners coming over at C. You're going to be able to curve, you're going to be able to chain slide your way all the way back to C. This is a strong position for Sentinels. Exceed's going to have to win their slays right away.
They're gonna have to win it if they don't want to. Yeah, that's exactly it.
They broke the setup right away. That's insane. They're gonna win this round. I don't think Sentinels even has time off spawn. They're gonna sprint in, and I don't think they have a chance, Aliak.
Well, you know who has a chance to cast their next game? Elon Makowski.
All right, Eli, Sentinels going up against upstart Exceed squad, going down 0-1 to start off this marathon game 1 oddball. We saw in the quad box Evolving with the triple kill, and I take a look at his kill death ratio. It's doubly as well, 36-17. He's got 50 seconds of oddball time as well. Sparty, though, answering back with a double kill of his own as he helps reset things for Sentinels, and I think that's what I'm expecting from this potential MVP in Season 3. Sparty making an important opening break win slay, a double there actually, to earn Sentinels their first set of time here.
Love to see that. So they won the opening break so significantly that Falcated knew he could hold on to the camo a little bit longer. That means he's going to get extra value. No sense in proccing the camo immediately if all 4 members of the other team are dead. There's nobody that's going to be available for you to kill. So love to see that, just absolutely maximizing the value of the items in the sandbox. But somehow, as I say that, Exceed are the ones that escape with the oddball on the C side. You have to think that there was some kind of unforced error on the side of Sentinels. They're able to hold the ball for 18 seconds, but Exceed quickly getting control. They do force the reset. Falcated going to try to continue to roll here with his shock rifle.
Falcated with a nice spree. Stays alive too. Looked like an insta-explode potential on the back of Turbine there, but he stays alive with 1 HP and now continues to push on through. The mid-bridge has Looney escaping into the gold Dorito. He's going to make it out alive. Falcated instead sets his sights on the opposition at the bottom elevator. 1v1 for the win. No, Demon takes him down instead. And Falcated hands over the shock rifle, no less. Just a 9-kill lead here to open things up for Sentinels, despite that nice opening break win for them.
Demon gonna have to put this to work, and he does. Gets the nice headshot on Lethal. Also spots the camo flare. That was Boo Boo Doo, I believe. No, sorry, Sparty. He gets taken down, and that's a huge double kill right now. That means that they should be able to get this ball into safety and actually come back here. They're also predicting the spawns of Sentinels. Mine's getting a great kill on Lethal as soon as he came back to life, and the Succeed roster looking quite strong so far.
And then the pre-show we talked about between Ali and Tools. Upsets. This would be the first one of the day, assuredly, as Exceed a good roster, sure, but man, this is no Sentinels, a top 4 team throughout the most of the last calendar year. Now Sentinels, though, refinding their form as they have a considerable lead, up triple on Exceed's 12 seconds now as they continue to roll with it. The back of gold pushes on, though. Exceed, instant noob combo execution from Falcated, takes him down, takes down all 4. As this is going to give Sentinels at least the next 10 seconds of ball time, if not, maybe 20.
Honestly, been a very impressive showing from Exceed to even take 1 round off Sentinels in this game type, which I would consider to be one of their best game types overall. Very impressive stuff, but now we're seeing why it's one of Sentinel's best game types. They are so efficient at rotating the ball, predicting spawns, shooting the spawners to keep that ball guy safe, and they seemingly can create a setup anywhere. You know, like we're used to seeing a setup across A and gold, watching each other's crosses. We've also seen a lot of setups around that C side. Sentinel's able to just take the ball into the tower, hold it there momentarily. They do get shut down. Now it's Exceed with the ball, but can they find the same success that Sentinels has had in their setups?
Exceed are able to cut this lead in half, but still with a little bit of meat left on the bone if they want to fully come back in this one, is sensing the pressure from Sparty McFly. Resets the oddball back to the starting point. Sparty now pushing up. A Moot Shroud screen. Not going to have any impact on the map. Instead, Sparty looking to push through. G-slides his way towards the middle of the map. Oddball still at the reset, but Exceed have the numbers edge for now until Lethal finds the slay, finds the cleanup, and with the use of that grapple, going to find some more oddball time here for Sentinels.
So important to hold onto that grapple. The ball in such a precarious spot to jump down and grab, but using the grapple, you can just pick it up a lot more safely. Lethal doing exactly that. Boo Boo finding some slays on the other side of the map. Looney seemingly the only player left on the side of Exceed that could stop this rotation, and he does. At least kills the oddball to slow him down, and with the little jiggle, he's dancing. He's on the dance floor down here, and at a perfect time for Mines to show up and finish the play.
This would have been a full setup for Sentinels at the back of blue, if not for that really cheeky play there on the pillars. Mines now with the nade shot, takes down Sparty. As 2 go down in total for Sentinels, 1 for Exceed. So they do again have a numbers advantage. Fully now, 3 go down for Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo Boo, the only player alive here in the tower. This should make for a tough situation, but through the blind fire, doesn't need to see his opponent to take him down. But that's not enough to stop Exceed from taking that ball to the back of blue, and I thought a reset might come through. They're going to milk a couple more seconds, a couple more slays as well. As a couple members for Sentinels go down, finally Falcated gets through to the back of C, but that oddball reset was timed perfectly as Exceed cut this lead in half, 70-36.
An impressive hold, but it's not as long as they needed it. Sentinels get control right here. It seems like Exceed only has one last push to stop this train, and they get a couple slays. That's a great start to the effort. Boo Boo, though, with the shock rifle, gonna try to shut these players down on their way to the pipes. He can't, though, evolving with the G-slide. The aggression paying off for Exceed in spades, but Sentinels able to throw the ball to mid-map, so they're not going to be able to grab it for free.
Very aggressive pace of play here from Exceed, and I kind of like that in a mini, again, another, feels like a little David versus Goliath. Not so much, though. These are a much higher competition. Exceed is a team of 4 that routinely gets towards the end of that open bracket on LAN or so. They're causing some chaos here for Sentinels. Sentinels are able to regain, it looks like, in round number 2 to regain the lead in this game 1. We joined in progress with Sentinels already taking 1, Exceed tying things up, but Sentinels up double still on Exceed. Look prime. Just 11 seconds left to take a game 1-0 lead. But 2 go down on each side, and Exceed's going to milk away with the time.
Sentinels trying to slow it down. Boo Boo dying here is not great, but he did some great damage before going down. Sparty with the double kill. Going to try to grab this oddball. Sees his teammates are playing in front of him, decides it's a little bit safe to grab it. They really just need these last few seconds. Can't Exceed stop it.
Sparty with a nice pillar play of his own. Stays alive just enough longer. And there it is. Mines coming through again. Mines with a triple now. Takes down Lethal. And with Demon holding on to that oddball, they're going to have one final hold. They're going to have to stop at least 2 pushes, though, from Sentinels if they want to tie up this lead, or this match at 95. A little deep in it are Sentinels. They look to finish off the fight. Have 2 members down, though. Looney takes down a third, and they have this lockdown setup. They did stop 1 of 2 pushes from Sentinels, and if Sentinels doesn't get through here on this next one, this could get dangerous.
So massive that they shut down Evolving on the other side of the map, though. He was going to play spoiler and shoot them in the back during this push, but Sentinels, so smart. They take him down first. They can more safely push, and that's how they close out the round.
All right. Sentinels stumble a little bit there in round 2 to give a win to Exceed, but they'll take the game 1 victory nonetheless and the lead in this series 1-0. You guys are tuned in to LVT Halo. We are in 4 different series. You guys are not going to miss any of the action, so don't be surprised if we go back and forth a little bit here. Keeping eyes and tabs on all the Halo action. Our next main matchup, though, will be Native Gaming versus Complexity.
Yeah, honestly, impressive stuff out of Exceed. This roster probably formed very recently, coming together and trying to make some waves here. Whoever they face in the lower bracket should be on notice because these guys are looking very strong against Sentinels. I think Sentinels should be able to close out this series, but that was a great showing in the first round. We've got so much action on your screen. So we see the lower left quadrant here. We've got FaZe versus Kratos' squad. That's probably crowd pleasers, which features Swish. So that answers my question. I wasn't sure where Swish ended up after a little bit of last minute roster mania, but so far FaZe in the lead. They've got 1 round under their belt and looking to make it 2.
Renegade escaping to the back of blue with that oddball and the lead, up 55 and rolling to 18. Here for the team in blue, Kratos and Swish teaming up after Swish had previously been on that business roster for a considerable amount of the offseason. As Renegade senses the press from this crowd pleasers roster, resets the oddball back to the point with a considerable lead, 63-20, but it looks like crowd pleasers are going to win the reset.
Here against FaZe, though, you've got to be worried about players launching themselves in. Look at that, Frosty just coming out of nowhere and just plays distraction, throws a grenade. That's enough of an opening for the other members of FaZe to just immediately shut that down. We're saying, oh yeah, crowd pleasers with an early ball setup, and in comes Frosty literally launching himself across the map to stop it. And those are the kind of plays that we're used to seeing from FaZe. Love to see that.
Well, it looks like FaZe are in pretty considerable control, so we're going to switch gears here. Sentinels versus Exceed for a game 2. That was previously extremely mixy in game 1. Mixy off the start here in game 2 as well as Exceed win the opening break by a count of 2-5. And Mines might just have the shock as well, but no, Lethal with a nice find. Huge slay it feels like in the early goings. Massive no-scope reversal across the map on the cafe spawns, and Sentinels are right back.
Wow. It's an all-out war for the shock rifle. Who's going to ultimately come out on top? So far, it's Looney now, the latest holder of the shock rifle, but finally, several go down for Exceed. You have to imagine Sparty's going to try to go grab that shock. Keep in mind, it does despawn after just 9 seconds if nobody picks it up. Okay, Boo Boo, the one that did grab it. And he's still got some ammo to work with, but it looks like Exceed know that he's here.
One final clip to work with. 4 final shots for Boo Boo Doo and a 4-kill lead for Sentinels. Boo Boo in final form, you can imagine, hits all 4 of these shots as he sets his sights at the top of Snipes. Now top mid, almost as if he has camo. He gets spotted out pretty quick there by Evolving. Boo Boo able to get a little bit of intel, but those early shots gonna follow through for Evolving as Exceed take down 3. And Sentinels off their back foot. Lethal, last player alive, just gonna hope that the rest of Sentinels spawn with them. 12-11. Sentinels with a 1-kill lead.
Also had a couple shots left in that shock rifle. The player does find it. Looney gets a kill on Lethal. Looks like it's a 2-for-2 trade. Sorry, 3-for-2 now. And Sentinel's not really in the right part of the map. They don't feel comfortable here. They probably want to extend into the cafe side. Stop Exceed from spreading out from their spawn point. Exceed have done a great job to keep this close. They're fighting for map space efficiently. Sentinels, though, if they can get control of this camo, could swing things back in their favor.
Now we know Sentinels and the likes of Boo Boo Doo love them some camo control. Sparty for now, though, vying for it. And wow, look at that. Uses the pixel there to grab the camo. Just barely edging out enough to where he can grab the camo, but stay safe from the shots of Demon. And he returns right back to finish what he started. Demon goes down. Sentinels and Sparty continue on with this camo.
It's a great highlight of the efficiency of Sparty's movement, not extending any further or for any longer than he has to. For that, he's awarded with the camo with barely a sliver of HP, but those tiny margins make such a big difference in these games. Able to be a force on the map. The camo does expire, but now he's got another equipment in his pocket. He's got the thruster. He's going to try to use it to win this 1v1 and get this shock rifle.
23-17. This was previously a 1-kill game. Now extended out to 2 possessions as Demon looks to reset the map with the use of that shock. A 7-kill lead now for Sentinels as they're starting to roll a little bit. Could do so more if they take down Demon, but he earns the no-scope on Falcated. Can Looney stay alive and maintain control of the C tower? No. Sentinels take it back instead. Sparty does trade out, though, evolving with a nice play off the back of A. And I'm not sure if the shock through the first 4 minutes of the game, it's been so hard to control, hasn't made much of an impact like we're used to seeing. And I think another shock might just reset, if not for being picked up at the back of A.
I think that shock rifle may have despawned. I think it was last seen at the poster side here, but no player was near it for quite some time. Keep in mind, it is proximity based. If the weapon despawns, there has to be no players around it. If players are close enough, it will not despawn. But we haven't seen it in quite some time, so I think it's off the map. We do have camo coming up, though, and I think both teams to get control of it.
32-27, still that 5-kill lead for Sentinels as they're holding on to it strong. Not letting Mines get within one team wipe, one fell swoop to make them feel like they're in this match. Potential to regain the lead as Sentinels continue to hold on to that 5-kill lead. Lethal pushing through on the driveway side, now bottom mid. Has players to the left and right split 2v2. The attention gonna split Lethal and take him down. As 2 go down for Sentinels. Falcated looking to fill the bottom mid location of the map. Mines take down Boo Boo Doo, and numbers are gonna roll here for Exceed. They're within 4 now. 1 team wipe. Bring him right back.
The Lethal stay alive. Does get a kill before trading out. So massive, those moments where you're dead to rights, but find a way to trade a kill before dying. Makes all the difference, makes the fight a lot easier for your teammates to win it afterwards. Those trades coming out on top is a big part of the reason Sentinels maintains this lead, and looks like they know where Exceed are spawning and looking to apply pressure, but Evolving and Demon finding kills of their own. They're going to be able to fight for more space. And if they win this fight, they could just tie it up just like that. Oh my God.
Just like that, we got a critical end game scenario. Sentinels with a 1-0 lead, but Exceed might just tie it with the comeback. They now have the lead. They have the first step into the 40 mark. However, only up 1, 2 down for Sentinels, though. That's going to give Exceed a little bit of map control to move around freely with. Falcated with an opening break slay on Evolving. That's massive, and it brings Sentinels right back, tied 40 all. And if Sentinels doesn't push up off this damage, we might just have a stalemate.
Positioning from Sentinels not great. That's why we see them backing up. They need more high ground positioning. Looney at the highest point of the map. Last player alive on this side, and it's a great push from Sentinels. They somehow get 3 dead without trading a single kill. Getting a 3-kill lead into the 40s is massive. Make it 4 as Lethal kills 1. And not only that, they know where they're spawning. So they look to continue to aggress here with the advantage. Sparty gonna swoop in like a hawk, shut down these players, finally gets stuck, but as that trade goes out, they only need 4 to close out the game.
This is where you expect the experience from Sentinels. You expect the ice from the better squad. Sentinels, despite going down into the 40s, now retain that 1 team wipe lead. A chaotic sequence at the back of A as bodies drop for both squads. More bodies dropping for Exceed than Sentinels, though, as they're just 1 kill away from securing it. And they do. Sentinels looked a little shaky there, as it did in game 1 as well, but you got to give them credit. They got the ice. They got the 2-0 lead, and they're looking prime for a 3-0 sweep over Exceed.
Very impressive stuff. That was tied 40-40, but they end up winning by 6. I think it was actually 50-44 at the very end there. So great stuff to Sentinels, just playing through their process. making sure they control the map, not rushing anything. Like I said, there was a moment where if Sentinels continued to push, they would have almost certainly died, but they called off the push. They said our positioning is not good, so they backed up and chose to push in from better, higher ground, and for that we're awarded with a 4-0 sequence where they got 4 kills without dying at all, and that just shows their experience and veteranship on this squad. They're just it's so important that if someone makes a call to push, but then you recognize that the conditions are not good to win that push, to be able to call it off and to pivot and completely change the game plan. And that's exactly what we saw from Sentinels at the end there.
Yeah, I'm liking the poise from Sentinels here, going down to an underdog squad, looking a little shaky, but you can almost sense in the comms, Eli, someone on Sentinels, maybe Sparty, is like, all right guys, come on, we know we're better than this squad, let's show it. And that's what we saw in the end game. Saw Exceed take a lead into the 40. Surprisingly enough, it was a 5-kill lead throughout the entirety of the match, and then Sentinels did a great job to take it right back, finishing that game by about 5 or 6. 50-44 was the final score. As we get started here, Live Fire Strongholds, Game 3.
Metagenics gets to the root of whole body health.
Someone needs to pay for their YouTube premium because we got some ads showing up, but regardless, I was going to say, I mean, this Live Fire Strongholds, these guys are playing so fast on the side of Evolving and Minds. This squad is playing super fast that this is actually a solid game type for them to create an upset, because if they can start steamrolling and predicting spawns, as we know they're capable of, they can absolutely make the game a lot more difficult for Sentinels.
All right, and it looks like we just got word, Complexity versus Native Gaming. The lobby is starting to populate. We will make sure you guys don't miss the start of that featured series of the day, as Sentinels here up 2-0 over Exceed in a winners round 4. That would catapult them to the winners quarterfinals, Eli, and if they win that, they're secured, right? That would, a win in the winner quarter would give you a top 6 guarantee, so we're getting pretty close, moments away from potentially securing some spots for HCS Arlington.
Pressure is absolutely mounting. You cannot stutter. Like, there's so much potential for upsets at this stage of the tournament because all the teams that are left are so talented. They're all so good. They know how to play the game. And right now it's Exceed that has the lead. They do go 3 dead though, so Sentinels are going to look to trade the scoring possession into their favor. But if they're going to hold on to this, they're going to have to get some slays immediately into this next sequence.
Impressive start though for Exceed. You really force Sentinels to chase, albeit a little bit. Not a full minute lead that Exceed are able to earn off the rip, but it's a good one nonetheless. And despite Sentinels regaining control of A, Exceed have flipped it right back. Sentinels try to flip C, but Exceed maintains control of it. Sparty now looking to dismantle the C side of the map in that sniper tower, but he goes down to 1 shot. Chase. Slay, it looks like protection there from Boo Boo Doo Boo, takes down his opposition. Sparty all the while staying alive, hitting 5 perfect shots, hitting the double kill as well. And C, hard-earned reset there for Sentinels. But Sparty gets it nonetheless. What an impressive sequence we're seeing from him. And he's continuing to roll, trades out for the spree, and Sparty has Sentinels right back in it.
I mean, if you guys have been watching this, you guys know I'm a Boo Boo Doo Boo fan. Is this man's screen not like Halo ASMR? I feel like his shot is so controlled and precise. He gets max value out of all the items he picks up on the map. This guy just, I don't know. There's something special about the way he plays Halo. I think he sees the game so differently. And when he is on fire, he is an absolute demon on the map.
Exceed are able to get to the first minute mark first, but oh, there we go. I've been waiting for Sparty to drop a couple bags, man. Sparty's got to be pissed to be in this lobby, right? And I'm expecting him to fuel that rage and anger towards Exceed and, you know, to be honest, drop more teabags. I think we're going to see a lot more of that from Sparty as Demon looks to push in to B, try to reset things for Exceed. Has it at the halfway mark. This is where grenades usually start to trickle in, but instead it's Demon with a chase grenade towards the backside of B. And no one from Sentinels is there to contest it. Instead, that's all bait. Looks like all part of the plan. They'll take A and C instead.
Looney doing everything he possibly can to stay alive, but the pressure, it's too strong. He did a great job to repulse that player back top center, but there's always another member of Sentinels lurking. They always have each other's backs. Teamwork, some of the best in the world. And look at this, the spawn prediction, also some of the best in the world. Lethal not letting that player play the game, said back to the respawn screen. You can wait another 10 seconds and think about what you've done.
Lethal does go down now, though, and all of that attention towards the camo side of the map draws in more players. More players for Sentinels spawning on that side as well with control of A and B. Sentinels seem primed to hold on to the lead here. Mines, though, on the B side, looking to dismantle it. Demon goes down. That's going to make it much more difficult for this push as Sparty holds strong and holds on to B.
Look at the pressure. Sparty moving fast. Knows there's another player in the vent with a perfect grenade. Takes him down. That was Looney. Demon getting a kill to try to neutralize the situation, but Falcated in perfect positioning to push these guys back. Now they're going to also cap C, I have to imagine, and this is where the steamroll can start.
Falcated securing C, a minor trip cap, if not for A, bleeding out a little bit of blue, but it looks like they might just flip it, if not for Falcated pushing in through on the screen door. A does get reset, but after how quickly Exceed go 2 down, that should give 2 caps back in control for Sentinels. As they flip A and C, they'll continue scoring, though. Control of A and B. Camo up now, but Lethal goes down, tosses it a little bit further out into the field, as that's going to be highly contested for now. Exceed, though, with 2 down for Sentinels. Doesn't matter. Falcon is going to grab the camo nonetheless. Exceed must be prioritizing B instead. Yes, they are. They have control of it. But Falcon, it says, we'll give you control of B if we get the camo instead.
Interesting balancing of the map here. You guys do your best to control both the sandbox and the objective, but if one is falling, you damn sure better get the other. So as Sentinels give up the scoring lead, they get an item that should help them flip it right back in their control as they do exactly that. Falcated putting this camo to work, and Sentinels regain that scoring possession.
Falcated with the last 5 seconds or so with that camo, rings out a couple shots. That'll expose him. The camo is no more, but Falcated happy to continue on with his life with the lead now. Sentinels close to doubling up on an Exceed roster that had started out so strong, and it feels like that's been a sort of the narrative throughout the day. We saw that previously with Native Gaming. We've seen these underseeded underdog teams really scrap against the HCS's best in the early goings, but more often than not, the cream rises to the top, and the better team comes out on top. For now, that's Sentinels as they double up. Excuse me, 1-0-0 up, 100 up, it looks like, as they're approaching it on this Exceed 89. Sentinels need 20 more to get to that mark as Sparty looks to QT back to B, and Sentinels are rolling a little bit here. Exceed with 1, maybe 2 final chances to stop the bleeding. They do that with A and C. Can they hold?
A and C, definitely the most difficult combination of strongholds to control for a significant period of time. I expect them to try to flip B, open up either A or C. It's going to be their best chance to continue scoring here as they do exactly that. Falcated, though, has been hitting some nice no-scopes. He was taken down previously, but clearly off of his spawn point, prioritized going back for the sniper rifle. He's looking to hit a couple headshots so the rest of Sentinels can push up and get control again.
Stanchion, sniper rifle in his hands, and Falcated not able to do much with it, though. Has 1 final shot left. No damage going out towards the B side of the map, so Falcated chooses instead to reposition, moves on over towards the dummy door, trades out. Numbers edge right now for Exceed, and they've filtered that down into the scoreboard as well with control of B and C, and this one's getting dangerously close, Eli. Exceed are only down about half a minute or so, and it's going to continue on as 2 more go down for Sentinels. Make it 3, evolving one of the final 2 players alive for Exceed, and he gets 2 kills! Last Spartan standing clutch up here. Might just give Exceed the lead. No, despite that double kill, both spawn points A and C are flipping here. This one is getting mixy in the endgame.
Exceed did such a good job to come back into this, but I worry they moved a little bit too much. That BC hold, so powerful, but they moved so fast to kill the spawners that they flipped the spawns somewhat in Sentinel's favor. Lethal able to get the camo off of his spawn. Now he finds himself trying to find a way up to C. Misses the skill jump. Got to get that skill jump down. Such an important one on this map, but I think if Sentinels can get a couple slays, they'll come back and lead. As we see a picture-in-picture, we're going to hop on board now with our main attraction. This is the series we've been talking about since the stream started, and that's going to be Complexity versus Native Gaming.
All right, here we go. This is a massive match for both of these 2 squads. Complexity standing in the way of Native Gaming, and Native Gaming standing in the way of a qualification for Complexity here. They're getting really close to seeing who some of those top 8 teams are going to shake out as Precision tries to thwart the push down the gold Dorito side. 4 go down for Native Gaming, and that's going to be a perfect hold here for Complexity. They should be able to spur a push to the 32nd checkpoint. first in the match as Native Gaming go back to the respawn screen. Are going to have to come back up with another strategy.
I have been keeping my eye on this Complexity roster. I got to spend some time with them at the Complexity HQ, and I think this team is a dark horse to potentially break into that top 3. Obviously, there's a lot of teams that are in that conversation, but this team has looked so good. I watched one of their scrims recently, and they played FaZe on this exact game type, able to win one of the rounds 100-0 and recharge oddball against FaZe, one of the best in the world. Their communication is absolutely on point, and I think that if they can keep that up and have good vibes, they can do amazing things in this tournament.
All right, this is a narrative that we've been carrying out throughout the day. Native Gaming has lost every single opening break, it feels like, as they've lost another one here. And we asked the question, will a team like Complexity, a higher caliber team like Complexity, make them pay for losing these opening breaks that we've seen just too often from Native Gaming? Instead, though, they do break through the back of gold and look to reset their footing here. The first 30 seconds go to Complexity, and now Native Gaming are on the board.
This man on your screen right now, Descendant, formerly known as Carmea. If you guys watched previous series, I feel like he has ascended to another level of confidence. This man plays some of the highest sensitivity of any of the pros on the scene, has some of the fastest movement, but under the leadership of Ryanoob, also is now understanding the game at a very high level. And when you combine natural talent with a clear understanding of the game, you get a force on the map, and he's been instrumental in Complexity's recent success. Precision, another one of those guys, very young, talented player, Gears of War champion. But I do think that the secret sauce with this team is their new coach, Ashes. Ashes, some of the most, probably has the most LAN wins when it comes to console esports, period, across 23. All esports. Yeah, 23 wins on LAN in another title, Gears of War. But his leadership and just like good vibes, he just knows how to give the team what they need for success, and he's been instrumental as well.
Enemy has the ball.
I just think Ashes, you bring up a great point. That really is like their X factor. Usually you think the 4th is an X factor. I don't know, man. The Complexity has a true 5th in Ashes, and he just understands the way to, you know, mold his words into a way where you find support from the players, right? You don't get the eye rolls. You don't get like, oh god, here we go, coach again. I don't think Ashes ever has that come up in the thoughts of his players, because he's just a guy that demands so much respect. He's won so much on LAN. How could you not? As Complexity have regained here after a 30-second sprint run here from Native Gaming. Complexity just about double up on the lead, 51-26. As Complexity reset the oddball, win the reset as well. Well-timed execution there from Complexity. Maybe started off by that coach Ashes that we were talking about, seeing the difference and how much a difference a great coach makes.
Absolutely, and APG did a phenomenal job to shut down Descendant as he hits the G-slide, tries to get the shock rifle to safety. That seemed like a condition in which he could start popping off and racking up time, but APG shutting him down in that moment was massive. Shock rifle falls out of the hands of Complexity, and that means they're going to have to fight hard to get that oddball back in their hands.
Barcode with the camo. This could be a comeback condition here for Kid from ANZ, 20 years old. He told me that when he was born, his first day of life, he was playing Halo CE. I believe it. Or am I gullible? Hey, Barcode, he told me he has memories of playing Halo CE on his first day of life. I think that's an anecdote I should share with the Halo community. It's my job to make sure you guys know stuff like that. Yeah. As Barcode, with the use of that game sense, born to play Halo, born to grab that oddball for now, as Native Gaming on the comeback.
I do recall one of my first conversations with Barcode. He told me he was literally born the same month as Halo 1.
It was the day.
The same day? So he shares a birthday with Halo. So he was literally born to play this game. That's unreal. That's unreal.
I am not memeing and trolling. This is far too serious and deep in the tournament for that, Eli. As Complexity go 3 down. Up in the lead, though, by 20 seconds. But Native Gaming, it feels like every time Complexity could have that stretch run to run away with the lead, Native Gaming have chipped away at that lead. And now they're down just by one push, one hold, one stop here from Complexity. And Native Gaming will regain the lead. But for now, the strong push from Complexity earns them a 2-3 down now. But Native Gaming do earn the oddball reset. Not enough, though, to reset and grab it off the rip as Complexity have it instead, and they got a plan to take it back to C with camo up soon. I love this setup here, not taking it to gold because of the camo coming up soon.
Descendant gonna try to protect his teammates from the long haul with the shock rifle. Gets some damage down and some fantastic grenades. Shuts down Mikwin and gets the opportunity to play this ball while there's several members of Native. Did he get off the map though? No, APG catches it with the hands, looking like a wide receiver for the NFL. What a fantastic catch at a perfect time to do so. Barcode also catches the shock rifle. And all he got to do is hold off the push from Complexity to gain the lead here.
Oh my God, what a scrappy mid game here for Native Gaming. Can they win the end game as we're virtually tied 60-65, 60 seconds left or so on the clock, but 3 go down for Native Gaming. Complexity are going to edge away with that oddball reset. Seeing some defensive shots here from Collect, but the 5 perfect shots from Precision shut down the push from the left. Now the right with the shock rifle, no scope, but McWin has it in his hands. 3 go down for Complexity, make it 4! Despite the nice double from Precision, Native Gaming have life, and the oddball once again.
They have a good position, and the spawns are not favorable for Complexity either. Look at this. We see Precision opting to go straight into gold pipes to try to clear out this side. Complexity so efficient at choosing which side they're going to cover first, and then immediately pushing into the oddball. Look at this push. It's actually 3 dead for both.
Can he reset it? He's going for the reset.
He does run in and throws it off the map. Oh my
God. The heads-up play earns a reset, but where are the spawns? Red spawns for the red spawns, gold side, blue spawns on the A side. That's actually going to benefit Native Gaming, and with this 12-second lead, just 20 seconds left, the clock could dwindle away. The life force does from Huss as 3 go down for Complexity, and Native Gaming might just clutch up. Descendant, last player alive, but he doesn't have much of a play to make with low shields. Gets some support, but finally goes down. Are Native Gaming going to do it?
I think so. Last player alive is Ryanoob. Can't secure it. Barcode using the ball as bait, gets the triple kill to close out the round. What an icy finish from Native Gaming. Complexity seemed to be in control for a majority of it. Here's just a replay of that last position. Barcode sees the ball. Batteries knows the win condition of Complexity is to grab it. Just playing gatekeeper to that ball, able to shut him down.
Beginning, middle, and end game. You got to win 2 out of the 3 more often than not in Halo. And while Native Gaming's opening game hasn't been strong, their mid game and end game have been icy as they look to ride that to a 1-0 lead here in this series. But the work has just got even taller. They're going to have to do exactly what they just did against Complexity and do it again. The consistency going to have to be there for Native Gaming if they want to take round 2.
Exactly right. I have not written Complexity off just yet, though. I feel like they look to be the stronger team throughout a majority of it, but it went back and forth, and ultimately it was just a handful of plays at the end game that had Complexity lose that round. But right now, both teams just going to fight for some kills. Precision, one of the most difficult players on the map to kill, gets a 3-shot beatdown, shut down the A side of the map. And if Huss can win this, they could get control, but no. Looks like the battle for map control is going to wage on.
And the slays are pretty even now. It's a +3 advantage for Native Gaming. A lot of that, though, is because of Precision. Look at him stuffing the stat sheet. 25 slays, 12 assists, and he's got only 15 deaths. 1 off, the lowest in the lobby next to APG, the lowest on his team. Nonetheless, is Precision doing a great job here. MVP of the match, despite the fact that Native Gaming have the lead.
Native also has a good looking setup here. The spawns from Complexity are far away. Barcode's got a cheeky position here, just waiting for a player to cross, but Huss actually aware enough to check that corner. Maybe he's seen a trick or two from the Aussie. Looks like Descendant in a precarious position, trying to get some shots out. Somehow stays alive despite being on the grappler, one of the hardest positions to live. And looks like he's getting a kill in the kill feed as well. Barcode has to win this fight, but Descendant's shot too powerful, shuts him down. APG, the last member standing on the map, it seems. He's not in a great position to grab the ball.
Tough shots. You had the D-scope, you had the medium to long range gunfight there with the Bandit Evo. APG looks to recollect here at the bottom of A, utilizing that pillar like we've seen throughout the day. And it's enough to keep him alive. Combine that with the Insta-Splode. No, it looks like Ryan coming right back. So 2 or 3 from Complexity. APG got to let his teammates know the cavalry has arrived in the form of Complexity. Native Gaming needing a little bit of that same team support as APG goes down a little staggered here. And Complexity now with their first string of time in round 2.
Native did a great job of predicting that route across the catwalk. Nades Ryanoob,
Ball drop.
takes him out of the play, makes it so he can't get any extra value out of the camo. Does find a way to find a kill and also help a teammate with another kill. And this round has gone back and forth. We see Barcode now with the shock. If he can land a few headshots, this could be the first real control that we've seen from either team.
20-19 reads like a Slayer match, and Barcode picks up on that, slays out on Descendant, and now picks up the oddball with the use again of that grapple. That's 2 times we've seen some heads-up pickups here for Barcode. And Barcode's been playing very objective, efficient. Doesn't have too much time here, but more often than not, he's making plays around the oddballs, despite the fact that he's one of the main slayers here for Native Gaming. As he looks to take down 2, but Precision wins it instead. He's the only player to survive that sequence because of that. Precision not going to be allowed to grab oddball. He's going to have to grab a couple more slays here. Gets one onto McWin with the headshot, but shortly goes down after. It looks like the 5-second game here. Native Gaming going to take control of it. No, this one's still a little mixy. 2 go down for Complexity. Ryanoob stabilizes things, though, with the 5 perfect shots. And nobody able to grab oddball time here. Because of that, this clock is going to dwindle down to less than 2 minutes.
We were talking about this series all day, and it's not disappointing. This is only game 1, and this has gone back and forth in every single situation. Both teams playing so well. It's going to be the smallest margins, the little fights that are won, like this one right here. This double kill from Precision finally gives some extra life to Complexity. They're going to also rotate the ball, and if he continues to slay out, this could wind up being an extended ball hold.
Precision is absolutely frying. 34 and 14 and 19 as he continues on with his life. Complexity continue on with the oddball scoring. Now looking to double up on Native Gaming. This has been the best stretch run we've seen here in round 2, and it goes to Complexity.
Ball drop.
If you ever get the chance to watch these guys scrim, please do. Their communication is so precise, but it's also hilarious. I remember an engagement where Ryanoob could have helped Precision, but like backed up, but Precision got the triple kill anyways, and Ryan was like in the middle of apologizing to him, and Precision's like, I'm just farming him anyways. Like, I don't care. Like, he just continues to slay out, doesn't care at all. And I mean, look at this. I mean, he's literally farming some of the best players in the world. 36 kills is unbelievable. It's only 2 rounds, mind you. We're used to seeing 40 kills show up in a 3-round oddball, but he only needs 2 to hit 37.
And I get the feeling that this is heading towards a 1-1 tie. It feels like Precision has done more than enough to help bring Complexity right back in it. And with that being said, we got a 50 bomb alert for Precision as he is pacing quite literally for a 50 bomb. We said 40 would be impressive in an entire match. He might have it in 2 rounds.
Team nearing victory.
Unreal. He's also got second most ball time as he accumulates. He crosses the 50 mark in the time department. Looks like he's probably going to have to reset this ball. No, he has such confidence. He drops the ball to try to win the fight first. Recognizes might have been a little too ambitious. Wisely throws the ball off the map before being taken down. Mikwin going to use the grapple to grab the camo. Teammate throws a shroud on him just for safe measure, but it's Complexity getting a double kill. So how much value can Mikwin get out of this camo? Looks like they're going to accumulate some ball time and try to get this ball safely to pipes. Mikwin at least shuts down the ball carrier. That's going to slow down Complexity, but there's another member of Descendants right there to pick it right up.
And he might just steal the oddball. He has done that. He might just steal this round as Complexity only need 5 more seconds. Native Gaming are too far away to make that push. You're going to see APG break in, but it's all too little too late. Precision with 39 kills through 2 rounds has Complexity back in this match. Tied 1-1 and heading for 50. Wow.
How much did we talk about this kid last year, Hunter? I feel like you and I were some of the players, or some of the casters, talking about how much talent this young man has, and I feel like under the leadership of Ryanoob and Ashes, he's finally playing his true potential. We saw the mechanical ability, but now just understanding the game at a fundamental level, at the macro level as well, he's just found a way to control the entire map with that mechanical skill and been an absolute monster on the map. And I feel like when he's not popping off, Descendant is doing similar things. So no matter who you're facing against Complexity, you're going to have to shut these players down or you're going to have a bad time.
Surgical opening start there for Complexity, but Native Gaming do a great job to break it down. But Ryanoob, look at this positioning, setting up for the flank, takes the head of one with the shock rifle headshot, and now it's Complexity. Have numbers on the A side of the map. Ryanoob down to 1 HP, and the Shroud screen could potentially stay alive, but no. 3 go down for Complexity, and now Native Gaming look like they could very well get another 15 seconds for their own and bring it right back.
Ryan hitting one of the more impressive snipes we've seen, but then looked like put a snipe in the back of his teammate. But I'll have to clean that up a little bit. Probably a little bit of my bad and chuckles going on in the chat. These guys, what I like about them too is it never feels like they get shaken up. Even when things are going poorly, they just make a joke out of the situation, laugh it off, and they get right back locked in. So have to imagine Ryan probably just laughing about that, the team shot there. And look at that. Just as I say that, they've already won back control.
It's big. Complexity. Milky situation where numbers advantage was even across the board, but Complexity making away with that oddball. 30 and rolling to 17 as Descendant pushes on through the mid-bridge. Precision on the backside of Gold now with a back-to-back double kill on the backs of 2. Has Precision. Six kills away from 50. There's still 4 minutes left in this one, but with the way he's playing, we might not see all 4 minutes of regulation. Complexity looking to shut the door and come back. 2 in a row here it would be against Native Gaming. 50 on the board in time as Precision looks to secure 45 for his own. Gets the assist nonetheless. Works his way back to the oddball, and this should be more control here for Complexity.
Like I said, Complexity just looked another double kill for Precision. How many double kills has this man hit in this one game? We'll have to see on the score sheet afterwards. But oh my God, he is single-handedly making Native's life hell.
Look at the side of Eli. Look at the side of Native Gaming, Eli. Nobody's having a quote-unquote bad game. Like, no one's like wildly, ridiculously negative. You'd think somebody might be because of how wildly, ridiculously positive Precision is. 48, 17, and 25. He's going to be responsible for nearly 70 kills when all is said and done. 70 seconds on the clock for Complexity as they are soaring and fiving their way to a Game 1 victory. Precision with more shock rifle shots. Not going to land it. That feels like a surprise. He stays alive for now. Ultimately goes down, and that's massive. One fell swoop. A sweep of 3 go down for Complexity. And now Native Gaming, with 20 seconds on the clock, only needing 20, our Complexity need a good hold here.
Not only a clean break, but the ball did not get played, which means they kind of were gifted a free setup. And yeah, we've been talking a lot about Complexity, but one thing I know about this Native roster is they're able to pull wins seemingly out of a hat. They in that run to top 3, they had so many miraculous comebacks against Sentinels. They seemingly stole every single game 1 from Sentinels that time that they got top 3. So they're gonna have to do it right here, right now, though, if they're gonna beat Complexity here.
Perfect. Ball dropped.
Raids going in the feed. Numbers edge though for Native Gaming after Collect earns the backs back. 3 go down for Complexity. Nice job milking out the remaining seconds of time. Every second gets a second closer for Complexity, needing only 10 more to secure Game 1. But off the reset, Native Gaming have it, looking to set up a rotation on the long haul side, but you can see Complexity have that figured out. Native Gaming going to be a little bit more difficult of a rotation because of it. They do take down 2 for Complexity. That oddball in such a precarious spot. Do they take it back to Gold? Do they work it back through to the long haul? Options are on the table, but it's Complexity and Rhino pushing through.
Precision trying to get, oh, he does get the 50th kill on the board, by the way. Official 50 bomb alert, but he gets taken down. This is looking like the 50 might not be enough. There's absolutely an avenue for Native to win this round. They really just have to win a couple sequences, but they've got to keep Complexity off for 10 seconds. But no, Descendant sneaks away with the oddball while all of Native are alive. How did he get out? It just wins the round. What in the
milkiest 10 seconds that you might see in Halo as Descendant milks away the clock. And you, like you said, Eli, all 4 members were up for Native Gaming. They fell asleep. But you can't sleep on this Complexity roster any longer. This is a team that, like you said, should be viewed as a potential top 3 breakthrough squad in HCS Season 3. I'm right there with you, Eli.
Yeah, I know there's gonna be some people in chat, LOL top 3, but I mean, we'll see, buddy. We'll see, buddy. Anyways, we'll see how they can fare off in Native going into round 2. But I mean,
look at the totals too, Eli. Look at this. You'd see, if you just tuned into LVT, you'd be like, oh wow, Complexity just destroyed them. 265 to 150, the one by over 100 seconds, nearly 2 minutes. Precision had 11,000 damage and 50 kills. What was it about that match that made it much closer than things really seemed?
I mean, Precision is frying and popping off, but I mean, Native showing lots of objective efficiency. So despite going so far down in the slays department, they were constantly getting the better setups, and that's why it looked a lot closer than Precision stats would suggest. But man, going into Slayer when somebody just dropped 50 on you, I mean, you're probably shaking a little bit. Like, if this guy continues to slay the way he has, then I absolutely see this Complexity winning the Slayer as well.
27.0 KDA for Precision. That looked like Mint Blitz last night in his BTB lobbies. I mean, unbelievable. To do it again, I would have been impressed. I would have been pretty hyped up for this in a round 2, round 3 maybe even. But this is a winner's round for Sentinels, or excuse me, Native Gaming versus Complexity. These are two of the top teams in the HCS. This isn't a qualification match for Arlington, but this is the setup for it. This is one to win. This is one you need again if you're Native Gaming, because they don't have the points, you'd argue, to get there via points. They need this win. They need to quote unquote upset Complexity, and it all starts here off the start. But Complexity win the opening break, carrying on that momentum from game 1.
Gonna have to hold on to it. Ryan Noob with the shock camo, and we've been talking about how talented his teammates are, but this guy's been talented for over a decade of competition. Absolutely somebody to watch out for no matter what is going on, but especially when you pair him with some items like this.
Ryan Noob with the shock and the camo. Few seconds left on that camo. Ryan Noob looking to get some value out of it. Lands it, looks like the body shot into the toe of his opponent, looking to clean up on it around the corner. As he does, McWen goes down. 2 players on the A side of the map. Good grenade, but not good enough to take down Ryan Noob. Pesky player he is, stays alive and maintains 2 shots left in that shock. He's got a repulsor to work with as well, and the stickies locked and loaded, so look out for that.
Love the disengagement here. Saw multiple members of Native. Gets one of them weak. Now that his teammates have started to fall, he's gonna just chill in this corner here. Try to land a headshot so that Complexity can play out of this next situation. Does miss the shot, but uses the repulsor to force his opponent into the sticky grenade that he threw. Very intelligent use of the sandbox. Guarantee a kill in that moment. That's going to open some space for Complexity on the other side, but it's Native coming on top in the situation.
Yeah, premeditated murder there for Ryan Noob, as he had that slay set up for at least 30 seconds, looking to bait a push through the A side of the map. But the Native Gaming have done a good job despite losing the opening break. They've got the lead once again, however little it may be. 1 kill. Now 3 after the barcode McWin double in the feed. Triple make it. 3 go down for Complexity. Make it 4 as numbers are rolling here for Native Gaming. They could build this into a multi-possession lead with the use of this camo.
Making with the perfect routing during that play, was already motioning towards the camo so that if his team came out on top, he could swiftly grab it. He does exactly that. Ryan, though, finding a kill immediately off of spawn is actually massive in this moment. That's going to make it a lot easier for Complexity to get out. Huss going to push all the way to the snipe side. Knows members of Native are here. All the grenades come out. New APG was 1 shot, somehow staying alive. Look at the teamwork and coordination out of Complexity. It was just 15-10 a moment ago, and now it's tied 16-all.
A sequence there from Huss, utilizing every single line of geometry on the sniper tower to move swiftly throughout the sniper side. And now he's over here already on A, pushing in quickly, recognizing the situation, what it calls for. With Precision going down, Huss is going to back up as well. Does a great job with those 2 sticky grenades up to just start tossing nades, protect his chase. As he does just that, stays alive because of that. Not able to stop the camo grab, though, it looked like for Native Gaming, as Native Gaming get 2. And the shock rifle up soon as well. Descendant still prioritizing that spot on the map, as it looks like Complexity aren't going to get this next shock rifle. Instead, it's going to go to Native Gaming. They're up 3.
Great job staying alive, though, from Descendant. Since the pressure coming in, completely repositions into his teammate's sightline. They're able to keep him alive for now, but he does finally get taken down. Barcode with the shock rifle, looking to swing this game further in their favor.
Ooh, Barcode down to low HP, disengages at just the right time. A couple grenades come for his soul, but he avoids them. 2 at least. Not 2 players you might have needed to send to, as Descendant doesn't have the shots or the positioning on Barcode. He got a look like first couple of shots into the back of the head, as Barcode still has a full shock rifle to work with, and Native Gaming are finding full form. Up by 6 now. This is the best we've seen them look, I'd say, all day.
And what did we say earlier? It's when Collect is popping off. This team is best. He's now 11-6. absolutely instrumental for this lead right now. Barcode with Camo Shock Rifle does get taken down by some great shots from Huss. APG going to try to contest that Shock Rifle. Knows it's sitting on the ground. Doesn't want to overextend though. If he dies right now, the rest of his team will have a difficult time. They're currently losing the numbers game. Look at the push coming in from Complexity. They're hitting both sides, but no, they call it off. Maybe took some grenade damage there. So great, excellent call from Ryanoob to back up. APG though thinks they're still there. And look at this. This is what Ryannoob's so known for in these Slayers. Seemingly calling the push to rotate to the other side, and Native don't expect it, but Barcode's in a great spot to stop it. Finally, he gets to take some damage now. Descendant gonna take him down, and that was such a great play by Complexity. They brought it now within 3.
Wow. I thought Native Gaming had the positioning there when I saw everybody for Complexity lined up for Barcode. You had the L shape too. You had members of Native Gaming on the cafe. They're still there. And now it's a spawn trap potential, as it looks like Complexity are looking to close the gap in this match. 29-32, still down by 3, despite a nice last couple of minutes or so from Complexity. Native Gaming are still able to hold on to the lead, but Precision goes down. Gwen finds the Slay. Now he's at the back of Hotel. 29-34, as Native Gaming have brought it back to that 2-possession lead. Looking, dare I say, a little comfortable now.
Can never be comfortable at this stage of the game, though. They know they've got to continue to slay out, keep their process going. Look at the push from Complexity. They go in, but they forgot that Mikwin existed. He's just raining down fire from S4, taking no shots whatsoever, and that's a problem, as multiple members of Native do go down. Mikwin's still alive, though. Shock Rifle and Camo about to spawn, though, in 4 seconds.
And Huss goes down, but that all started from Huss's survivability. We've seen him a couple times stay alive in moments where he should not, and a trickle-down result of that is Complexity with possession of the Shock Rifle, down by just 2. Camo there for Precision to take as well, and with nobody on the A ledge, Precision says, all right, well, I guess I'll take that. Got the Camo to work with, got the Shock as well, down by 1.
Such a massive moment right here. Descendant getting a kill, ties it up, and that's before the Shock Rifle Camo player does anything. Precision hits the shot. You know this man's feeling himself after the last game. Is ultimately taken down. That's a big deal for Native. Right now, that Shock Rifle is still going to be in Complexity hands, though.
Nice trade, though, from Collect. Keeps it within 1. As Complexity have the lead, though, going into the 40s. 40-39, Descendant. Looking to push out, regain some high ground control. You have Precision split on the other side of C. Pinch potential coming in here, and everybody's all across the map. You have an L shape from A to C for Complexity, and then Native Gaming filling in the rest of the map. McWin and Barcode on the flank, taking the window side, as APG through bottom mid, looking to push up around LR. Has the shots on Ryanoob, and with that, that will open up the break. Ryanoob goes down, so too does APG. Barcode, though, goes down. Native Gaming need the numbers here. Native Gaming need Collect to clutch up, but no, Huss finds him instead. Collect still finds the assist, and that keeps things tied. Now 44-43, Complexity with the 1-kill lead.
Score was tied for every single kill in a row there. It continues. There's not been more than a 2-kill difference between these two teams since they hit the 39 mark. Now, suddenly the lead in favor of Native. How does Complexity choose to play this? I feel like this is what defines this Complexity roster. How do they play in the situation where they're down in a Slayer going into the end game? They usually run as a wolf pack, as we see them do exactly that, and I think Native are aware of it, but they got to figure out which way it's going.
Complexity with their back against the wall. Back A spawns as well, as they planned a rotation to the window side of the map, but instead worked their way back to A, and Descendant has the opening break Slay. Precision cleans up on McWin, as Complexity have stolen it in the end game here with the lead up 1. Now tied, as Collect finds the Slay, but he gets cleaned up shortly after. 47-46, Precision pushing up on the staircase. A couple grenades go out on each side. And Precision, this is a difference from his gameplay. Last year, he'd push in. This year, he's playing much smarter, taking the opportunity to stay alive and allow Descendant to do his thing with Camo. As Complexity get another opening break Slay in this micro secrets, and it leads to a win as Complexity absolutely dismantled Native Gaming. Native Gaming had the lead. Complexity had the back A spawns. It didn't matter, as Complexity find the ice in game 2 and a 2-0 lead in this series. Wow.
Did you see the way Descendant was moving on S4 there? He was just jumping back and forth with perfect precision. I think he knew that Native were looking for him, so as Camo actually used himself as bait while they were all fixated on, oh no, there's a Camo guy lurking above us, flying through the sky. The rest of Complexity swoops in and gets the kill. Watch this in-game sequence here from Descendant. So Precision pushes up, gets the word on these players. I don't know how Descendant even got the Camo in the first place, but he's just up here.
Oh.
They're looking for him. He's above. Look at them. They're all just floundering, trying to look up. They get some shots on him, but it's too late. The rest of Complexity pushed in and swarmed, and they've got nowhere to go, looking like ants scurrying around in the ground while he just flies above them like an eagle. What a crazy in-game that was.
What a forced situation that was there from Complexity. Really forced Native Gaming into the fish in a barrel play call, we'll call it, as Descendant just hopping around the top of Snipe. You can see all 3 out of the 4 members for Native Gaming looking up with their DMRs, trying to spot him. Huss took advantage of that and found that opening break slay, and that was all she wrote. As we switch gears here, OpTic Gaming versus this Cloud9 roster, I believe it is, right? Yes, this is Cloud9. Rami, Tusk, Skeptify, and Diagram. As it looks like, though, OpTic are in full control, 247 and rolling. And that will, A goes to Cloud9, and hold on to your hats. This one's not over just yet. 249, 69. As that will do it. OpTic are able to secure the victory, 250 to 69. Man, we saw a 250, 249 OpTic versus SSG last week. Not quite the instant classic there, as this series been a little bit, I shouldn't say less competitive than we expected, Eli, but I really thought Native Gaming were going to earn the 1-1 tie. How do they come back? What is their rallying cry for Hoaxer in the headset as they try to bring this Native Gaming roster back in a difficult series? Just checking to see here. It looks like we may have lost Eli the Ninja, and that's unfortunate. We'll solo this cast for now. We'll try to get Eli back in the mix, but what a game there previously. I know a lot of people in the chat are going to be talking about APG's 5 slays, but I think you got to credit him for the 14 assists. If you include assists and slays, he was right there with everybody else. 19 total. Towards the scoreboard for APG. It's about, like I said, that's about where everybody else was for Native Gaming. So I don't think this is a one-man fault or a one-man show for Native Gaming. I think, again, this is just Complexity rising up through the ranks, showing that they are a team to watch out for in HCS Season 3. And it sounded faded earlier when Eli said top 3 potentially for them, but I agree, especially with the likes of Ryan. This is the guy that has been to the Grand Finals before in Halo Infinite and other titles. He's won tournaments in other titles, so there's no reason Raidu can't lead this scrappy young up and coming squad with Descendant, Huss, and Precision. As we kick things off, live fire on strongholds. Opening break slays go in favor of Complexity. Huss with a double kill, and Complexity will double up with that and start the scoring.
Sorry, did you say something?
Oh, hey, what's up, dude? I get so nervous when you drop. I'm like, oh my god, my teammate, my duo.
No, I'm back. Chat, I didn't die, guys. I'm still here. It's fine. Nobody panic. Nobody panic, guys. We're still here. By the way, I wanted to say, your prediction earlier, you talked about Native struggling off the opening, and that has continued, has it not? I mean, it seems like every single game, every single round, it seems like their opening shots are not working.
I'm just saying, I might have belabored the point. I brought that up a lot when we were watching Native Gaming in the earlier rounds, but I think it's set up for a great conversation as to, again, that beginning, middle, and end game sequences in Halo. You got to win 2 out of the 3, and when you guarantee you're not winning the opening break, you got to win the next 2. You have to ice up. You put too much pressure on yourself, I think, when you always lose the opening break, and that's been a massive, the opposite of a win condition for Native Gaming here, as they have not put their best foot forward. Because of that, against teams like Complexity, they're making them pay, up by a minute plus and rolling.
Huss has not died yet. This man is 7-0, absolutely popping up. He's still got more snipe ammo to work with. Tries to hit the cheeky no-scope, not going to leave any ammo once he's finally taken down, but Complexity are feeling themselves, and they've maintained the momentum from that hot end game in the last game, and they have not slowed down whatsoever. Precision The drop down, grab the repulse, and then use it to get right back to safety, and Native have not found an answer to start scoring yet.
Uh-oh, blender potential here. And what felt like just moments ago, Eli, could have been a 1-1 tie in the series. Complexity are starting to show that they are leaps and bounds potentially better than Native Gaming. I don't know. This is what this is showing me right here. You got the sweet potential here of your Complexity, and they're taking full advantage of the opportunity. 2 minutes and rolling, and 3 caps in their possession. Where's Native Gaming?
They're dead. They're on the respawn screen, Hunter. They're not on the map. There's nobody to look
already.
for. You see Precision's spinning in circles, looking for another person to shoot, but there's no one to be found. Finally finds 2. They do take him down, but looks like with camo coming up, Descendant gonna be a distraction as he goes in with the quantum translocator, goes back to safety, but it's finally APG with a triple kill. Can he make it an over to finally give some momentum to Native? No, not an over, but it is a 4 dead, and suddenly it's Native Gaming in control. But can they hold it for as long as Complexity did to them?
3 minutes. 3 minutes unanswered. The game has started. 3 minutes on the clock and 3 minutes on the board for Complexity. Absolutely perfect display of Stronghold's Halo here as Native Gaming finally get on the board. But my God, Eli, you talk about a chase scenario, needing to overextend maybe even our Native Gaming as we're just minutes into the match, but desperation is going to be reeking from them as it feels like a 4-0 deficit in a CTF. I cannot explain how poorly Native Gaming look here in this Game 3, a Game 3 they need to stay alive.
This is going to be a mental test for Native. You're not only down 2-0 in the series, but you go down 175-0 off the rip. They're showing signs of life, but this is the test. Not only do you have to come back in this game, but you've got to come back in this series if you're going to maintain your life in the winner's bracket. Guarantee yourself a spot in that top 8 position for pool play. Right now, they're doing a good job. They have kept Complexity at bay ever since they did get that 4 down. So important to never go 4 down, but we see some body disrespect from Descendant. This man has been feeling himself. He's been doing it in scrims. It doesn't matter who he's playing against FaZe. He's saying what he wants to say. He's speaking his mind. He thinks he's one of the best in the world, and I kind of agree with him. This guy's been absolutely unreal as of late, but gotta wonder if that body disrespect could potentially come back to bite him. We'll have to see.
I was very surprised. I thought that might have been on Collect or Barcode, you know, 2 of the younger peers of Descendant, right? He's bagging and disrespecting the GOAT, one of the GOATs. McWen is Descendant. My goodness, it's in the name. He was a lot like Barcode on the other side, born for this, as Complexity have absolutely steamrolled here in Game 3, 200 and rolling. Native Gaming were able to get a nice stretch of gameplay, but with the first 3 minutes of scoring going to Complexity, 1 minute is just not enough for Native as they're now in the end game blender. And if they don't have an answer in the next 10-15 seconds, this one's over quickly.
What can you even do against this Complexity roster? They are launching their bodies across the map directly at your forehead every time you come back to life. And they're not missing shots. That's why they've been able to steamroll so heavily. Finally, Barcode gets a kill in the camo, but he gets shut down immediately. And Complexity are going to continue to aggress. Right now, with the numbers disadvantage, they actually slow down here. I love this. This is a little bit of a gear switch, recognizing that if they continued to hold forward as they had been, it would have been a bad time to do so. Switching gears, slow it down just a little bit, maintain possession of the cap points they already have. And that's all they're going to have to do for another 10 seconds to win this game.
And they are going to put their stamp on this match. They're going to end it with a trip cap. Oh my God, 250 to 55. As Complexity, one of the strongest wins you'll ever see in Strongholds, not Native Gaming to the lower bracket. And now, Eli, their life is on the line in this tournament. And so too in the upcoming LAN tournament in Arlington. Native Gaming needing, again, a top 8 finish to secure their spot in pools. Right now, it's not looking like it's going to happen, though.
Everyone else need to be on notice about this Complexity roster. I said it, man. I said they have the potential to make some of the biggest upsets we've seen, and they're proving it with such an emphatic win over Native, one of the other strongest teams that we see in the bracket. But wow, impressive stuff.
Wow, impressive stuff and fun stuff here today, Eli. We are going to make way for Clutch and Why Not Be Casting up next in the casting booth. I had a great time casting with it today. We got plenty more action throughout the day. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in the morning tomorrow, but still plenty of action left throughout the day. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to send it back to the broadcast desk and say goodbye one final time. We'll start up those watch parties, I believe, for both Eli and I on our streams here shortly. But for now, we'll send it back to the desk.
Wow, that was incredible gameplay from Complexity. I mean, this is a team that upset FaZe just last week in the Open.
Yeah, it was close until it wasn't, right? Those first 2 games, it was back and forth, but precision, MVP performance, 50 bomb in game 1, and then game 3, they just put them out. We were watching, it was like we're in awe. It's like, is this going to be a 250-0? The speed and the rotation that Complexity was playing at just looked to be one level above. Can't help but get excited about this new Ryan Noob roster.
Also, to mention that Native is coming in at an 11th seed. It is a tough seed. We were talking about that as well. It's definitely a tough road up ahead for a Native. Yeah. Let's see if they can bring it back up on the in the lower bracket tools.
Yeah, it's always tough to go down this early, right? But you expect a roster like Native Gaming to go at least to round 5 into your quarterfinal. Unfortunately, they have to make a step down earlier. It means they have to play a little bit more in the elimination bracket, but their matches should get significantly easier for a little bit of time. So I do expect them to go far tomorrow. It's just a matter of who they're going to face. On the other side, right, Complexity, I think it's a great sign that they are able to beat Native Gaming 3-0, because what looms next is a Goliath in their path, right? OpTic Gaming last time just fell short in that game 5 finish, but played extremely well. I like that they're going to have a chance at revenge, and look at all these quarterfinal matches starting to populate.
We have OpTic Gaming versus Complexity as our next match to watch, but look at the bracket. Like we were just talking about, Space Station Gaming versus Business. We got Sentinels versus Rebellion, and FaZe Clan just waiting for whoever's gonna drop in their path of destruction. There's gonna be an insane rest of the day and tomorrow also. Complexity is gonna have to definitely keep playing their best right now, because like you said, they're going up against the Goliath, OpTic Gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, and the more I see the bracket shape up, it's like we got some bangers after bangers. Oh man, we only get to watch one. Oh wait, Allie, I think we have an observer in every single quarterfinal that's going to happen.
You know what? That's true. And you know what? I think I know how to pull this up. Chat, can you guys help me? Just type in !stream in the chat. And you should see a few streams pop up, some links in the chat to be able to watch these other events happening on our YouTube streams. And look at this, we got a 4-cam happening right now. This is what you could be watching if you maybe had 4 tabs, but no need, because we have it all here for you in front of you.
Yeah, we need 4 monitors, right? You gotta have them set up just like this so you can get all of the action, but you can see none of the matches quite ready yet, but we're getting ourselves into them as soon as possible. A little bit of a delay this time, Aliek, because there's a little bit of a rule change from some of the other tournaments that you're used to. Bigger stakes, bigger need for some extra precautions on the side of the tournament. So at this point in time, everyone that's playing from this point forward in the winner's bracket will be on monitor cams, right? They'll have all the cams up and ready for the admins, so they're just getting those checks ready, make sure all those streams are live. So it takes a little bit of time, but I believe this is going to be our match that's going to be ready next to Sentinel Shopify Rebellion match. And honestly, I'm in love with both of these teams.
Yeah, agreed. And you know what? We're in love with these 2 matchups. So how about we send it to you, our next caster, to be watching this game alongside Active.
Here we go, the HTS OpTic qualifier for Arlington. I'm really excited, Garrett. I cannot wait to get into this. This is where it matters the most. This is for seeding for the Arlington event, where both of you and I are going to be casting. So I'm excited. I get to cast with you again. It's going to be fun.
And it's going to be a blast. The biggest thing to remember about this round, win and you're in. Get yourself that pool play spot today. Sentinel, Shopify Rebellion gonna be our first matchup right here. Soul Snipe able to get himself into that shock rifle camo position. Love this ability just to play inside this hill, right? You have a little bit more freedom when you have this camouflage to line up that perfect headshot.
And with this hill being very difficult, it's going to be Soul Snipe, who's got the shock rifle inside the batteries here, but look at the angles he's able to take, gets the nice shot into lethal, takes him out. No pressure being had right now. He's freely getting all this time. Another perfect out of him once again.
I just love that he knows exactly where to look. Soul Snipe just pivoting on his foot. Left, right. Perfect spawn trap for Rebellion. It gets them just about 90% of the way there, but Sentinels have broken their way in, and you can see the spawn trap that Rebellion's in. But that first break into that hill going to be relatively easy for them. Just send 3 numbers at once, and look at this. Suppress, he's stepping outside that hill. Why does he do that? Because he has Mr. Soul Snipe all the way in the back right there, trying to win the spawns, and when the spawns he does. A perfect rotation for Shopify Rebellion.
With the first hill going to Rebellion, it's suppressed once again inside of the hill. Camo coming up in 20 seconds. Very important for the side of Sentinels to grab this camo, to make sure to at least use it to take a bit of map control, and it's suppressed, having to get out of the hill once again, but doing so intelligently, not taking too much damage and still being a threat on that back hydro.
Absolutely, step out early, right? You want to make sure you stay alive and anchor those spawns as much as possible. Be ready for the 3-on-3 fight. Look at all this tension that's building inside of that hill. Sentinels, they're having to pounce, but they're going to pounce all at once. Expect to see them send all 3 players. Camouflage going to be the catalyst to this push. Sparty's going to dictate the pace. When he says go, they go.
Well, there it is, Sparty. I talked about this. Sentinels having the chance to break, and they do. They get a little bit of hill time, but it's Rebellion on the defense once again. The trade out comes through. Sparty with camo falls, and the hill in a neutral position, but Rebellion with the 1 hill lead.
Same situation for Lethal. It's okay to be on the outside of this hill. It's so important that you stay alive on that back silo side. And also, even though that the angles aren't that great, you want to make sure that you are checking them, right? You don't want anyone to leak through into the back and potentially mess your spawns up. Getting that hill time, it's almost like a secondary response. The first things first is always to win the fight for spawns. And while Suppress has done that, he has a shock rifle to work with as well. It's going to be a tough break for Sentinels.
Having the shock rifle on the back of Hydro, it's Suppress position to try and stay alive here, especially like you said, manipulating those spawns for the side of Rebellion, but he does fall. 2 fall for Rebellion, so now a chance for Sentinels to play on the defensive side of the map, but look how fast Rebellion are to push into this fight.
I like how Sentinels, they're not really concerned about getting that time. They want to make sure they have numbers inside the fight. Make sure that you're taking all of your potential shots and putting them on the same player at the same time. They're able to withstand the push from Rebellion because of that, and now Falcade's going to have a little bit more freedom to move with this shock rifle. Catch a couple players off rotation. That'll severely slow down this potential push, and that's exactly what he's able to do. Rebellion are going to have a tough time getting their troops together. It's all going to be players down on cycle once again. And look at that camouflage. 3 seconds. Falcon with that shock rifle still to play for.
Yeah, Sentinels did a great job of making sure to get these slays. Falcated being the front line for that. And that camo being on the bottom center of the map. It's going to be up to Sentinels to try and live here due to the fact that that camo's coming up. But 3 do fall. It's now 3 down for Sentinels. Mental sweeps in, picks up the camo, and with 3 dead, it'll be Rebellion who get the second hill.
Little bully ball played by Rebellion right there. Sentinels are taking a lot of space on the map, but sometimes when you take that space, you open up gaps. And Rebellion, they sent 3 players into the gap, got themselves isolated into a 1v3 gunfight, were able to bully themselves into that hill. And because of the time they had gotten earlier, well, Sentinels just had no chance to respond. They win the camouflage on top of it. And once again, it's the fight for that back spawn. Boo Boo Doo Boo knows he stays alive, but Mental's not going to let you do so. He's flying into the action, but oh no! Boo Boo Doo Boo, he's somehow done it. He's still winning the spawns for his team, but the fight's not done yet.
That is such a massive win by Boo Boo. Like you said, winning the spawns for his team, gets the kill on the camo player. Not a lot of time left on that camo, but regardless, shuts that down, and it's still Boo Boo Doo Boo and Sentinels in control of that A side, as well as Falcated, who has the crosshair. There's the pressure coming in from top tower, but Falcated's in a great position with his shock rifle to stop that pressure from going in.
Well, that's the effect of winning that gunfight at the back of tower. Look how Rebellion have to push in now. They're spending a lot of time just moving their way into that white tower. And even then, you still have to win after you initiate into those gunfights. It's going to be a 2-on-2, and this is going to be a crucial fight for spawn control.
When they do, it's Rebellion inside of A. They have control once again at the elevator side of the map. Cycle comes in, sweeps in to get a kill, also picks up the shock rifle as a reward, and control of spawns will now be in the hands of Rebellion as well as the control of the hill. Halfway point being hit here. Sentinels now trying to go for the break, and with camo coming up, this is a very important couple of sequences here for the side of Rebellion.
Shroud screen was vital right there. Was they going to be able to get that camo away for Sentinels? And now Rebellion, they're down numbers and they know a push is coming. The question is, where do the spawners come in? And already through that bottom door, just chaos ensues. And Cycle knows that he just has to try to do his best to live. It's going to be an important gunfight at the back of this elevator.
Yeah, he has to turn around, though. I know he's trying to put pressure on the player pushing through the pipe door, but he ends up getting taken out. It's Falcated and Sentinels once again with spawn control on elevator, and it's now them in control of the hill. Suppress playing a very interesting spot there on the side of camo jump, waiting for his teammates to spawn up. He's going to look to strike here once they do.
3 players from Shopify Rebellion are just so far across the map. They're definitely just gonna have one last chance, and once that player goes down, you know it's over. In fact, I think maybe Rebellion getting a little too caught up in what could have been for that hill. I think they set too many resources, and that's gonna allow Sentinels to have a great chance to come in and break this back setup, but Cycle put him on skates.
A massive win by Cycle. Once again, we're seeing huge 1v1s, huge pivotal fights being won. That was another one by Suppress, a fight that he shouldn't have won. That's 2 fights going on the side of Rebellion. And that will be Sentinels, who are also with 2 dead. Rebellion, though, in control of this hill. Suppress makes his way through, has the shock rifle on the top of C-Plat, and the push coming in from tower. Suppress needs to stay alive here, but he's getting pushed by Sentinels. He goes down.
Rebellion just taking too many closed angles right there. Information is king, and they just had no info on where that push was coming from. Trying to predict it, Sentinels overloaded their push into the tower. Once that information was known, it was too little too late, able to just crash in and basically muscle their way into that hill.
Sentinels looking really good right now as they have the first hill on the board, of course, for themselves. And they're really close to finishing this one out as well. It's going to be Falcated, who's on the defensive side of the tower, tries to get a kill here. The kill won't be had, though. It'll be 2 down for Sentinels, and now an opportunity for Rebellion to take control. Mr. Soul Snipe is the one in the driver's seat of that control, having shock rifle in hand and also having control of this top tower. The push from Sentinels comes in. He gets 1 kill, and that will thwart the push once again as the double comes in as well.
Love the way that Rebellion takes space. With camouflage is coming up, what do? They send their perimeter player to bottom A. They try to force out that spawn, make sure that Sentinels don't have an easy way to play for camouflage. And although Sentinels picks up the camouflage, they get all that information because of the space that they had. They're able to find a couple kills, and this camouflage I don't think is quite as effective as Sentinels would like to make it. They will have a chance to still take into this hill, but I think Shopify Rebellion is still playing from a great position to try to find their break.
Yeah, but the pressure is too much from Sentinels here. 3 go down for the side of Sentinels. It'll be Falcated who gets a triple kill. It's a massive triple, and that will allow Sentinels to have a little bit of position on this bottom center hill, but it's Rebellion with 3 hills on the board. A large deficit that Sentinels find themselves in with only 53 seconds left.
It's the early rotations that have been killing Sentinels. Shopify Rebellion's been able to get time in these hills early on, and they get them in an abundant nature. Makes it so it's so much easier to play for that break. You don't necessarily even have to win the break. You just need to win the position on the map. Yes, Falcade gets the triple kill, but you come away with the hill, and now the timer is playing against Sentinels. You only have about 36 seconds of neutral time to play around with here. That means Sentinels going to have to increase their pace. Not going to be able to play that positional game, those coordinated pushes that they like to do. I think it's been a fantastic game by Rebellion that's been really won on the positional battle throughout the map.
Yeah, and they continue to hold that position here. Mental on the back of Hydro, controlling that C-Plat side. Chemo is coming up, though, and there are 2 Sentinels players on the bottom center in the hill. You can see they're playing very staggered, as they must, with 3 down for Rebellion. A chance for Sentinels to grab this camo and potentially get this second hill. This is not over yet, but like you said, they're not going to be able to play very comfortably here. They're going to have to play perfect Halo in order to make this work. And it looks like that second hill will go in, but is it Rebellion who get control of this next hill and the next positioning on this next hill?
Lethal just opened up the entire map for the team, gets an important double kill right when that hill's about to be captured. What that does, it opens up the back half of the map for Sentinels. They're going to be able to win the rotation and get in the hill right away. Neutral time is king. They can't lose a second of it. And so far, Rebellion just flooding their numbers into that hill, pushing Sentinels out. It's 3 that go down, and I don't think they have enough time.
Yeah, it's all she wrote. 10 seconds to spawn, only 10 seconds to work with, down to 0 now, and it'll be Rebellion who take game number 1. Sentinels almost brought it back there, but like you said, just not enough time to work with towards the very end of that match. The rotation's a bit too strong from Rebellion, and because of that, they take game 1.
Fantastic efforts from Rebellion throughout that entire game. It really came down to the rotations, in my opinion. Remember the early game when Rebellion got those first 2 hills, they won the initial rotation, were able to get a lot of that hill time on the initial push. And although Sentinels does a great job of lining up 3 to 4 players to bully their way in, it's oftentimes just a little bit too late because of how much time Rebellion was able to get. They're able to have a really great chance on the crackback to be able to get those kills and secure themselves a victory there. Sentinels gonna be playing off their back foot early on in this series, and you can see look at all these lobbies that are populating right here.
Here at LVT, we show you everything, okay? You might have 2 eyes, but they have to look at 4 different screens. As you can see, SSG match populating against Business. We've got OpTic, of course, versus Complexity, who I think has been a phenomenal roster. You see FaZe, Renegade, the only one now ready for that matchup. And of course, the one we're watching right here on your screen, the winners quarterfinals from every angle being seen here only on LVT. We really appreciate everyone being here. Of course, LVT is community funded, and it's you guys that allow us to do what we do. It's you guys that honestly, I gotta thank you because I get to go to the first event because of you guys. Because you guys support us so much, LVT going to be going to that event, and I'm excited. I get to see these teams play on LAN, but this is where it matters the most. Like you said, Tools, this win right here, these winners quarters are gonna be what decide who get pool play.
Yeah, winning in. That's the way to treat these matches right here. Make sure you get yourself through. And, I'm glad that we're able to have observers in, ! streams to watch them. But, hiring all these extra observers, it costs a little bit of money. So if you want to help, help lighten that load a little bit, well, there's some easy ways for you to do so. The biggest way, just sub to the channel. If you have a tier 1, the $5 to spare, it absolutely is appreciated. It goes a lot further than you guys think. You potentially have a Prime sub available. I would make sure that you use it if you have it available, even if it's not on this stream, because every day you don't use a Prime sub, that's like 17 cents that you're sending elsewhere. But honestly, it's cool that we've been able to have this much support. We've had great viewership throughout the days. We thought the investment of getting these extra observers in was well worth it, and that's because of the support that we've been getting from you guys over in chat. So once again, appreciate you guys for all that you're doing. And honestly, this is like some of the best time to be watching Halo, right? I feel like this is like the most coverage we've ever had before we've gone into an event. Look at all these Prime subs. Oh my, Prime after Prime.
Gotta love that. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you got your drinks. I hope you got your snacks, okay? Whatever snack you prefer, because we've entered the red zone, which means we're gonna be giving you the coverage of all of these games here. But we're going to be starting with Rebellion and Sentinels. Of course, Rebellion being up 1-0. And in a decently close, I would say, game number 1. Sentinels started to bring it back just a bit, but Sentinels start off this game going 3 down. It's going to be Rebellion with a 1-kill lead.
The biggest difference maker in this early game is going to be Soul Snipe right here. He's able to get that red gun and a repulse to start off. That extra utility is going to allow him to push Sentinels back. Look at Sentinels all trapped at bottom C. Rebellion just need to play at a slow pace right here. Don't get too caught up about going for this camouflage. Find that first pick, collapse in, find the kills, and capitalize on that camo work. But one pick might have just ruined it all. Sentinels going to find their way through. Cycle did get the camouflage, but it's an easy trade out for Sentinels.
Yeah, Sentinels go 3 down though, so that's That's going to be good on the side of Rebellion. They maintain that 1-kill lead. It's Boo now with information on the spawns. He's going to shout that out to his teammates. Suppress playing a bit too forward. He gets caught out from the spawns on the B side. And because of that, Rebellion still continue this lead forward. Mental going to take a stick to the toe. Rebellion looking extremely strong here, Tools.
Yeah, I'm honestly so impressed with how this Rebellion team's been playing. It's explosive. It's a lot of teamwork as well, and it feels like they're really playing to each individual player's strength on the team. The question is, how long can you withstand the constant barrage of Sentinels coordinated pushes? Because that's where I think Sentinels really shines, right? Their ability to have the correct timings and to coordinate with each other onto these breaks. It's these moments, these slow, drawn-out 4v4 moments when camouflage is coming up, where that first pick is going to be ultra important to who gets the next swing in this game.
A lot of those coordinated pushes is what allowed the team of Sentinels to come back in that game number 1, but we'll see if that continues on here in game number 2. A 10-11 score line. Sentinels trailing by 1. And Suppress has honestly impressed me a lot on this squad. He's always been such a great player, the glue to any squad that he's on, and I think he's only made Rebellion a better squad. But look at that. Just like that, Rebellion go 4 down as I start talking about them, and it's Boo with the shot.
It's fantastic the way that Sentinels just played the slow game, right? They knew that they just need that first pick. Rebellion get caught out by a couple nades, and that's a key for Sentinels, right? That was like a 30-40 second push that needed to develop, but they had nades for the fight, right? They didn't just waste their nades right away. They waited until they were in position, caught a player out, got the pick, and although that camouflage isn't going to be enough for a few kills, it's still just showing how they can get back into any game. But we talk about how explosive Rebellion is. That's what you got to deal with, right? Suppress finding himself a triple kill right away, and all that work torn right away, as Sentinels will have to go back to the drawing board.
Yeah, 100%. You see a Bulldog and Camo in the hands of Boo. You expect a lot of damage to be done, but not a lot was done. Suppress with that triple. 2 down for Sentinels once again, and Rebellion holding that 2-kill lead. It's going to be cycled now, trying to make sure to clear out PD. No information on a player here, but it's good to just make sure to clear that out as this push is coming forward. It's going to be cycle on the front end of it.
Once again, we're seeing a lot of drawn-out, slowed-down gameplay. And you can see Sentinels has been really favoring the high side of the map, trying to push their way through B. And it's been Spartan in particular that likes to sit in that arcade. He's the one that's calling the plays for his team. He's getting information, telling them where to push. But I think Rebellion has finally wised up to the fact that Spartan's been playing that position. They sent 2 players at once. It's a 1-out trade for Spartan, but it's going to weaken the strength that Sentinels had on the map.
Well, these next couple kills are what's most important. Camo is up now, and it's going to be 3 down for Sentinels, so I would assume a free camo for Rebellion here. Cycle pushing up on the map as well. You can see he gets the spawns on to C, wants to play this a little bit smarter, and picks up that Stalker rifle as well. This will be a very important push here for the side of Rebellion. And Cycle, all the damage that he's able to do with this red gun is going to say whether or not Rebellion's able to push, but his Soul Snipe gets the back smack on the Boo, and that will open things up really well here for the side of Rebellion as they get 2 down for Sentinels.
High risk, high reward for Soul Snipe. He was the first player in with that camouflage, jumped in between all 4, was somehow able to find his kill and keep that padding that Rebellion has over Sentinels in this game. Fantastic effort, but this is where it gets dangerous. Look at the Rebellion spawns. All 3 of them trapped in the same lane in the same spot. Sentinels, if they can find an early pick here and collapse in, this could be a devastating result.
That's exactly what Lethal does. Gets the first pick, looking to collapse in with the rest of Sentinels with Cycle on the back line. He's going to get spotted out, but he's going to win the 1v1 as well. Cycle consistently winning these 1v1 pivotal fights that we see. Fights that are necessary.
It's all about the strafe. It's all about the strafe. Cycle has, I like to call it like the Sparty strafe, where his Spartan just moves fast, man. He goes up, down, loves to use that verticality of that crouch, uncrouching while using movement at the same time. One of the best strafes you'll see in the game, and it just wins you important pivotal fights like that. Sentinels really had a chance to close this gap down and tie this game up, but Cycle winning that 1v1 piv really closed the door on it.
Well, he brings it within 2. It's Rebellion 33-31 leading currently. Camo's coming up as well here in 10 seconds. Next kill going to be very important here, crucial for whoever's able to capitalize on it. A lot of damage going out into Rebellion. Sentinel's trying to find an opening. That first pick is going to go in the hands of Sparty, but it's Lethal who has to try and stay alive. They get a 3-man wipe here. Camo is free for Sentinels.
This is the moment they've been waiting for, right? Rebellion's had control of the game throughout. This is the camo they need to get away and capitalize on. Multiple times, Sentinels has been able to find that break and get away with camo, but they haven't been able to find the follow-up play. This is important. Sparty needs to really find the right opportunity to get himself a pick and to find some true value here.
Well, Sparty ends up going down, and that's not the value you're looking for. Lethal's going to clean up the kill. Might get a kill on the Mental as well, but you're looking for way more out of that camo. You work so hard to get it, and it's only a 1-kill lead here on the side. Make that, I believe it's 37-39, so Rebellion leading by 2 currently.
The follow-up plays just haven't been there for Sentinels. Multiple times we've seen them find these impressive breaks where they get the opening kill, they find a position on the map, and get the utility. The problem is Rebellion, they're just a force of nature. When they come off a spawn, they know instantly what they want to do, and they're able to gain that control back once again. We need to see a little bit better of the follow-up play from Sentinels, but they might not get a chance in this game. They're getting some deadly split spawns right here. If Rebellion's quick enough to capitalize, they could keep this Sentinels team into a blender response.
I think what's brought this game so very close is the fact that Sentinels have been able to capitalize on damage done, but now it's Rebellion answering back here, 41-45 now. Rebellion leading by 4, and at the very end of this game, it's very, very difficult for a team to come back from this type of a deficit. All that's necessary is trades, and Cycle looking for those. He has the Bulldog. Sparty with a massive kill, though.
The game's not over yet. Spartan's going to give that information that Bulldog's down, and the utility has gone over into the favor of Sentinels.
It's a massive kill.
You have to hit your shot. You have to hit your shots.
That is a massive kill by Soul Snipe right there. Once again, 48, it looks like, to 44. It'll be Soul Snipe looking to end this right now. So much damage has been done. Rebellion so good at capitalizing on that damage, and now only 1 kill is needed. It'll be Lethal who falls, and Rebellion will go up 2-0 in the series.
30 seconds remain. Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Defeat.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Some temporary issues, but we get past them as we see game number 1 finish over there between SSG and Business. Looks like our main match getting itself nice and built, just waiting on one player from Complexity, and then we're going to be diving into this OpTic and Complexity rematch.
I'm excited. I mean, it's so much Halo to be watched today, and the importance, as we've already spoken about, of this tournament and what implications arise as we go into that first event. I mean, this is the very beginning of the season. This is where, we get to see Bandit starts. We get to see all of this on LAN, and this tournament right here decides that entire seeding process. So very excited to see how this pans out today. We've seen various teams win in the multiple online qualifiers that we've had. So I'm excited to see who put that work in and who plays their best when it matters the most online.
Last week, right, when we saw OpTic versus Complexity, it was a very close match. Went to a game 5, and unfortunately for Complexity, it was OpTic reign supreme. Complexity gonna be looking for that revenge, and sometimes I feel like when you're playing for revenge, you play just a little bit better. But dethroning the green wall is gonna be a very tough task for this upstart team.
Yeah, it's the intangibles, and I constantly talk about those. I agree. I think it's if you're hungrier in any sort of way, if you have another reason to add to your many reasons of wanting to win, I think every reason you add just gives you that edge. We'll see. I think this complexity roster is phenomenal. I also think that Dead Zone on this OpTic roster has started to mold himself to fit this roster. Obviously, an established roster winning in Season 1 Worlds with APG, obviously making a change here ahead of the first tournament, or before this first tournament. I think it's going to take some time, but I truly think that they're starting to mold together solidly, and we saw that last weekend, and we'll see if that continues on here today. Very interesting matchup here.
Complexity looking for its revenge. 1 week ago, they were able to push the green wall to a game number 5. Now, when all the chips are on the line, it's win and you're in for Arlington pool play at OpTic's house. Complexity looking to punch their ticket, but the green wall's foundations are strong. The team that's built to win a world championship this year, bringing Dead Zone to the team. It's going to be a tough matchup. And I can't tell you who's gonna win this one. All I can say is that it's gonna start right now. This is the matchup we've been waiting for.
Very excited about this one. I've seen this complexity roster over the weeks. I've seen the scrims. I've listened to the discussions, and honestly, very impressed at their growth. Ryan knew at the forefront of that. The captain of this roster, making sure that everything lines up, making sure to bring that wisdom that he's garnered for so many years. And he will continue to do that with these young 3 on the squad. A roster that honestly is going to surprise a lot, I believe, as this season moves on.
Right, I'm trying to do his best to really keep this shock rifle in his team's possession. Expect to see him rotating sort of away from the fights, being that back player. Expect to see a couple ahead of him, as he's going to be the one that's going to try to take on as many heads as possible. Just stick with this, guys. We're going to make sure those team colors are just right for you, and we'll get right back into that action.
We gotta have the colors, man. All right, we gotta have the colors, and we will have that. But honestly, I'm excited to see how this roster continues here. Oh, look at that. OpTic in green, slathered in green. Complexity in that royal blue. You see Formal on your screen. I watched him warm up a little bit this morning. Absolutely just dialed in. Like there is no player I see that changes form in tournament mode. It is absolutely beautiful. Playing a little bit of matchmaking with Lunchbox, and now continuing on here. But we got to talk about this. Tools, Complexity are about to take the first hill.
I don't think that might be for now. I think OpTic Gaming might have a real chance right here. They got 4 down at the perfect moment. It all came off Trippy. His ability to close space and beat the other team into submission is some of the best in the game. He's been able to get that point for his team, and now it's all up to OpTic Gaming to build a wall. Do not let Complexity pass this halfway point, but they're swarming to that camouflage play, and Ryan patient in the background as he takes him down to secure hill number 1 for Complexity.
That wall would have to have been built out of titanium to work. It was Complexity who played a very methodical game, but also a very aggressive game on that very first hill inside of batteries. One of the most difficult hills to get on this map in this game mode. And his precision once again on the back of Hydro, doing his darndest to stay alive. Dead Zone finds him out though, and it'll be control for OpTic Gaming.
I love the way that Ryan's been playing this game thus far. He's been patient when he's had the power positions on the map, and well, he's been rewarded time and time again for it. Starting off this game 8-3, and that shock rifle might just be devastating to this OpTic roster. Oh, are you kidding me?
There is no way that just happened. That is called multitasking at its finest. An absolute clinic by the side of Ryan. A man after my own heart, as we're all so old, but he shows that age is just, you just gotta put that work in. You just gotta put that work. That's exactly what he does. But Lucid looking to stop it right now. He does not win the fight versus Precision, and Complexity are halfway through their second hill.
Complexity's just been on a heater this game, and look at the space that they have. Yes, they have control of the hill, but where's Descendant and Ryanoob? They're all the way over on the other side of the map. You have to go through the pits of hell if you want to get to this hill. A great setup and a blender's in place. OpTic Gaming, they can't get anywhere. Hill number 2 in the favor of Complexity.
After watching Complexity week after week, I was going to put on the docket that this team is a top 6 roster, and you said it yourself, so aggressive and so competitive are you know, from 3rd place to 6th place, and I 100% agree, but Complexity have put that work in. So many scrims, so many hours, and it's being showcased right now. OpTic having a very difficult time breaking through this right now. 2-0, Complexity are leading.
Complexity looking to get a return on investment here. They said, get me Ryanoob and get me all the new players on the block. And, well, I think it's paying dividends. Combine that with a coach that's won the most lands in console esports history, and you have a recipe for success. So far, they've been able to push OpTic Gaming to the brink. They're constantly applying pressure, working on those spawns. But at the same time, look at the space that they take on the map. Always being able to control multiple parts of the map at once, but are quick to each other's help. It's been phenomenal. High-level Halo, time and time again, and Huss able to get the double with the help of precision. They secure the spawns, and OpTic Gaming, I don't think they have a chance to stop this 3rd hill.
You have over a decade of competition in Ryanoob, a player who's been through so much, who's been at the highest of highs, and he's able to just put these 3 around him, and honestly, you just listen to their scrims, you listen to the way he talks to them, the stuff that he's teaching them. You know, it's such a large thing to be so aggressive as a young player when you have that individual skill, having that aggression as well, and not really having that discipline, but constantly when you have someone around you like Ryanoob who forces that discipline into action, you end up with a team like this. It's Precision on your screen, who has grown incredibly since we first saw him in Season 1, and it'll be 3 caps for Complexity. 1 more to win game number 1.
MVP performance thus far from Ryanoob. Yeah, you can hear it all the way in the Complexity HQ. A little tip tap on the ground, because that's a ratty play from the side of Ryanoob, staying alive in those back spawns, securing it for his team. And Complexity have gone up 3-0. 2 minutes and 29 seconds of neutral time to worry about. OpTic have a strong setup on the map for now with camouflage in their possession. This game is certainly not over, but at the pace that Ryanoob and the rest of Complexity has been playing, well, it's going to be a dangerous fight at the back spawn for OpTic.
Yeah, the question is, does Complexity overheat here? Because like you said, the game is nowhere near over. You're talking about an OpTic Gaming roster, former world champs added with I would say one of the best players in the game in Dead Zone. I truly think that this game has just begun. OpTic looking to potentially take this hill here. They do get 2 down on the side of Complexity. They've got control of that sneaky area as well. It'll be Lucid holding back players that potentially are pushing from the long haul side, but spawns come out onto A, and it'll be the first hill now for OpTic put down.
Hill ready.
Complexity have all their resources tied up over at A. They have to find a way to cross through. The question is, where do they cross through? And it looks like they went through tower. No one saw the cross. That's a huge misstep from OpTic Gaming. The green wall, it's collapsing. 4 players go down. Complexity will win the backseat spawns. Complexity somehow broke through.
Question is, how does Complexity hold this here? Like you said, the spawns for OpTic Gaming come out on the A side. You see they're spreading out on a 2-2 push here. 2 through the pipe side, 2 through A. Descendant takes care of 1. Formal's caught inside of batteries. Trippy goes down as well. What is going on? All 4 dead for OpTic Gaming.
Look at the space that Complexity controls on the map. They're never right next to each other, but they always have each other's help. It's been too much for OpTic Gaming to play through. And the other thing to know is Complexity's going for a time strategy very early in this game, sending players across the map. They're not necessarily concerned about finding that 4th hill. They're going to try to win it on time. I don't know if that's a strategy I'd go for, but so far Complexity been having no problems finding these 4-man wipes.
Yeah, playing for time here with 1 minute and 30 seconds left is normally the play for every single team, but when you're coming against OpTic Gaming, you've got to be careful on that decision making, and it looks like OpTic Gaming Going to make them pay for that decision. This second hill looks to be going in. Precision's going to make a last-ditch effort. He has shock rifle in his hands, but as you can see, that aggression comes through. He grapples away. Trippy catches him out, though, on the glass side. And OpTic Gaming, with one more kill, could potentially take this hill, but it's Ryanoob who comes through. 24 and 12 out of him. Will it be enough, though? No. OpTic Gaming will take hill number 2. A minute and 19 seconds left to tie this up for OpTic.
Foremost play cannot be understated right there. He just made a massive play for OpTic Gaming. Hits that pre-fire across as he goes into that hill to find himself a double kill. It basically saves OpTic Gaming 20 seconds of time, because if he goes down, there's no one there to quickly take control of that hill once again. He's giving his team a fighting chance as they go into this final hill. 60 seconds of neutral time. Can Complexity hang on?
Well, they get 2 dead for OpTic Gaming. That's a great start, but look who's got the A side control. It's going to be Trippy on the side of OpTic. He decides to push up aggressively here. This might be a good play. He gets the spawns on the back A. They push through the pipes. This is a massive win. OpTic Gaming win that engagement. 2 down for Complexity.
Trippy's working into that back hill. Complexity, they're still down on the map. Look at the spawns all the way at C. OpTic Gaming, they've set up the trap. They have all their players looking at the middle of the map. Complexity have to find a route that's safe. They're going to try to break into these back pipes after they find a pick, but there's just no pick to be found.
This is what I'm talking about. You've got to be careful playing time so early against an OpTic Gaming roster who have been through this and been through that. They've got that decision making. They can definitely come back. You can never toss them out of a game. And it looks like they will take hill number 3. We are all tied up.
They got to reset themselves. The coach needs to get in their ears. You can't keep spiraling down into death after death. Right, precision. He picks up the rifle. Able to find those picks. That's going to help this Complexity roster even themselves up, but they have to win the fights for spawns. It's the duo, Lucid and Trippy, that stand in their way.
Oh, Lucid's down. Trippy's the next one to potentially fall here. They do find him as well. But look at OpTic swarming this hill. The shroud screen will fall. This is an opportunity for Precision to be precise on the shots. And it'll be 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Precision holding the spawns, preparing for that bat ledge.
Fantastic work from Ryanoob and Precision. They got opposite ends of the hill, put OpTic Gaming between them, and it's Swiss cheese from there. Able to light them up and put them 4 down. The push is coming. The push is dead. Double kill, and it might just be more. Dead zone. Sayonara. Triple in the feed. Precision's taking over.
What an absolute massive play. 24, 14, and 17. This player cannot be talked about enough. Like I said, it's grown so much from when we first saw him in Season 1. A player who's put that work in, and as this push comes through for OpTic, he is the first line of defense here. Look at him staying alive. Almost gets the kill onto Formal, but Formal will take him out. All 4 down for Complexity.
This game's not over yet. Where's the spawn? Where's the push? One good shot for Complexity to find this break and win this game, but you have to go through a full strength OpTic Gaming to do so. It's a 2-man push through the pipes. Do they find Lucid in time? His position's known. The pre-fire's in. No damage done by Lucid. Here comes the push.
If that damage was done, but Descendant does get his shields back. Formal's on the back of Hydro. Trippy's the last player alive. It might be it. This might be it. Complexity might take this. And with that kill, they do. They secure game number 1 versus OpTic Gaming.
They survived game number 1's the way to put it. OpTic went on a heater 3 in a row, but just ran out of steam. Coordinated efforts from Complexity. They knew they had 1 shot at it. They coordinated themselves, put 2 players, push all the way across the map. Look how long they routed their way to get into that position to fight for the hill. They knew it was their last chance. What they do, they prioritized finding the perimeter player in Lucid, took him down. From there, it's a 4v3. Bully ball your way in. You think this game is over, but look at the route. Look at the route. Descendant, Ryanoob, they know what they need to do. Go all the way across the map. This is a trip to Mordor, and they know that they have to take down Sauron at the bottom of stairs. The pre-fire works it. From here, it's simply a numbers game. Sink and collapse in on these players at hill. Fantastic work, fantastic coordination, staying cool under pressure. Complexity steal game 1.
I've got to give it to Ryanoob. I've got to give it to Precision, but there's a man in the back that doesn't get a lot of credit, and it's Ashes, the coach. I've listened to enough scrims to know that he has solidified himself as one of the best coaches in Halo Infinite. The way that he works around Ryanoob's knowledge of the game, that he provides value with every line that he says out of his mouth. That is the way a coach should be, and Ashes doesn't get enough credit, but I've got to give it all to Precision and Ryanoob, absolutely performing their best, the best I've seen them in that game number 1. But ladies and gentlemen, take a seat. We're gonna swap over right now. Look at all these games we get to watch. This is Halo, baby, baby, baby. There's so much Halo to be seen here, and at LVT, you get to see it all. Sentinels, will they be able to take out this Rebellion roster? Rebellion up 2-1 in the series. A very important victory here for Sentinels, and you can see they have a bit of a lead here in this round number 1, but Rebellion looking to take that.
I remember last time we came back to the series, it was a 2-0 for Rebellion. What did Sentinels do in that game 3 to get themselves back into the game? It's called playing perfect. 250-0 was the Stronghold's game just 1 game ago. So although they were down 2-0 in the series, it's safe to say all momentum is in favor of Sentinels at the moment.
Well, with all that momentum, they do go 4 down, so a chance for Rebellion now to get control of this ball, potentially bring it towards the tower side. I'm assuming there is a player on that back tower side, so instead of slaying through, they take a bit of a weird route. Lethal's gonna find them out, though. That'll be 2 down for Sentinels, so Lethal has to play a bit slower here, but it'll be Sentinels in control of the oddball once again, and a little bit of a, I would say, a weak tower setup, but a setup nonetheless.
I gotta give a shout out real fast, man. The chat going crazy, but the subs coming in, made by Edgar. Thank you for the 20 gifted. Woo! As we go into this game a little bit more. Rebellion doing a fantastic job of getting themselves a power position, getting themselves that power weapon, but they need to find some more power positions on the map. Let's head back to our main series that's loading up right now. That OpTic Gaming versus Complexity game number 2. It's on its way, and honestly, we need to see a response. We need to see the green wall come strong. We need to see the OpTic Gaming that won a world championship. Do not let up. So often, OpTic Gaming has a strong response whenever they lose a game.
Every time the dust settles, OpTic Gaming, we've seen them emerge victorious. When things are the hottest they can be, this OpTic Gaming roster shows us something new. Every time they're doubted, and right now it's Trippy trying to quell that doubt. A 4-1 lead here, 4 down for Complexity.
That's exactly what you're looking for. Trippy's going to be able to get himself the power weapon, and look at the spawns of Complexity. They're trapped but not out. Oh my, it's like a honey badger trapped in the back. What do they do? What do they respond with? 4 down for OpTic Gaming. Camo in the hands of Descendant. Are you kidding me? Complexity.
They've gotten everything. They've gotten the camo, the bulldog in the hands of Descendant. They've also got the stalker in the hands of Huss. Here comes the push now. This bulldog is going to do some massive damage. Only 1 shot taken into the body of Descendant. That's going to allow him to push very aggressively here. Quickly taken out, though. Formal does get that kill. Trippy gets a double in the kill feed as well, but Complexity still leading by 2.
Complexity does such an effective job of putting OpTic Gaming in between a rock and a hard place. Every time they have to make a decision, there's 2 players, 1 to your left, 1 to your right. It's resulted in death after death, but Dead's, oh, he got another, Tim.
No shields, Dead Zone with a bit of a stutter, crouch step strafe. Never seen anything like that. Couldn't hit that if I tried. And he gets a double off that, but he will continue to put damage in. As you can see, Complexity a bit spread out on the map. It's going to be Dead Zone who tries to put as much damage in as possible. Trippy on the B stairs takes him out, and Dead Zone will continue to do damage. Trippy continuing to help him out. This is the teamwork we're used to seeing when it comes to this OpTic roster.
Welcome to the OpTic Gaming juice stand. Get in the blender. Players coming from the left and right. OpTic Gaming taking a page out of Complexity's book. Perfect setup between those 2 players to be able to set up a double kill for their team. But so often Complexity have been able to respond quickly off going 3-4 down, and well, being able to get this camouflage and a fresh shotgun in the hands of Precision could make all the difference in this game and allow them to continue on this spree.
That's what blows my mind. All of that from OpTic Gaming, and we still see a 2-kill lead out of Complexity. It was 4. But now Precision with this Bulldog camo combination. This is not good. Wait, they were playing Ring Around the Rosie. They spotted him. He's got it, the kill, though. He gets the kill on the Formal as well, not expecting the push. And it's Precision with another double, 21-16. Complexity lead game 2.
Precision was about to be shacked in the fool for a second there, but he's able to recover. Nice little double kill from him, and the power weapons are starting to cycle into the hands of Complexity. Keep the high ground, keep the slays in. Formal's by him is lonesome. There's just nothing you can do when you're in this position. Try to find some value where no value can be found.
That zone trying to find value on that purple side. It's going to be 2 down for Complexity. You see OpTic pretty much holding on this purple side aggressively, I would say. The 4-man push there. No presence on B. It is Trippy with a red gun in his hands, trying to do as much as he can from across the map. Lucid finally finding a kill here. 3 and 7 to start off this game. We're used to seeing him like very, very high in the stats, but goes down once again, and it's Formal trying to pick up the pieces, but Complexity already.
So often the trap has been laid by Complexity. The OpTic Gaming just keep falling into. They keep playing just a little bit too fast and allow Complexity players to get behind them. Once that happens, they're able to find that first pick. And you might be looking at some stat lines and you're saying, wow, like Formal, he's having a bad game. On the contrary, I think Formal, 9 assists in this game. He's been often the player that's been last alive, having to try to pick up the pieces when everyone's collapsing in on him. OpTic Gaming need to get out of these cycles. They need to be able to have 4 players up, find the first pick, and get advantage from there. This is where the game could change. Oh no, once again, there's a player in the back. The flank, the knife, it's securely in, and now the camo's off the map, and another player might just go down. OpTic Gaming, they have to start making up ground here and now.
They had 3 dead. OpTic Gaming had 3 dead on the side of Complexity. Formal picks up the camo, but the last player alive not found, playing hide and go seek and being victorious in that regard. It's Precision. Finally, OpTic answer back. They get a 3 down. Still a 4-kill lead here for the side of Complexity. Make that 5 as the beatdown comes through. Lots of trades are happening, and finally Dead Zone does have this power weapon in his hands, but what is he going to be able to do with it? Not much. He only gets 1 kill. That kill is traded out. 36-34. OpTic starting to come back with 3 dead for Complexity.
Well, these are the same cycles that OpTic was put into. Riot, last player alive. Look at all the spawns. They all spawn inside that same little red room. That information is going to be known. Formal's just waiting for the cavalry to arrive. All you have to do is stay alive, and here it comes. Dead Zone. He's in on the flank, was able to find the first. Formal's going to survive a bit more. Lucid letting them know the last 2 are here. Lucid puts them down in the kill feed. Complexity have lost this lead. It's a tied up game.
Well, Lucid's starting to wake up just a bit. He was formerly 3 and 7, now 7 and 9, starting to put those kills in, and he's utilizing the red gun, as we know that he can do so well.
2-for-1 combo. Take it to the bank, getting some extra fries with his order. Oh my. Great sticky grenade, but look at Descendant. His position's found out. Dead Zone, he checks his corners, and Formal's going to be able to stay alive with that use of the Shroud screen. They've been able to take a lead, and now Complexity, for the first time in this game, are trying to find their way back into the lead.
Yeah, OpTic Gaming take the lead. They also take the red gun and the Bulldog as well, so they have control of everything, and Lucid gonna be utilizing that control to get the 44th kill here for OpTic. A 44-41 lead. OpTic Gaming also have the camo as well. Lucid's starting to do his job here. This is what we love to see. He's starting to pick it up right when they need him the most, especially being down 1 in the series. This next couple of kills is crucial for the side of OpTic Gaming. Lucid knows that his teammate goes down. 2 down for OpTic. He has to back up.
Oh, this Complexity smells blood in the water. They got those 2 down. They knew where the camouflage is. They're not done pushing yet, but Lucid's going to use that to his advantage, right? It's just a patient play from Lucid. Didn't get too caught up with the fact that he had camouflage. Let the Complexity push into him, and he was able to stabilize his team because of that. And now they're trying to put this Complexity roster away. Find him. Oh, please don't get okay. He found him, folks. It's okay. It's okay.
That would have been scary, especially with a 48-46 lead. OpTic Gaming looking to close this.
Oh,
the
my
quick
God.
drop by Descendant. Oh my word. That is tech used masterfully by Descendant right there to bring this within one. But OpTic do post the 49. 49-48 now. It is OpTic looking for the final kill.
Look how loose, look how forward he is on the map. He's all the way in that driveway. He's on a flank that could determine everything. Descendant finds one.
Kill.
There's 3 there.
No, Descendant got the second one. Descendant got the double. Complexity go up 2-0 in this series. Oh my word. I just sounded like a little girl, but let me tell you, that was disgusting. Descendant on B-Rail, getting the double kill to close it out. 50-49.
It's the high ground. Did you not learn anything? Obi-Wan taught us years ago. The high ground advantage was too much. Trippy's caught down here at posters. They're right on top of each other. Once Descendant gets this kill, it's chaos that ensues. 3 players from Complexity just find the important kills when they matter. Oh, you thought you had it. The flank that came in pulled a player away from the push. In fact, can we rewind the tape? Rewind the tape. Oh, it's the flank that made all the difference. Look, okay, so you have 3 players on the high ground. We'll run this in real time. Ryan is over in the back, but he's coming back. It's Descendant that's on the flank. Look at the kill feed. Descendant finds the first one with the shotgun that came off spawn. He's behind everyone for the triple kill. The collapse comes in from the backside. And what we talk about, the Achilles heels of OpTic throughout these first 2 games has been the flank. A Complexity getting behind players and making the difference.
OpTic are pissed. Do you see how quickly they just got into game number 3? This is going to be something right here, ladies and gentlemen. A very important tournament in terms of seeding and points for the first HCS LAN event. It is Complexity. In a big surprise, up 2-0 in the series. Will OpTic answer back right now? We've seen them do worse. It is up to them, but it is also up to Complexity to close it out.
So often, it's been OpTic that I've been able to go up 2-0 in the series against Complexity. Then Complexity have to fight and scrap their way back in for a game 5. This time, the complete reversal of the situation. Complexity's playing for revenge, and you can feel it. They're playing at another level. They're playing fast. But can you sustain this level that they've been playing at? That's the question. Are they going to run out of gas in this game type?
How do you deal with it? You've got 3, I would say, younger players on the roster. You've got Ryanoob, who I've talked about time and time again, the veteran on the squad, been in the professional scene for over a decade. It's just insane. All of that individual skill on Descendant, Huss, Precision, individual skill that comes with that aggression. But that aggression is quelled once again. All 4 dead for Complexity. OpTic stamping in a triple cap.
This is a game type that can easily get out of hand, and it's this position where it does so. Lucid with this sniper rifle can pick anyone off when he pleases. Just cross, your head's gone.
And that's what happens. Huss gets his head taken out. Lucid to where are the spawns as well. Precision trying to push in to help Descendant. Descendant on an aggressive push towards that A side. You can see the spawn staggering. But Complexity playing very slow. They're not pushing in. They're waiting for the spawns before they can push in. Lucid doing his best to put as much damage in as possible. But no one from Complexity is falling.
Complexity, they've just been trying to get together to find this collapse, but there's no space. There's nowhere to go. This has been brilliant from OpTic, and what I love is the high ground play, right? They're not too desperate to try to chase down these final players, and it's okay if you lose a hill here. You want to get this camouflage. You want to keep control, keep the space on the map. Lucid's going to be looking for a quick flank here. The question is whether Descendant sniffs it out before the damage comes in, and no, he cannot. Lucid, he's going to cause mayhem as he's going to find another couple bits of damage down as he stays alive. I love the way that Lucid plays.
He is playing phenomenally. You see, he doesn't go for that 2 player that took 2 shots on the side of Complexity. Instead, he goes for the back smack. Stays alive the entire time, but the roles have reversed. It is now Complexity with a triple cap. Huss with a kill onto Dead Zone. It's 2 down for OpTic Gaming. And Complexity looking for a comeback as they flip the script and force the spawns from OpTic Gaming onto blue.
Seeing Complexity being much more aggressive than OpTic was when they got this spawn trap. They're trying to flood in to this blue base, start to force split spawns. They're more prioritized having players separated and being able to attack them immediately off spawn rather than OpTic Gaming when they let Complexity all 4 spawn up but try to corral them into one spot. You can see OpTic Gaming, I think they knew exactly what they wanted to get the job done. They're able to get themselves a home base and they're able to fight for the second over at the bottom half of the map. Precision, there's not much you can do to stay alive in that position. Great job by OpTic Gaming to regain control of the map in a relatively quick manner.
Yeah, I mean, this map can be so incredible in terms of snowball.
Oh,
343 has addressed it. I did not know this ledge whatsoever. I don't know if he knew it either. Not sure how much value can be provided up there, but regardless, a great place to stay alive.
I think that's
OpTic's gonna
exactly
post
the
2
value
caps.
he wanted out of it, right? He went up, he's one shot in that position. He wants to make sure that no nade can hit him, and well, that's the only spot on the map that he can guarantee that you can't hit him. Talk about S3, no, we're talking about S5, baby. That is the top of the map right there.
OpTic Gaming post 2. Once again, it's going to be a 2-cap lead for them. 167 to 91 lead for OpTic as they look to answer back. And ladies and gentlemen, it's not a bug. Complexity are up 2-0 in this series. OpTic looking to answer back right now. An incredible performance out of Complexity, but my question is, and always has been, can they continue this pressure on? And how long can they continue it on?
Complexity knew that Lucid was staring at that lift with the sniper rifle. They all spawned at that bottom lift. They all went towards Hotel, and well, that might have just been enough. Taking Lucid out of that fight essentially made it a 4v3 across the map, but Lucid at the final bell was able to find the kill and stop Complexity from getting that second hill and staving off these points.
Yeah, I constantly see Lucid making plays like that. It looks like a careless play in terms of his life, but it's not. It's a statement being made that, it's all the mind games, right? He wants to showcase that he's a better player. He will challenge a fight that he thinks he can win. Sometimes it pays off, but it's paying off here. 212 to 94 here. OpTic Gaming leading by a massive amount on what I would say is one of their stronger maps.
And so far, I mean, the way that they've been able to find control and force Complexity to fight through OpTic Gaming has been a masterclass, but things can change quickly, and Precision finding a great angle. That trip cap is in, and what's dangerous about this is the spawn cycle for OpTic. These 2 players are up, but the teammates are going to be long behind them. Look how long it's taking OpTic Gaming to get 4 players on the map. They're able to do so, but here comes the flank, the Complexity flank. This time, well expected. OpTic Gaming throwing the pre-nades. Huss has nowhere to go.
Yeah, it was beautiful. And, we saw Complexity, pretty much rushing OpTic off of their spawn. They expected it this time. The ability to adapt mid-game is exactly what makes OpTic such a great team. But that triple cap will be taken away from the side of Complexity. They will hold this double cap here if they can get this kill onto dead zone and get A. But it's OpTic Gaming who continue to pressure forward. They reset A, but Complexity answer back with a B and C setup.
Lucid has just been so effective on this map. He's been playing this back player position so effectively where he's not baiting his teammate, right? Like, oftentimes you hear the word bait. He's not baiting his teammates. He's letting his teammates take that little initial damage, and he's coming in to help his teammate. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it is a bait, but it's a nice little bait. It's a bait that helps your team win the game, and because of it, you're seeing a 19-6 performance. He's just cleaning up all the damage his team is doing, and it's leading to trip caps like this.
Yeah, we've seen OpTic Gaming have these trip caps, and I just feel like they have a better grasp on the trip cap on this map. You can see they get a lot of value out of every trip cap that they get, whereas Complexity, it seems a bit less, I would say less strong. And there it is. OpTic Gaming will put 1 on the board finally here. Complexity still leading 2-1, but OpTic Gaming entering back pretty quickly.
It's just a fantastic game. We saw opportunity for Complexity, but I think OpTic just played cleaner. They played better, and it makes all the difference. It's exactly what you need, and now it's a battle of attrition. Complexity, I think they're hemming and hawing right now a little bit because they're looking at this next game type, and they're like, okay, like, we've been able to withstand these comebacks from OpTic Gaming in these first 2 games, but this is going to be a true battle of attrition. You have to be able to do this for 20-25 minutes sometimes when you're playing these deep oddball games. And once again, Tim, look how fast they're starting these games. These guys want the smoke right away. They are not taking any time. There's no prep talk happening in the back.
Not at all. And you know what's crazy is, you know, anytime I see live fire, and it's been this way since season 1, you see live fire and you see the green wall next to it. It's scary for the opposing team. Complexity going to have a very difficult task ahead of them here. OpTic Gaming extremely strong on the side of live fire, and you can see lots of picture-in-picture here. I wouldn't really call this a picture-in-picture. It's more like a quad screen of all the matches going on. We're currently in the red zone, ladies and gentlemen. We'll keep you updated on all those matches. Well, we're gonna hop back into this one. OpTic Gaming trailing 2-1 in this series, and it's up to Complexity to try to win. And I would say a formidable game-type map combination for OpTic.
Complexity needs to stick with what's been working. These quick flanks where you get players in between players on Complexity. We started to see that OpTic Gaming was getting a little bit wise to these quick flanks, and we're starting to make a difference. Oh, I thought these was gonna hit that for a second, but Complexity, just go back to what's been working. If it stops working, well, rely on your coach. Have him call the audible.
Very important to be able to do so. Wait a minute! That would have been disgusting. He's not gonna hit it though. Lucid ends up losing the snipe here. Trippy trying to fend off. He will go down. It'll be 2 down for the side of OpTic though. Dead Zone does trade out 1. Pushing in really aggressively for these other players from Complexity. Complexity do have this ball, and they have it on a back green setup, so at any moment they can play this ball off. But look how much time, or I would say points, have been gathered by Complexity. Only 4. It's OpTic Gaming's aggression that has not allowed them to grab this ball time.
They're trying to be a little bit greedy with this ball, right? And then ensures that he gets it off. Ooh, dangerous play from Complexity, but it is going to work out in their favor at the end of the day. Complexity still down numbers, though, when this ball is coming up. They're not going to have any sort of space to take, and that ball is going to get away relatively free for OpTic Gaming. It's going to be a tough break for Complexity with how set up OpTic is.
Yeah, great job by OpTic. Oh, a great job by Descendant right there to take out the most important player on the top of tower. But OpTic had a nice smooth transition over to tower there. They're still gonna have to fight for this ball. It's the aggression of Complexity that just makes it very difficult as well to hold the setup here for OpTic. You see, finally that aggression is dealt with. One player ends up going down. Formal gets the second. You talked about this, Tools. That aggression from the side of Complexity. OpTic's reading it every time.
I think they're starting to get used to the sort of pace that Complexity's been playing at. And I think the snipers made a huge difference as well, because there's no way that's safe when you have players like Formal within its hands. Oh man, Complexity, they haven't been able to take any sort of space on the map, and space has been what's been able to generate these flanks that they've been on time and time again. It's because they have so much space between these players. Now, with no space to be found, it seems like they're struggling to get themselves into these positions to get to ball.
Well, OpTic Gaming does pick up that camo, but it is burnt there, so it won't be a factor here. And you see Complexity with their first little bit of time. It's only 24 seconds. Precision's going to have to play the ball once again. Complexity all 4 down.
I don't think it played. No, it did not play. And look at the spawns of Complexity. Oh, that's a devastating effect. They're going to have to run through the entire map just to get a chance to contest this thing.
They'll do that. They'll push aggressively towards the bottom center. Lucid's going to get a double kill on the feed, though. We've seen Lucid really heat up here in game number 3 and in game number 4, of course, the current one. 8-3 to start this one off. And Lucid's kind of been that player for me that, you know, you didn't expect to see his performances in game 1 and 2, but really starting to pick it up here as he warms up as this tournament goes on.
Great patience from Lucid once again playing that back position. He's going to be early to play on that ball. This is one thing I love about Oddball, right? You can be playing that back flank, then suddenly you become the entry fragger because that ball gets played and suddenly you're at the front lines for your team. Formal found himself another sniper, and Complexity, I think you're going to write this round off. I don't know if there's any way you can get past Formal when he has his weapon in his hands.
Well, Formal gets the first one. The ball will be dropped by OpTic for just a second there as they look to clean up that kill, and it'll be OpTic. Formal with the triple, and OpTic close it out. Round number 1.
Just phenomenal snipers from Formal that game. And although he doesn't have the highest kill count in the world, every kill that he had in this round felt so impactful. As the show goes, I love the way that Formal aims. Just very few players that can have like true aim like Formal does.
That left stick aim is so incredibly strong.
Don't tell me.
Almost does it. Threads the needle. The player on C plat survives for another moment here. But Formal with that sniper in hand, I 100% agree, Tools. I think it'll be devastating on the side of Complexity if they allow him the free space that he's just forcing himself through with this snipe. Camo is up as well. We'll see if he's able to get this. Just checking his corners real quick. He ends up getting the camo, but is it going to be burnt? No. Keeps the camo, keeps the sniper. This is scary for the side of Complexity.
3 players ahead of him. Formal with this camo. Just stay slow, stay silent. Oh boy, they're going to be pushing, but look at the flakes from OpTic. It's a devastating result for Complexity. Formal, not only did he hit the sniper shot, he was a perfect bait at the perfect position, and guess what? He knows your spawn.
There it is. Tries to get the first shot. Does do enough body damage, though, to 2 players, and that rotation of the ball will come through here for OpTic. You can see 23-0 already. OpTic Gaming taking that step-by-step process, getting the kills, getting positioning, getting objective time, all in a sequence. Complexity trying to fight that off, but it'll be Formal trying to anchor on those spawns on A, and that ball will get rotated towards A as well.
Enemy has the ball. Ball
Where do these players want to find their push?
3 dead.
Oh man, Complexity, they just haven't been able to find any sort of coherent push that's going to work, and I think it's largely been because of this man on screen. Formal's been unstoppable this game thus far, and well, he has a 1v2 or making a 1v3, and they finally take him down, but it took the entire roster Complexity to get the job done. And by then, look at this rotation from Dead Zone. Yeah, all his teammates are dead, but he's found the perfect spot. Look at it, he's right where they're spawning. Put that ball in a perfect play position to at least let OpTic have a chance to fight through.
A great job by Complexity, though, on that aggression. Understanding the spawns are coming out of the B. They split up 2 spawns. That ball is going to be neutralized, though. And it'll be OpTic once again. Look at that. No trades there for OpTic Gaming. 2 clean kills as they continue to hold time here on the back of green.
All of that happens because of the rotation from Dead Zone, right? It's a long, drawn-out play, but because Dead Zone just keeps putting that space between Complexity and the ball, it allows OpTic Gaming to spawn up and still be able to fight for that ball, get that little extra value. And once they eventually lose the ball, well, what do they gain in return? They get the camouflage to work with to try to break through this armor that Complexity has put on.
You know, I bring up the term overheating constantly. We saw Ryan Noob on that recharge game having a phenomenal game, but you can see him in this game struggling just a bit. 4-19 in round 2 of Oddball. 3 down for OpTic Gaming, though. A chance for Complexity to potentially bring this round back. But OpTic Gaming looked just hungry and ready for anything that Complexity throw at them.
Complexity's just been disjointed this game. They haven't been able to get the right timings. They haven't been able to find those opening picks that they were finding. Something needs to change, and it has to change now. And unfortunately for them, I just don't see that happening. I think that OpTic Gaming has just been so strong on their pushes. They've been forcing these play balls pretty quickly. It's gonna be tough for Huss, right? It's only him and another player on the map. They're able to work together, try to get that ball out, at least off the play spot, but do the spawners come back in time to help?
This is scrappy. Very scrappy play here by Complexity. You can see, like, that ball moving just a bit off the play spot cost them 3 lives. And coming off a spawn, they try to go for another push here. It's staggered over and over again. Ryan Noob's the first person to push in. Does get a kill there, but ends up trading out his life once again. 2 down for OpTic Gaming. Formal on the screen side, just trying to put as much damage as he can. You can see it's always a 2-man push here by the side of Complexity. Finally, they get together just a bit. They have a tiny bit of a setup. And you can see it's this player on your screen, or that was on your screen on the enemy team. It was Lucid, 24-11, having a phenomenal game here. And look at the ball time out of him as well. 81 seconds of ball time for Lucid with a 24-11 KD.
That's when you know you're doing something special, right? It's like, yeah, that much ball time, you're still top fragging in the lobby. Lucid truly entering that flow state, and well, you can see why he has so many kills with the shots that he's been hitting. And this is just devastating. Like, Complexity, yeah, they're going to be able to get this camouflage most likely. I mean, it's still not confirmed yet, but at the other side of the map, right, the ball's being in the hands of Tribute, you're just getting so much time, and right? He's able to eventually find that pick, but it just feels as if you're playing so much catch up in this game.
It's very scrappy. Lucy gets the camo once again as well. You can see the UAV pings come out. Lucy gonna clean up the kill anyway. That's his 26th. Question begs the question, how many will he post at the end of the game here? Really starting to pop off, it looks like. It's the last player alive on the side of Complexity. They're gonna clean him up. Look at the way Lucid plays his life. He knows how important he is with his camo. Continuously putting damage in, but not dying whatsoever.
Yeah, he's a stopgap, right? He's trying to prevent them from coming through that doorway. It's not about getting the kill, it's about slowing the team down. And Complexity, by the time they're able to push into this ball, well, OpTic Gaming, they only need 5 more seconds, and that push is just never gonna come. 4 down, game 5, here we come.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's OpTic Gaming who look very hungry here for this comeback. And they will have the opportunity for the reverse sweep here in game number 5. Complexity looking for answers, but I gotta say, it makes it a bit interesting. I talked about this before that last match started. That is one of OpTic Gaming's best maps, and it has been since the game launched. So I would expect to see them do extremely well on Livefire. But you saw that recharge game. It was Complexity, obviously an objective game, but you saw it. Complexity looked a little bit more comfortable on recharge. We'll see if Complexity can shake that one off and bring their A game for this game number 5.
Well, you look towards your big highlight players when you're put in positions, when you're down 0-2, to come out and lead your team to a victory. I want to point out 2 players on the scoreboard in particular. First one, that'd be Formal. We know what he did in this game, right? Went double positive, had some crucial sniper kills for his team to win this game. But on the other side, I want to talk about the performance that Lucid's had in 2 games. Okay.
Yep.
In the 2 games that they've won, he went 19-6 in the strongholds, triple positive. And in this game, well, you can see it, 27-13, double positive for his team. So when his team's back is against the wall, Lucid stands up to the challenge and is forcing his team into a game 5. I love the fact that we have players in this game that can just take over and live up to the moment, and that's where Lucid really shines, in my opinion. You pair him with Formal, I mean, the absolute GOAT of console esports, in my opinion. That's why this OpTic Gaming is so dangerous in any game, in any series, right? They're down 0-2 in the series, but look how close those games were, and both those games that they lost were off huge comebacks where they were down early in those games.
Yeah.
This recharge Slayer, it's gonna be a scary sight for Complexity when OpTic's on a heater like this.
100% agree. And honestly, for me, on the other end of things, I'm looking at Rynoob. Obviously, he had an incredible game 1 on recharge, King of the Hill. And of course, in that very last game, not really living up to the standard. Obviously, having a little bit of a rough game. You saw his damage was on par, but just dying a bit too much. We'll see if he's able to recover. And as we're going to do, we're going to hop into FaZe versus Reversal Perfy, I'm sorry. A term you used to use when I think I first started casting, Garrett, in Halo 5. You used to say that all the time.
The problem is we played Halo Infinite with VRs for so long. You couldn't get a Perfy Reversal if you tried. You know, it's just like now with the Bandit route, you know, you have that chance to get those 5-shot reversals where you just absolutely put a player down. It's fantastic. I'm really loving the Bandit gameplay and what it's brought to the scene. I'll say Reversal Perfy doing a great job of keeping the series close, right? It's just pushing your FaZe to their limits right now, going back and forth in this oddball. If they could push us to a game 5, I think that's a great indicator of what we could expect at Arlington.
Yeah, contending with the world champs and the number 2 going into this tournament, the number 2 seed in FaZe. We'll see if they're able to bring it to a game 5, like you said. I think it's going to be a bit difficult. FaZe are up 1 round in this oddball game. Get to see a little bit of live fire once again. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll keep you updated on that. We got to hop over here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into a game 5. Complexity taking the very first 2 games in this series. OpTic Gaming, though, looking for that reverse sweep. You talked about it yourself, Tools. It is Lucid who has come alive when it matters the most.
Stop the big name players. That's the strategy for Complexity. Do not let Formal or Lucid have any sort of freedom on the map. Call them out by name, find the kills, send them 4 down. That's exactly what they were able to do off spawn. OpTic Gaming in a deadly blender right off rip, and look at the Complexity collapse. These guys playing fast, knowing what's on the line. You have to put them out early in this game 5.
You have to know that some words were said by Ashes, by the captain and Ryan to rally this team together, to get their mental straight, to shake off those last 2 games, and to come out strong in this one. A 6-3 lead. It's Formal, the player you called in the last game, who has had crazy performances as well. He ends up getting the trade there. And Dead Zone coming out behind as well, trying to assist his teammate, and he gets the kill onto Hus.
Fantastic job by OpTic prioritizing targets, making sure that no one that gets weak stays alive, able to hunt down those final players. And now it really comes down to the neutral game. Look at where Complexity is. It's a 2-2 split on the map on opposite sides. How does OpTic Gaming push through? Well, they're going to try to get the players off the cross, then make their play. But on the other side, Complexity gets aggressive. Oh, you don't see this every day, folks. And you're seeing it gets nitty and gritty down here in the kill feed. Everyone is getting set to the respawn screen. An aggressive play from Complexity. We'll have to see if it works out in the end.
Yeah, it was a 4-for-3 trade. OpTic come out on top of that one, but Complexity still maintained a 1-kill lead. And that was great, right? You saw that Lucid shot the plasmas on the bottom of Elevator, and that's what allowed Complexity to know that he was inside a tower, and that's why they made that push. And they consistently keep making these pushes. 3-man push coming through the pipe side. OpTic Gaming take out 2. And a 2-man trade once again. 2-for-2 trade. It still ends at 1 kill. A 1-kill lead for Complexity.
I mean, it felt like we're getting some recreation of some classic wars right there. Battle of Thermopylae. Just find the pincher. Ooh. Push them all through that stairwell, and well, they all went down. 15 all in this game. Camouflage just playing its impact. This is where Complexity have to corral OpTic Gaming. Look, they don't really have much space to work with. Find the weak player, isolate, and kill. That's Complexity's priority.
I love the aggression out of Complexity, though. I think their aggression kind of matches their confidence in it. It looks like coming out on fire in this game. This game number 5, where, like you said, it matters the most. Trying to go backing up. Formal ends up rechallening that fight, and because of that, he takes a nade to the face, and it'll be a tie game now. Make that a 1-kill lead for Complexity. 3 down for OpTic Gaming. Complexity just continuing to pressure through here.
Oh, so focused on finding that one-shot player. You can tell that the comms of Complexity are pretty clear, that they are telling them, hey, this player's one shot, find the finish. I think a little bit too aggressive from Descendant. You got to understand where your position is on the map. He falls into the bait, and well, it's going to be a kill that goes in favor of OpTic Gaming. Those are the free kills that you just really can't afford to give away. Informal just sends the insta mode. Walsh will be proud, and a couple players might be finding the respawn screen as well. OpTic Gaming trying to find this collapse, but Complexity somehow come out unscathed.
Yeah, they trade 1 for 1. That was pretty much all that happened there, and they still continued that 1-kill lead that they've pretty much had the entirety of this game number 5. It's Trippy trying to make something happen with a shock rifle, gets 2 assists. Dead Zone and Formal making sure Trippy doesn't go down, and that's massive because that gives OpTic their first lead of game 5.
Don't peek the door. All 4 players from Complexity. I don't think they're going to move. They're going to put the onus on OpTic Gaming to make the play. Do not peek the doorways. That's the #1 comm. Oh, here we go. There's no one on the cross. Complexity.
There's the call. The call by Rhino. Descendant's trying to put damage into the player on Needle side. Rotated out, though. OpTic Gaming, no one there at all.
Oh, they're goading Trippy to take the shot. They're jumping out on the catwalk across the way, saying, please try to hit me. They have the team shot there, but it's an all-out brawl, and Trippy's just having to watch helplessly on the other side of the map. He's trying to get to the reinforcements of Formal, but Formal just don't need it. He wins the 1v1, the last shot. Hus goes down.
That's such a massive win by Formal, though. It alleviates some pressure coming out of Complexity, but look at how they're just holding forward here. Trippy's going to end up surviving, it looks like. I like how they didn't aggress on that one shot. We talked about their aggression on one-shot players earlier. Looks like a bit of discipline has been implemented. And because of that, Trippy does stay alive, but in the kill feed, it's Formal with the double. So OpTic Gaming taking a pretty massive lead here already in this game, 30-24.
It's filthy how OpTic can change their pace. Very few teams have this innate feeling of knowing where and how you can push complexity. They're just trying to get 4 players up at the same place, same time, and they have not been able to do so, largely because of Formal. He's been coming in, finding big double kills, and then pulling his way out in fights. Just got another sticky to put complexity back on respawn screens, and finally complexity are all together, but it might just be Baze. Dead Zone's waiting in this corner. Oh no. Oh, that could have been so filthy. Just the execution not quite there.
Great play by Complexity to, like you said, kind of make sure that they can minimize the damage done. 33-30 though. Complexity continuing on this aggression. They're starting to win the 1v1s as well. That's Precision who wins a fight against Formal. Still a 3-kill lead here for OpTic Gaming though, as Complexity continue to pressure through. Camo up now at the 6-minute mark, and Trippy wins a massive 1v1 to try and secure this camo.
OpTic has the better spawn, but they don't have the space to move forward. Here we go, fight for camo. Here it comes. Trippy able to get away, and well, only one shot hits him. Oh, you cannot let Trippy get away with a camo like that. Complexity, this might just be where this game is lost.
Yeah, look at how much information he's given here. Look how much damage is done. Ryanoob decides to turn. Camo player spotted out. It's going to be Huss pushing on the long haul side. Trippy staying alive with his camo. Continues to live. This is massive out of Trippy. Probably about 10 more seconds left in the camo though, and he decides to be aggressive on the long haul side. It's going to be Descendant who's no shields. And the chasing and the aggression is so prevalent in this match. It is incredible to watch. Descendant gets a beat down on a Trippy. Lucid trades out. 41-35. OpTic continue to lead.
The one word for this game so far has been decisive. Both teams, when they make a play, they commit to it. It's the reason why Complexity was able to get out. They said, we're all going long haul. We're getting away from this camouflage. Trippy put so much damage into 3 players, but those trades never came through. Complexity were able to stave off that push, and they're still within distance. OpTic Gaming, though, they're just 1 or 2 wipes away from putting this thing away.
Now the pace slows, but as the pace slows for OpTic, it is Complexity continuing that aggression that we've seen so often in this game. But like you said, yeah.
Look at the bottom. Ryanoo's here. He's found the 2 players. He's just waiting for his teammates to come help.
It's going to be Descendant who falls though, and Huss down to no shields. This is what makes it very difficult for the side of Complexity. You talked about it, Tools. It's the ability for OpTic to change the pace of the game on a whim. 45-37, their largest lead in this game. And it's game 5. This is a massive game for OpTic Gaming. This could be a reverse sweep.
Dead Zone welcomed him to the Shadow Realm, said, hey, I got a special trap card for you. Sent it to the respawn screen, and Complexity, seeing this series that was in their hands, just slipped through. Resilient till the end. OpTic Gaming just finding the final scraps to take home this reverse sweep. One of the best series we'll see all day.
A massive series for OpTic, and a statement being made when their backs up against the wall. They will come out victorious. A game 5 victory for OpTic, a series win for OpTic in a reverse sweep fashion.
I can't believe it. It's just a fantastic from OpTic Gaming. You know, very close games, heartbreakers in game 1 and game 2, but FaZe might just be able to secure their ticket to an Arlington pool play spot as well before go down, Tim. Reversal Perfy, they're going to do it. They need to do it right here. That ball did not get played. Oh, no, that could be devastating for FaZe. They have to trek all the way across the map. Do they have time?
Cherish is holding on to this. Renegade has the camo, but doesn't have really an opportunity to use it.
Look at this rotation. This is brilliant. Rotation from Cherish. He's just standing away. Here comes the collapse. It's all going to come down to this gunfight.
It's Mortally who picks up the ball. We're going to a game 5 reversal. Perfy beat FaZe in game number 4. What the frick is going on here?
He tried to play the ball. Did not go off the map. And it cost so much to the FaZe roster. Oh no, game 5 secured. FaZe in trouble once again. Last week they had a disappointing finish, only a top 6 finish for them. They expect themselves in the grand finals every tournament.
My old man heart, I don't know how much more it can stand. The tournament that matters the most. As you can see, an update of the winner's side. Space Station versus Rebellion in the semis. And of course, OpTic Gaming waiting to see who is victorious between FaZe and Reversal Perfy. An incredible storyline for today. And don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, we have tomorrow as well, which is absolutely insane. This is just crazy. I don't know what to say. Honestly, I'm at a loss for words for the first time since I was born.
This could be a tough matchup. Now, the thing is, FaZe is a roster that's won, got too many championships to count. You know what I'm saying? Like, when you're talking about these 4 players, they've all had multiple world championships. They've won. All 4 of these players have been a part of different dynasties, right? Looking at Renegade there with Shotzi and the rest of Splice at the end of Halo 5, beginning of Halo Infinite, and then Frosty, Snakebite, Royal 2. Obviously, the core 3 of that just brilliant CLG OpTic Tox run in Halo 5 did not miss a grand finals in the entirety of Halo 5. These 3, and it just shows you that how excellent they are at games, and anything other than a grand final finish to them is disappointment. They do not want to be going down to the elimination bracket. They don't want to have to deal with the talk of another top 6 finish once again.
Honestly, it was said by Snakebite, so much to work on, right? You learn so much from these tournaments, and it's great preparation for what lies ahead, which is LAN. But first, you have to reach this hurdle. You have to overcome this hurdle. A Game 5 Reversal Perfy have sent you into this situation. The question is, we saw OpTic answer back in a reverse sweep fashion and close out their Game 5. Will FaZe do the same? Will we see an OpTic FaZe rematch tomorrow? Or will Reversal Perfy upset or make, I would say, the biggest upset of this entire season so far?
Game 5, here we go. All gonna be about weapon control. Get yourself to those shock rifles. Make sure that you're hitting the big shots when they matter.
Couple shots go down. It is FaZe with a slight lead, I guess, of 1 kill. That's quickly taken out, though, as breaking shot. I would say one of the most, I would say one of the best individual moving players in HCS. I think his movement is on another level. His ability to stay alive, some of the best I've seen in Halo Infinite. That's what's going to matter the most here in this Slayer Game 5 is your ability to live, your ability to make sure that you're a very difficult kill. It's 2 down for FaZe Clan and a tie game.
Well, FaZe have control of that A and yellow side. Reversal Perfy, though, with that shock rifle, gonna be able to find their breakthrough. Oh no, they thought they were gonna be able to find their breakthrough. A nade comes in through the back. It finds a couple of players of Reversal Perfy, and suddenly things are getting just a little bit chaotic on the map. Reversal Perfy basically do an entire lap, and they're all spawning over here at C, and suddenly you're trapped. There's nowhere for you to move. Royal 2 and Renegade are expecting a push, but I think a great job by Reversal Perfy to slow this down. Do not get caught into the trap.
You see the pace slow down so often in these Slayer games, especially in a Game 5. 10-8 so far. FaZe have a 2-kill lead. And keep an eye on breaking shot right now. 4-2 so far in this game. Frosty as well on the other end of things. He ends up going down. Piggy, formerly of LVT Halo at Worlds, doing his thing as well.
Two players here from Reversal Perfy trapped in the map, right? And to them, it's a question of how do we get out from this position. With Camouflage coming up, they know how important that C-spawn is. Now, Piggy find that first kill. Here it comes. This is where Reversal Perfy needs to activate. Play fast. Try to find the remaining players on the map and collapse on.
That's what Renegade's gonna do. He's gonna collapse with a grapple! Cherished! A massive win out of him. That'll give Reversal Perfy their first lead of the game, 13-12.
Look at all 4 players of FaZe. They're trapped. Camo still in the hands of Reversal Perfy as well. Oh no. Oh, that nade. Oh, how do you miss? There's 4 players all on top of each other. Oh, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. I don't know how that didn't stick anyone.
Cherish gets a kill on a Renegade, and Piggy gets his kill, though, which means Reversal Perfy, a 17-13 lead versus FaZe in game number 5. And they continue to aggress here through the long haul side. It'll be Cherish who trades out on the Renegade. Piggy trying his best to stay alive. The sticky gets flown, but doesn't catch it as Snakebite cleans up the kill and keeps it within 2.
FaZe might be the only team that I've ever seen get trapped at top A, have a complete collapse coming in on them, a nade that should have connected on one of them, and they're able to stabilize and in fact reverse the position after. This is dangerous for Reversal Perfy. The push is going to come. Frosty's checking his corners. He's going to let his team know, hey, they're at the back of elevator. Let's try to make a play. And there we go. The information's out. Can't Frosty get away with his life?
Grapple is the big thing there, but Frosty ends up dying anyway.
Well, great job by Reversal Perfy. Look how they activate on the map. Look at the space that they've taken now because they got that first pick. They know that FaZe have to condense down because they've lost those numbers. In fact, they give up the entire high side. They're leaving gold because they know this camouflage is coming up. There's a flank from Reversal Perfy that's coming in from the back. It's breaking shot. Royal 2 has to hit this shot. Oh no, it goes just over the head.
He crouches just in time. Royal 2's got to still hit the shot, but he's going to go down quickly here. 22-17, Mortally now in control of the shock rifle. He ends up scurrying away with his life, but it's still a massive lead here for Reversal Perfy. FaZe stuck on the long haul side, lots of damage coming out. Mortally just trying to live here with his teammate on the back of Hydro. FaZe looking for the option to push on through, but guess who's got the camo? Completely behind the line of FaZe, gets the kill. Looking for more, but quickly taken out by Renegade.
He was able to find the one open spot on the map and got the kill, but FaZe were quick to respond with that 2 going down. Mortally's going to have to condense back with Piggy, try to open up these numbers, and I think they're going to think that they're over at high side, over at gold, but you can see Snakebite, yeah, he's going to expect to push over here. They're just trying to get themselves together once again, and I'm going to say for the rest of this game, expect this game to be very slow. Reversal Perfy with this 5-kill lead know that top priority at all points in time is finding a trade. If you could go 1 for 1 in this game, you can win it. You can withstand the pressure. I would not be surprised, in fact, Tim, if we go to time at this point with how Reversal Perfy's going to play this final position. It's just there's no reason for them to give an opportunity for FaZe to get a kill.
Right, you had the lead. You had the lead, you take the space on the map, you make them, or force them to make a play just like that. Now Frosty's down to no shields. It'd be Piggy looking for something here. Aware, potentially, of the push, but we talked about that 8-minute camo. Now we come to the 6-minute camo. Pace is slow.
Look at them, they fly in through that top door. They're trying to get them off the cross, but FaZe, they expect it, and oh no, this could be devastating. FaZe, if they can find breaking shots, a sniper shot, no, breaking's down, the camo, it wasn't burned. FaZe get control of every damn thing on the map.
And guess who has control of most of it? It is this man on your screen, Renegade. A shock rifle, a grapple, and a camo to work with. Look how slow Reversal Perfy's playing, though, once again. They're all stacked up as well. You can see, sitting on top of each other, sees the gun. Renegade gets the first one. They have information now, though, but collapse will come through from FaZe. As that first kill is huge. A couple nades come through. Renegade looking for an opening here. Has to place him close range on the shock rifle. Gets the kill on Mortally. This man on your screen, one of the most deadly players with his weapon in his hands.
It was 25-19. 27 all. FaZe have found their break, and now they're sitting on the other side saying, hey, we don't have to do anything with how this game is played. Let me just look for a pick. Does he hear that noob combo charge underneath him? Here comes the flank from Piggy.
He does hear it. Look at him. Look at him trying to get away. He's got the grapple as well. This is the man on your screen that can turn this game on its head. We've seen what he's capable of with his shock rifle so many times. When it's a tie game here, 27-27, you don't want to give this man a line of sight. That's exactly what Cherish does, and he gets taken out because of it.
Oh, Renegade's dissecting them. Oh, they're all running. There's nothing you can do. You just have to run from this man when he has so much control of the sandbox, when he has these shock rifles, these grapples. There's nothing you can do. And look, he's found himself in a prime position to get another camouflage.
I think he's got, oh, that's a big stick. That's a big stick by Frosty. He's going to be able to get pipes control. No way. Just barely misses. But the thing is, for me, the fact that Renegade has one bullet left in that shock, at least last that we saw, he ends up going down. But if he used that shock rifle shot, he knows the spawn on this shock rifle. But a great job by Reversal Perfy to hold that pipe side control.
Yeah, pipe side. Shock rifle is going to be up in about 45 seconds. We did see that final shot laid through, and oh, Frosty, he keeps just, what he's doing is he's going back, getting the next spawn, like he's going, getting the sticks, says, I know you guys are in pipes, like, keep trying to peek me, I'm just gonna stick you, like, you can't come through this doorway.
Mortally makes a really aggressive play, drops down into batteries, ends up getting taken out, and now it was a 6-kill lead for the side of Reversal Perfy, but now it's FaZe who come back here, 32-28.
There's only one more camo left in this game as well. It comes up in about a minute's time. You're Reversal Perfy. It's about time you get the shock rifle that's about to spawn up, and you start flipping out the spawn to get yourself ready for this next camo. And I don't know if they knew that that camo was on, that shock rifle was on respawn, because you can see FaZe definitely prioritized getting themselves into pipes and getting ready for that shock rifle.
Oh man, it's
he just blew up the nade at tower. Oh, Royal 2.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he saw a nade on the ground, used the commando from across the map, shot it, and got the easy pick.
That's crazy. High level play there by Royal 2 in a high pressure situation, making sure to utilize those nades that are on the floor. That'll give FaZe 7-kill lead here. You see breaking shot. The pace will slow once again, and like you mentioned, Tools, it's the camo, the very last camo of the game, about to spawn in 3 seconds. And honestly, Reversal Perfy in a prime position to get this camo, but FaZe is not going to let them have it for free.
That's going to be an all-out fight right here. Last camo. For FaZe, the priority, just get a trade. All you need to make sure is that camo doesn't go in the hands of Reversal Perfy. Well, it goes into the hands of Frosty, and with a 7-kill lead and only a minute and 40 seconds left, I think this one's going to be over.
Great job by FaZe to stay alive, or Frosty to stay alive there, but as I say that, breaking shot does take him out, and guess who's got the shock rifle once again? It is Renegade, but this time he loses it quickly. This is not over just yet. Reversal Perfy have not thrown the white flag. They want this fight, but Snakebite, the captain, not going to allow it to happen. Finally gets taken out, 41-38. They still continue to lead this game.
Well, the clock starts playing a factor here, but the clock might be a blessing in disguise for Reversal Perfy. Their entire game plan has been molasses since they got that early lead. Now, the neutral time, that minute left on the clock, it's forcing them to play fast.
Play fast they do. Renegade has to stay alive here. The triple push comes in from Reversal Perfy. 44-40 though, with 45 seconds left. So many 40s going on, but FaZe taking them all.
Oh no, look at that spawn breaking shot. Royal 2's right here. That damage goes down, and essentially it's a 3v4 off spawn. It's gonna come down to some hero plays for Reversal Perfy. They're gonna get this job done.
45-41 with 30 seconds left. You hear Jeff Steitzer in your ears reminding you that camo not going to play a factor whatsoever. I don't think we go to an overtime here. There's just no way.
Oh, no, that kill. The deficit's too large now. The timer, it comes to bite them. With only 10 seconds left, the question is it going to be 50 or 49 in this game win for FaZe?
Almost 50. Renegade wants it.
Royal 2 gets for the win.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Royal 2 gets the ninja at the very last second to take the victory for FaZe as they win game 5. And as you see, the script doesn't lie, ladies and gentlemen. OpTic Gaming going to face FaZe tomorrow. What a beautiful match that was, though. Reversal Perfy putting up a fight in the winner's side. They will have another chance tomorrow, but FaZe come out on top with the victory when it matters the most.
Fantastic winners quarterfinals. 4 spots have been confirmed for Arlington Pools. The question is, where do they land by the end of tomorrow? Space Station, Rebellion, FaZe, and OpTic have clinched their way into a pool play spot at HCS Arlington.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had a lot of Halo action today, but we're going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll have more action coming up next.
welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am so happy to be here in another amazing online on-season. We got the on-season events going on. This time, it is your major qualifier. And for the first time today, I'm Why Not Be Reckless, aka Why Not Be Casting. And for the first time this season here on the LVT broadcast, I got my man Wes Only in the clutch. Tell him something, Wes.
It's good to be back. I've been watching a lot of Halo, been watching the qualifiers, but this is the big one, right? This is the one that decides your seed for the OpTic Gaming Major, and we've already seen a couple of close game 5s throughout the day as the elimination bracket starts to take on. I can imagine that the competition is going to start to increase and the pressure is going to start to amount because everybody wants the best seed possible for the best bracket possible when it comes to the first LAN event.
And you can see that right here, right now, McPookie's giving a very good Stainers roster a run for their money. Already up 1-0 in their series, but currently down quite a bit here in this game. Stainers have taken back control, and they could ride this momentum simply to a win. At this point, they could simply play for trades.
Yeah, barring a miracle, this series is going to be all tied up 1-1. Stainers, obviously the favorite coming into the series. You know the names, Gilkey, King Nick, Sab, and Suspector. Surprised to see them lose the first game, especially knowing that it was an objective, but they look to have rebounded here. It's an overkill from Sab as we switch to his screen. The Quantum for the potential kill tag. A bit of a choke on the shot, but you can tell Sab is starting to find his form with that overkill.
I will say, though, you may not be as familiar with the players on the other side of McPookie's, but you better get involved because I promise you the likes of Ivanize, Parabola, Facti, and the boys, they've been quite good in Ezo. If you don't remember getting that top 8 in that free-for-all back at Worlds, he's been doing his thing for quite some time, and so have McPookie's. I believe they got top 16 last week, top 12 the week before that, and this time they're trying to guarantee themselves a spot in pool play, maybe with a top 8 finish.
Yeah, if consistency is the name of the game for these guys, right? I think a lot of players find their way into the top 12, but then find their way back into the top 24, 32, and end up having to fight through that open bracket. This is the big tournament that matters for these online qualifiers. This is the only thing that will seed your team going into the OpTic Major LAN. So what you've done in the past, yes, it sets you up for an opportunity to have a good bracket here today, but unless you capitalize in series like this, all of that doesn't really mean anything going into the LAN. So this series, it's tied up 1-1, and if they want to continue or aspire to make that full play run, it's got to be here.
And just to remind you guys why we're here today, again, this is your major qualifier. Here in North America, there's going to be top eight teams that are guaranteed to make it into pool play based on today's placing. Now, after that, we will add 2 more teams from North America based on HGS points. So you're going to have teams like, for example, Native Gaming, who were playing with one squad over in week 1, but then had to quickly shift into a sub, and now coming in with Barcode, who has no points in North America. That's a team that literally is kind of top 8 or bust, because based on HGS points, I can imagine whoever makes it into that top 12 is going to be able to usurp them. So you have teams that are kind of in must win now, and you have teams that are maybe if we miss out on that top 8, maybe we squeak by. But you know, you being a former professional player, you being in stakes like this, I would only have to imagine it's get yourself a top 8 or don't count on it all, because there's some crazy things that could happen within these standings.
Yeah, the tough part about that is there's so many teams that you already consider top 8 in North America, right? Like our top 6 is pretty locked up this season from what it looks like. There are a couple of teams that can probably compete for some of those spots, but there's so few spots within that you're really thinking the upset is possible. So every single one of these series en route to that is a massive chance for these guys to set themselves up for a bracket that's much more doable when it comes to LAN.
Multiple going down here from McPookie's here in the early game. It was McPookie's that won that game number 1, which obviously was an objective, but going to game 2, Standards bounced back, and now looking in the oddball, a 43-0 start right now makes me wonder, how did McPookie's get the best of them in game number 1? Because as of right now, this is a dominant start coming out of Stainers.
And this is expected out of Stainers, right? You fall short in game 1. Obviously, you probably don't start the series off as hot as you wanted to, but that rebound in game 2, we just saw brief moments of it. 50-31 was the final score. It was a demolishment on the side of Standards. They look to have woken up, and in this objective, it's already 65-0, Tony. This is an absolute blowout, a masterclass here on Streets Oddball.
Stalker in the hands of Zab at the moment as he's looking to hunt down Facti. Facti goes down, and so does their chances here with breaking this setup, at least in that round of Slays. Active camouflage coming up. McPookie starting off 2 down, but Ivanize with a pivotal battle to try to fight over camouflage and try to fight and get the ball out of the hands of Stainers. They're multitasking, they're juggling too, and right now they're able to get away with camo, but what's going on with that ball?
The ball's being rotated over towards B, and that's a perfect rotation from Standards. All of McPookie's tries to push into the courtyard. The time is still ticking, almost 90 unanswered points. It's almost a perfect round from Standards, and I don't remember the last time we saw a perfect round, but this is exactly how they wanted to start this game 3. For McPookie's, all the momentum going against you right now. You got slaughtered in game 2. You thought for a chance maybe you would gain momentum in the series after game 1. Well, that's been erased immediately, and although they're going to try to get a few points here and maybe make this a little bit more of a respectable round 1, you can guarantee that this comeback, unless, I mean, perfect Halo's played, I hate to say it, this is going to be a round 2 game here very shortly.
Fresh off of the 4 down, McPookies was able to put 13 points on the board, but not enough, clearly.
Yeah.
Stainers, they put them 3 down immediately, grab a hold of that ball, and they're going to be ending round number 1 the way we expected them to end game number 1 in a dominant fashion. Stainers currently looking for an org right now, for anybody in the chat, you know, is looking for a team, a very good Stainers roster. Like you said, King, Nick, Sab, Gilkey, Suspector, players who have been there, done that, players who have high expectations for.
Yeah, this team has expectations of trying to get into that top 8. This is one of the few teams I would say that are probably in that top 12 area that know they have what it takes to create upsets when they're playing well enough. So Stainers, a team to look out for as far as the potential to create upsets, especially if they're playing as well as they are here in this game 3. It looks like McPookies have done a good job to start this round 2 off a little bit better. Let's see how long it stays.
And this is what happens when you spawn into the more favorable side. I mean, you get yourself those slays the same way the Standards had a hot start in that round number 1. McPookie starting off in the right direction, but losing a camouflage might not be what the doctor exactly ordered, because now King Nick already deadly without the camouflage. Now you were chasing ghosts. You were watching every bit of your back, and maybe if you were, you might have gotten a shot off, but the one shot Ivanize ends up going down, and the last 2 members of McPookies are being collapsed on. A perfect pinch leads to a 4 down. McPookies sent right back to spawn. Standards now in their setup and still having a bit of camo to work with.
And that's what makes Oddball such a difficult game type for a lot of amateur teams, a lot of teams that aren't as crisp and together as some of the best teams in the world, the professional teams, because you're having to weigh so many different pros and cons and decisions as far as camo is coming up. Do we decide to get a couple of seconds of ball time, or do we use all 4 of us to try and compete for this camo? Because they tried to rack up a little bit of ball time, you got what, 10 seconds of time, but you gave up that camo breaks your setup immediately. I'd like to see McPookies have their act together a little bit better, but it's such a tall ask in a game type like Oddball to try and be on top of your P's and Q's. Stainer, obviously the better Oddball team so far throughout this game.
Hey, you got some of the best to ever do it. I mean, Suspector is just a damage dealer and just has a knack with staying alive. Gilkey, I've heard Callus call him the best back player in the game. And let me tell you, when it comes to man in the front lines, he can do that too. And then you switch over to Sav, who has camo right now, but has been one of the better entry frag players in the HCS. This is a very tough Stainers team, and McPookies, they're going to have to step up here in elimination bracket. Otherwise, they're going home a bit earlier than expected, just shy of making it to Championship Sunday. And Sam, right back on that ball with camo. Okay.
Yeah, at this time, you're just getting as much time as possible. You put all of McPookies on respawn, so the camo's going to run out before it can really impact the next combat loop. I like the idea of picking up that oddball and just racking up some more time. Standards kind of playing with their food, maybe not needing to min-max as much as they would need to against a team like OpTic Gaming or FaZe. So I think that they are understanding that they are starting to grab this series by the horns right now, and with it starting to run away with it. It does look like a difference in class here in this round 2 as well.
big double out of Suspector right there, and every single time you see a multi-kill pop up on the screen, that's again another opportunity where McPookies have to slow the game down, have to wait for their teammates to come off a spawn, and that's going to be so many points being accumulated, being soaked up by Staners. Staners already have a stain on their series right now with that game 1 loss, but as of right now, they look angry, and they're looking to take it out on the opposition. A 74-16 run right now as they continue to win battle after battle, slay after slay on their way to rotating this ball.
Yeah, 3 dead again, more time in the hands of Stanners, and as this goes over 80 points, yet another 60 point lead here in this second round, and it's getting ugly right now. The objectives are usually where the good teams separate themselves from the bad, and this is what Stanners is able to do with this game 3. They may have slipped up in game 1. We didn't get an opportunity to see what really happened there, but Stanners have clearly woken up.
Final points could be coming in right here. Rotating this ball away from the opposition. McPookies find himself 3 down once again. Sab being chased, but King Nick simply has his back. Final seconds here. Nobody McPookies on the map to influence it. It looks like Staners going to be taking the lead. First time here in this series, but a 2-1 on McPookies looking for one more.
Yeah, and if you're McPookies, this is where it gets pretty dark. You just got slaughtered in game 2, 50-31. Game 3 was one of the biggest lopsided oddball games, one of the fastest oddball games I have seen at a high level in Halo. And right now, McPookies, you're looking at Empyrean CTF, and on the side of Stanners, you have a lot of problems to worry about. You have Gilkey, who is known for going off with the snipe. Suspector can do work with it as well. I mean, everyone on that team can pop off, and this is a very familiar map mode combination for guys that have been playing Halo professionally for over a decade. This is a problem, and you have to figure out how to control some of the power that's on the map, because in that game 3, they were not able to get a single camo. They were not able to really compete for the red gun, and that power going into the hands of Stanners immediately is going to give them opportunities that you need to figure out ways to deal with. But as we switch over to the Native Handsome series right now, Native Gaming, another team that's in elimination bracket, fighting for their tournament placing at the OpTic win. This is a very important series to kind of get their heads in the right space, because they are a team that has been hot and cold throughout this offseason.
Let me promise you guys at home, there is one person, at least one half of this broadcast, that knows a little something about being handsome, knows a little something about handsome. I'll let you guys decide which one that is. Native Gaming going up against Handsome, Grand Shiesty and Tricky, half of that Darkest Hour roster that was upsetting teams left and right back in Season 2. Bullseye, who I've seen mostly teaming with Simply Fear Me, now trying to find a home, and Kid Nasty, the Las Vegas native. I promise you, the kid is nasty, but they find themselves in a bit of a deficit. Native Gaming have a stronghold on the map right now as they move in for a triple cap. That lead is going to grow.
Yeah, this lead's going to grow, and then you can make your team name Handsome Tony all you want, but it could get ugly still, and I expect it to get ugly. Native Gaming, of course, the team that's coming in favorited, of course, a team that's looking to build some momentum, to get some confidence behind this roster for an elimination bracket run, and with a trip cap in place, once again, this is where it gets ugly for Handsome.
Barcode coming in 11-4 right now, really having his way in the Slays department, and you're kind of seeing why right there. He wins his individual pivotal fights. A killing spree out of him. Why not make it a little bit of a whiplash into a pseudo double? As, let me tell you, that series is going one way. It's going Native. Why don't we go back to our main one here, back to Imperial CTF, potentially for the final time in this series.
What you guys do over here at LVT is absolute chaos. We're jumping in between series, games, point of views, whatever it is. I mean, the production is at work, and someone is in the back of a truck sweating right now. I can promise you that. But it looks like we're going to get an opportunity to see this Empyrean CTF, and I'm excited because Gilkey on Empyrean is something I always enjoy, especially when he is farming a lesser team. I expect him to go for snipe, and as we hop on board, let's see what Gilk can bring us.
He's definitely been known to make some things happen. And just barely missing out on that quick scope, and a quick 3 down for Stanners allows Ezo and McPookies to grab a hold of that overshield, and I would have to imagine at least one rocket to work with, but a well-placed grenade into a no-scope. Gilkey bringing us back to 07.
Such a good start for McPookies, but you take such an average route with the overshield. You lift up onto the sniper. Gilk is always going to hit that shot. He leads the grenade because he knows the timing. You can't just averagely die like that when you have those opportunities of power, when you pick up that overshield and you have numbers in your favor. McPookies should have been looking at map control, and now they're on their back feet.
Yoki moving that snipe forward. 3 shots still to work with, and we already seen what he can do. Lines 1 up, let me tell you. Give him a taper, give him a fade. The best barber in the business right now, as he just barely misses out of that no scope, but his teammates have his back. 4 down, go McPookies, and now the courtyard spawners are going to have reticles trained on him. Long range shots connecting from Gilky, keeping that player at bay. Meanwhile, all this just a distraction for that flag to move through the long haul side.
Flags on the move. A couple go down for Stainers, though. Can McPookies get there in order to stop it? Doesn't look like it. That was a very fast flag run. Good route by the carrier. Excellent start for this map for Stainers. They go up 1-0 in the first minute and a half.
Fatty looking to move forward here. You want to create some kind of offense, maybe potentially get a counter cap opportunity, but you need to find the slays and you need to have the timing. 2 down goes Stainers. A fresh 2 on the board. You're able to take down yet another one. Parabola, who struggled in that game number 2, really started to wake up here. Early slays into the flagpole. 4 down for Stainers, and I'm not sure anybody is going to be in a position to stop this flag from moving forward. It's already on McPookie's side.
Great job by McPookies. This is actually a counter cap. They were able to get the slays they needed, the map control they needed, because Stainers had to stagger their deaths on their way to getting that first cap. It was an opportunity for McPookies to get to their first BR, get a couple of kills on their flag. All 4 go down, and McPookies actually tie this game right back up. So everything Stainers did right, everything McPookies did wrong, they were able to counter that so perfectly. As Overshield and Rockets come up, Stainers start to go down, and it looks like Rockets are going to go into the hands of McPookies as well.
Nobody able to pressure Rockets on the side of Stainers, and because of that, Facty gets an easy double kill and is now able to get aggressive through it. The final player is Suspector, and he's ratting over towards the Mauler side. Facty gonna find out the hard way, runs right into that grenade. Sab comes in with the cleanup. Suspector does a great job of staying alive, and King Nick is now starting to clean up the pieces. What could have been back-to-back caps from McPookies. Suspector kind of making a play there.
Yeah, they knew he was there. You have to get that kill, and you have to get that kill fast. It's so difficult to try and hunt that player down and get that kill quick enough to where reinforcements from Stainers aren't coming in. And because McPookies aren't able to collapse on Suspector, he buys enough time. He not only does that, but finds his way into a kill as well. And that stops an entire flag opportunity for McPookies dead in its tracks.
We down go Stainers once again. McPookies do not want to go down here in game 4, and they are showing it as Ezel's able to take down King Nick. Suspector with the cleanup of 2, double kill out of him. Now there's more members starting to funnel in for McPookies. Excellent life out of him, but now we're going to find out if the rest of the Stainers are able to take advantage of that, able to push up with that. Parabola is now back into a corner, and Gilky makes sure that he goes down. Stainers are finding the kills that they were looking for, and now they have infiltrated the base of McPookies. 3 down. Ivan is the final player alive, making plays to take down King Nick. I see you, Ivan.
Yeah, absolutely. Ivan just stopped that flag run dead in his tracks as well. Stainers were going to have 4 dead, but Ivan finds 2 kills. But the most important 2 kills there, he kills the players that are intentionally trying to pull the flag. The other guys, your green respawners can take care of him. The fact that you're able to stop that flag from getting on the move is exactly why this game is maintained at a 1-1 score.
Been back and forth so far, but still, like you said, tied up at 1 apiece. Early flag pull coming out of Stainers, and if they can find the kills while simultaneously moving this flag forward, it could be devastating for McPookies as Parabola. I'm not sure he's going for a return, but either way, he's going to do it without his head. 3 down go McPookies. Ivan dies left by himself again, and this time, he's not stopping anything. Joki's here, there, flag is going to be capped eventually.
And this is what I was afraid of, right? When you see this map mode combination, you think of the S7s, you think of the talent on Stainers. The second those snipes come up, Sab starts hitting headshots, the flag starts getting on the move, they regain the lead. These power weapons are so pivotal. You have to find ways to deny them from going into the hands of these talented players, or the score is going to drastically change. Right now, Stainers in the driver's seat with Rockets in hand as well.
This is what you're afraid of, because when it rains, it pours. The green box jump not able to be done by yourself, but a bit of teamwork makes the dream work, and King Nick turns and burns him on that corner. Suspector did lose those rockets, and those rockets did get put to work. In fact, he's now going to try to play the reach, but the rest of the Staters are really trying to stop it. Maybe one pull as Facty gets that flag off of the base, and the return ends up coming in. McPookies extend this game just that much further. Still a 2-1 advantage for Staters.
They're able to take down Sab. That counter cap was a very realistic chance, but because Sab stays alive in the Mauler for so long, reinforcements from Staters get there in time. Sab doesn't get a kill. He plays his life so perfectly, buys so much time that flag was delayed for about 10 seconds. That 10 seconds was everything McPookies needed to try and tie this game up. But Staters, once again, an individual play on a player staying alive, denying that flag route is exactly why they have the lead.
Sab just barely catching the toe of that player with the sniper. Tells Enzo that you can get it too, buddy. 3 down go McPookies. Now Staters, look at how they attack from multiple sides, from the tower side to the training, from the long haul side. Multiple members of Staters now pushing McPookies back. A quick scope to finish that player off. 2 players are stuck over towards the Mauler, and the rest of Staters know it. Killing spree out of Sab, but it's not the kills that you got to be worried about. It's that flag that is moving so quickly. Suspector doesn't find the kill. 3 down goes Staters. Once again, McPookie somehow able to defend.
Sab doing a lot of work there to try and get that flag on the move. Not enough reinforcements on that left side of the map, though. I don't like the push towards the cuts, whatever player we switched to that ended up going down over there. You have to think if his involvement was over towards the Mauler side, they're able to get that flag run, and then you can worry about the players spawning courtyard and that are top tower. You can suppress those guys. This game's still at a 2-1. Overshield and Rockets both coming up here with 4 minutes and 30 seconds remaining, and these are big kills to try and compete for some of this power. Unfortunately, it does look like Staters are going to get the overshield. Not sure what happened with the rocks, but overshield a very crucial piece to trying to tie this game up that McPookies would have loved.
Double kill.
The double card of King Nick uses every bit of overshield in order to do so. Repulses right up, doesn't want to slow the game down. In fact, upping the tempo right now is King Nick. Instead of going for the flag, prioritizes going after Rockets player and sends it right back with the repulse. Well calculated by King Nick. And now you get a rocket of your own. Now you get yourself a double kill and a one-shot fact. He's not going to be able to do much. Flag on the move here for Staters. McPookies have to come off a spawn and make something happen. That's easier said than done. Staters are here, but Sab goes down. Suspector takes height with the Bulldog and Bandit combo, gets himself the kill, keeps a flag alive, and continues to put down damage. But is that damage enough?
Yeah, that's a dead flag run right there. Sab needed to get at least one more if that was going to have any hope right now. But I like the idea that Staters is continuously putting McPookies on the defensive stance. They're continuously applying this pressure. And although that flag might not get touched, the amount of time that McPookies is spending on their side of the map trying to stop these flag runs from happening. Clock is ticking, 3 minutes left. That's a win condition in the favor of Staters. It's continuously expanding.
King Nick gonna do everything he can to stay alive here, while also using his BR and Bandit combo to hold down the long haul side. Actually, easier said than done. Long haul's just cleared out. Sab is now gonna be pushing forward right into the quick scope of Parabola, excuse me. Gilkey now gonna push forward here. Parabola stays alive with that snipe. Almost lines up Gilkey right there, but it looks like his teammate comes in quick with the cleanups. Stays alive. Sent right back. Gilkey would get another kill. 2 down go McPookies. Staters want to take advantage. They still want to keep pushing forward.
They do, but they go 3 down right now, and this is a big opportunity for McPookies, right? You have 3 down, you can finally get across this halfway mark, but if you don't check your corners, that's when it starts to slip up. And just like that, the last player alive is sitting in the training. Just a slow play from Sab awards him that first kill, and that is going to shut down McPookie's push. You'd have to think. I say that, but 3 go down for Staters somehow, even after first blood goes into Staters' hands. And Rockets are coming up, Overshield's coming up. This is the power curve that McPookies could use to tie this up.
What just happened here? Look like Staters were in control, but McPookie somehow find a way to turn the tide, and now you have a rocket in the back base of your opponent. I don't even know what happened with Overshield right now. This is the opportunity McPookies were looking for. Ivan Eyes, with just a bit of that Overshield to work with, is trying to cut off the lines of sight of the enemy opposition that are trying to push over from the tower side. 2 down go McPookies, but Ivan Eyes still here, and he also has a Bulldog to work with. This flag is not quite done just yet, but he has to make a play with the shotty, and you don't exactly get that.
This flag is done. That was the opportunity McPookies needed. Overshield and rockets in your hands. I don't know why the rocket player felt the need to shoot that final rocket cuts and jump down to the flag. A miscommunication, a blunder on McPookies with the resources they had and how they were going to distribute them and get that flag on the move. 2 players going for the flag. That rocket doesn't find home, and you had 2 down. You have to think if you can find a kill with that rocket, making it 3 down, that flag is cruising through long haul and tying this game up. But a small mistake, a small gap in communication from McPookies may have just costed them their elimination bracket lives.
Every mistake you make against a team as experienced as Stainers is going to haunt you, because they're going to take advantage every single time. You see them go 3 down once again, do McPookies.
Oh, wow.
And I'm looking at it now, 10 seconds to come off a respawn, another, 20 to 30 seconds just to get on the side of Stainers. And I don't even know if it's mathematically possible to even do it, but Stainers on full defense. This game, pretty sure it's over.
Yeah, this one's over. This is defense right now for Stainers. They're holding the 50-yard line. They do get a player through, but you have to think the damage is favoring Stainers. 4 down for McPookies again, and with 5 seconds to go, they will advance here to elimination bracket round 7.
McPookies did a great job keeping it close. That game number 1 was huge. Yeah, you were right then and there. We're talking about 1 or 2 mistakes away from capping this and maybe sending it to the overtime. And we all know how overtime is like on Empyrean. Anything can happen from there. You were so close.
Yeah, I mean, you know these players, Tony, are putting in a ton of time, and they're going to kick themselves for losing this game 4, because as an underdog against players like the ones on Stainers, the prolific careers that they've had throughout their Halo careers, and you're trying to make a name for, you're an aspiring amateur trying to make a name for yourself, all you want is a game 5. All you want is a chance to create that upset in a game 5, but first to 50 kills, and let's decide it there. But they won't get that chance today, and it's because of one small mistake, a miscommunication on who's pulling the flag with 2 down. The rocket player should have priority to continue to slay. He kind of feels desperate or panicked to try and shoot that rocket and go for the flag. Unfortunately, that rocket not doing any damage to the 2 players that were cut is basically what costed them their opportunity at that game 5. They'll kick themselves, and hopefully they'll learn from that mistake. They'll clean those mistakes up, and maybe next time they will be able to push a series like this one to a game 5, and we'll see better from them.
I'm taking a look at some of the stats right now, and incredible work by Suspector and Sab. You know, throughout the entire series, you had Suspector dropping 70 kills and 29 assists, Sab 61 kills and 30 assists, and by far the most damage in the entire lobby, almost 19,000 each. Out of each of those, 18,900 out of Sab, 18,800 out of Suspector. That damage and that impact was felt by the opposition, and don't slow down on me, Wes. We gonna keep going, baby. We gonna red zone this up, because we have yet another elimination bracket round for you.
I've been seeing this go on behind the scenes throughout the qualifiers, right? That how quickly we transition from series to series, point of view here at LVT, and now I'm a part of it. So buckle in. We got a long day of Halo still left to play. Elimination bracket round 6. West 52nd versus Tenrai right now, and Tenrai, a couple of familiar names. West 52nd, a couple of familiar names. This is a pretty even lobby if you're just taking a look at the rosters here for me, Tony. Who would you favor, knowing probably a little bit more about how these 2 teams have fared so far throughout the qualifiers?
Definitely Tenrai. I mean, Tenrai have been together, been working together for quite some time. They've been in the lab, putting in that work. Jackson, formerly of Darkest Hour, you know, really tough on his team. If you hear the comms, sometimes it may turn some people off, but I promise you, it's effective. He gets the most out of his team, and he also leads from the front line, 13-4 right now. Common and Haynes, Big Dare done that player, same as Envor. We're on the other side of things. They have a ton of talent. Claytron, Boo Doobu's brother, is amazing in any gunfight. He's showed that in free for all. King J, Persecute, Blaze. They just haven't been a team for long. Maybe teamed in the past back in season 1, but it's been a long time since then.
Yeah, obviously Haynes and Common have so much experience together, and picking up a player like Onboard, one that has a solid amount of individual skill. One of the players we thought was going to be an up-and-comer in the first season of the HCS Infinite. Didn't really have the second 2022 or 2023 year that we thought maybe Onboard was in route for, but we'll see what 2024 brings us in his career. He's still obviously aspiring to try and make something happen with this Tenrai team. They are up 2-0 in the series, so it was a fairly easy question I asked you, I guess, asking you who's going to take this one, as they look pretty dominant here, and King J finds himself a double that could potentially make this round a little bit more interesting.
Well, hold on, Wes. You know I ain't the smart one out of the two of us, so keep feeding me the easy ones, all right? Keep making it easy for me.
I got you.
Persecute, kind of fresh off of being dropped from that Lies roster in favor of Sylvanic. I'm not gonna lie, I was surprised. Ton of individual skill that we've seen out of Persecute, and for them to go a bit of a different direction, I wonder if that's going to be felt. I guess we'll find out the rest of this tournament, see who goes farther, because as of right now, Persecute playing well for West 52nd, and hopefully it leads to a round 1 win right here, because things looking very good for West. As Common down to one shot he goes. Him and Yak's gonna work a 1-2 combo to try to get the ball out of the hands of the boys in blue, but his rotation is crazy, and he's bro.
Perfect rotation from Blaze, gets into PD, turns the corner. They don't have any damage or nades onto him that can take him down. And that was actually a massive comeback by West 52nd. You're down 2-0 in this series. Figuring out a way to come back from down 30, I think it was. It was 82 to 50 something at some point to win that first round. Does that spark something in you to potentially push this series a little bit farther? Because at this point in the elimination bracket, that's all you're trying to accomplish with every game, every spawn you have. Can we get this series a little bit longer? Can we get to that game 5 that we alluded to in the last series?
And there's a reason why he has SYA at the end of the name. That's sicker than your average. I promise you, he is literally just that. But apparently, Envor just simply built different. A big double cut of him to clear out the subway side. And Jackson trying to find the one-shot player. Looks like his teammate going to be able to clean that one right up back towards the B Street side, where Jackson and Tenrai are going to find 3 members of West 52nd, having to perfectly dissect them at a moment's disadvantage, but somehow Tenrai get the reinforcement they were looking for, and it leads to a 3 down for West 52nd.
It was a heads-up play by Common. He rotates the ball to the fight. He's able to drop the ball, have his gun up, participate in that combat loop, and if they didn't have an extra player in Common there to help them with the damage output, they would have lost that fight. So the rotation comes through perfectly. The slays come through perfectly because the ball carrier is a part of the setup. If you do not drop the ball and shoot your gun, you are surely going to lose the 3v4. A perfect play by Common. Great objective play from him so far with 70 seconds, a rotation, and some good damage from him. Common playing at a very high level.
But Clay making the plays that matter. I keep telling you, he ain't just the brother of Boo Boo Doob, okay? He's making a name for himself, and he is the real deal. Triple kill out of him, leads to the 14 kills, no timing loss whatsoever, hopping on that ball as Tenrai once again finding himself 3 down and Persecute.
Oh, wow.
May just find him a camouflage, not quite burnt, although he got the kill. Camo sits over towards that dumpster side, or excuse me, that laundry side. It's going to be so tough for either one of these teams to get it without getting the kills necessary.
Yeah, interesting decision from West 52nd. They choose to get the ball time rather than the camo right there. Not quite sure what happened with that camo so far. Does look like it's no longer on the ground over there. The ball time, though, from West 52nd is going to give them the lead. So I would also argue that if you're able to get a significant chunk of ball time while the battle for camo ensues, then that can benefit you as well. They've done a good job to come back in what was a very strong start to the round by Tenrai.
West 52nd sending 3 members over toward the strong sides, right through the B street and into the PD, which is exactly what Persecute wants to be right now, being a thorn in the side of Tenrai. The problem is Tenrai sent 2 to clear that out so quick. He's not able to do much from the PD side. And now you're seeing, once again, bodies starting to hit the floor here, and it's going to be Tenrai that are winning some of these engagements. West 52nd just sending members' bodies back right off of spawn. They're right back into the action, and this time, they're going to get to what's rightfully theirs.
Yeah, can they get their shields back in PD is the big question. The last 2 players from Tenrai kind of out of position from that push. It was a 3-on-2 when it should have been a 4-on-2 or a 4-on-3 situation in Tenrai's favor. But because 2 players start to pick up purple, the route actually gets hit by all of West 52nd. They break into PD. They have the numbers advantage in the PD itself. And the other players from Tenrai don't have an angle to capitalize on any of the damage. Those players get their shield back. And now West 52nd actually have the setup themselves.
57-42 lead here. West 52nd still have control and get another triple kill. This time it's gonna be Jackson of Tenrai matching the energy of Clay, almost getting the overkill. Honestly, what was that? It's the split second behind. Give him the medal. Louis
Had
played
been
the
close.
thing.
Had to have been close, but what's important is those 4 kills creating so much opportunity for Tenrai to get back into the lead here. A camo now in his hands. He's got shotgun in his back pocket. Can he stay alive is the question. Paying attention to the top left. Jackson does stay alive, is able to find a kill. A killing spree now for him, and he has an opportunity to push this round 2 to a round 3. This game 3 to a round 3, I should say. If he's able to make a couple more plays with that camo, he is hunted down. He is taken down. 3 go down for Tenrai, and right back to it. West 52nd get the ball in hand.
And despite having camouflage, you somehow end up finding yourself 3 down, and you allowed enemy team to break the setup and get one of their own. Now it's Common and Tenrai, backs against the wall. They have to break this, otherwise West 52nd might be able to steal this one.
Enemy team nearing victory.
They just threw that ball in the flowers and are rotating. That was actually an incredible toss, and now they're going to be able to play the ball a little bit later, allowing time for respawners from West 52nd to come out. They threw that ball from top tower into flowers. It got caught immediately. The communication for West 52nd, they may be an amateur team with not a ton of experience playing with each other, but that was pretty impressive.
And so is Clay on screen, putting his 19th on the board. Subway side seemingly cleared out for now, but I noticed that was a quick 2 down for West 52nd, and Tenrai looked like they're trying to inch their way forward. Right through the B street they go, and back to 3 down they go as Blaze almost puts them a full squad wipe. The cleanup still was going to come in, and nobody from Tenrai is in position. The final seconds are in, and West 52nd put their first on the board, and every reverse sweep starts with a game 3 win. Are we about to witness one?
I mean, that ball toss was one of the most impressive things I've seen from these qualifiers. I know we saw, who was it, Monster do it with Native, or Native back in the day, but that was so impressive, especially for a team that you would not expect it from. A team maybe less put together, I would say, as some of the top teams. That right there tells me everything you need to know about how this team is communicating, their presence of mind. Are they on the same page? To be able to pull that off in real time is extremely difficult, and they did it flawlessly, and it is the reason they were able to win that second round. Although Blaze doesn't have the greatest KD ratio in that game 3, he found a way to get the job done, and sometimes just being efficient, especially in these objective games in Halo, can get you one further game into the series, and now that's exactly where we are into a game 4.
You know, I know West 52nd Street for being a great place to get yourself a nice, I think they call it a Euro, great pizza, a nice bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich. I didn't know it was the place to be as far as comebacks in the series and a potential reverse sweep. But the first one's on the board here for West 52nd. If they can make some incredible plays with the ball, why can't they do it here and capture the flag in Pyramid? We might see some more creativeness out of West 52nd.
Yeah, they're going to have to do a little bit better job with the Slays department. I don't know if they actually won the Slays side of that game 3. And in order to really push this to a game 5 where it does end with obviously 50 kills, you're going to have to figure out ways to compete with the firepower that's over on Tenrai right now. And it does appear throughout just the point of views that we're watching that Tenrai is winning their gunfights still. They just didn't have maybe the in-sync teamwork that they needed in order to win the oddball. I think that that's a little bit less of a problem when you go onto a map like Empyrean CTF. A lot of your one-on-ones are going to be vitally important. Your individual skill showcase with the S7s and the power weapons and the opportunities that come with those are going to give you severe improvements in your win conditions. So I'd like to see more out of this West 52nd team individually if they want to push this series to a game 5. Let's see if they have it in them.
Well, you know, flipping it over towards their side, because as of right now, they're hungry for a Game 4 win, trying to send us into a Game 5. You talked about, you know, seeing that individual skill. You know, what are some of your keys to success of maneuvering, getting rockets over Overshoot, or getting both of them? Both of them coming up at the exact same time on Empyrean, time and time again, is rough. Why don't you break down how to control the sandbox here and make it the Aki way?
Yeah, I've always been a big fan of just prioritizing the camo haul side of the map and with that green haul, because that's traditionally where you want to run the fight. Those are the fastest flag routes, and if you can find ways to get numbers and get 4 down, those flag runs can happen so quickly. You're not forced to overslay. You're not forced to go out of your means as far as an individual output damage wise. I think if I'm West 52nd, I am sending 2 camo at the start. I'm sending 2 green. We win this battle for rockets. We use those rockets to kill the overshield player. We have the flag on the move if we suppress their sniper. And if we can get off to a lead here, momentum will be felt in this game 4, and momentum can be a hell of a drug for these guys to ride into a game 5.
Oh, guys are coming in with that New York state of mind. West 52nd desperately trying to win us this game number 4, send us into a game 5, which throughout the beginning of the season, we've seen plenty of them. Maybe we see yet another one, but 10 Rise, something tells me they're trying to end it right here, right now. Why give a team hope? Why give them room to breathe? Why not just end it right here in a 3-1 fashion and guarantee your spot making it to round 7?
Yeah, this is what's tough. You lose the battle for rockets, 3 go down, and now all of a sudden we're going to see an opportunity for Tenrai with these rockets to apply a lot of pressure. They're going to have a sniper to try and deal with as multiple players cuts. He's going to grab the flag with the rockets. You'd like to see kills come in their favor before this flag gets any further. 2 go down, and I like the handoff right now. They just need to suppress these players that are top tower, and this cap should go in.
I'm not sure he even got touched on his way toward the long haul side. Knowing that they blocked the courtyard, they were ready to pounce on the Mauler side spawners and able to do just that with the rockets. But I do see flag stopped short. I'll see Tenrai started to move their offenses right back onto the defensive side, trying to get these kills, trying to get this and keep this flag alive. But with 3 down go Tenrai, Haynes the final player. They get squad wiped. West 52nd weather the storm. They stopped this flag from making it through the long haul side. What happened?
I'm actually not sure what happened. There's absolutely no way that fight should have been stopped, especially once you kill that first player with the rocket. You get info on the second player. If everybody just comes back and holds the 50-yard line, that cap goes in 100% of the time. That was a massive blunder from Tenrai. They did everything right, but when that flag carrier is coming back through your long haul, all you have to do is hold your 50 and know where they're coming from. You have the death cam on one of the players. The first player gives you a numbers advantage. That's a massive blunder. Let's see if West 52nd can take advantage of it now that they've managed to keep this at a 0-0 stalemate.
And you talked about it all, you know, last round. You know, these mistakes add up, and they're going to cost you. At this level of competition, you have to realize this is either you make it to championship Sunday, or at least have a chance to, or you get knocked down, and you're guaranteeing having to face through the open bracket right now. West 52nd and Tenrai going at it right now, leaving it all on the line, emptying the tank. There's 2 down, go Tenrai. 3 down, a fresh 3. Persecute, look, he's like, I know there's one more player to deal with. There he is, Jackson, fighting for dear life and doing a great job at that. Buys enough time for the spawners to come in, and fresh off of the 3 down for Tenrai. They put West 52nd 3 down, and return should be coming in soon.
Yeah, you know Jackson's going to be somewhere in that pit coming towards you. If you understand your timings, if you're West 52nd, you have to drop that flag and you have to win that 1v1 if you want that fight to go any further. A little bit too aggressive and objective play will cost them. That flag return comes through, and those slays come through at the perfect time for Common to pick up these rockets. He uses it to take down the overshield player, and now with map control, let's see what Tenrai can do. Oh my.
Okay.
There's the map control.
We know what King J can do. All right. Big kill coming to King J off a screen though. Envoy is able to take down Clay. And you got both Persecute and King J seemingly fighting over their sniper. Persecute can't even find his way up the lift, and now Sniper ends up going down there. And nobody's gonna have the sniper on West 52nd. Maybe Tenrai is gonna have yours.
It's never a good sign when you have two players standing on your snipe as it's coming up and you start seeing frags come through. That's a miscommunication from West 52nd on who's getting the snipe, who needs to be applying pressure and suppressing some of the push that's coming through, because right now that push has been a successful one. 4 went down for West 52nd. Snipes are going to be in the hands of Tenrai. This flag on the move. Let's see if Tenrai can punch this one in, because last time they had a very similar situation that they blundered.
West 52nd are fresh off a spawn. I wonder if anybody is able to overextend here, and maybe, just maybe, that fumble gives them that much timing.
Jesus Christ.
Bringing the flag over towards the needle pit side, down to half shields, and we know it took us a bit, but we got there.
Running the flag, it's one of the basic core foundations that you need to do when you're an objective player in Halo, especially at a competitive level. But you would be surprised how many objective blunders that people have, even at the highest level. I'm speaking from experience.
Hey, you said it, not me. But 1-0 lead here for Tenrai. West 52nd looking to create some offense here. You're finding yourself in the base of Tenrai, but the damage needs to be had, and it needs to follow up with a few kills. Envoy on the other side of things. No defense from him. I guess a good defense is maybe an even better offense. Still mating this flag. Down to one shot he goes. West 52nd are starting to pounce on him, and he hasn't been able to get that flag towards long haul just yet.
He's able to get that kill on the Blaze, and I was going to say I hate this play from Envoy, but because he stops that flag from getting halfway through long haul, that might allow Tenrai to get some contention on the continuation of this flag pull here. I was not a big fan when Envoy pulls that flag and they have 2 down. You have to have a numbers advantage if you want to try and pull something off like that, but he creates enough chaos and actually ends up getting the kill somehow and stops that flag from being on the move. It's transitioned into him coming off respawn, finding rockets and snipes. So Envoy starting to make some individual plays here, keeps us at a 1-0 lead, and they have a very favorable map control position right now.
Little T2 combination coming out of Envoy right now, and runs out of ammo. So not exactly what you want to see. Tenrai end up going 3 down. West 52nd now going to take space on the map as the final player of Tenrai was able to grab a hold of Overshield.
It's basically a stalemate right now. You got one player trying to push the runway, but 3 coming bridge side. This is going to be a very difficult push for Envoy to deal with, because you have that teammate that's flanking right there. If you have your teammate going low in runway like that, you cannot be training, because you are going to face numbers as he's on that flank. I'm not a big fan of that flank, but it does end up paying off, as although Envoy goes down, the rest of Tenrai find their kills. They get a flag on the move. They don't block first, though, and that's where the West 52nd players spawned. They get the kill on the carrier, and that was the important one. They have an opportunity to come off respawn and defend this flag right.
Big double out of Persecute earlier to clear out that first side. Seeing a few members of West 52nd now trying to attack both green and the training side. Envoy pushed back while one shot, but looks like somebody has his back. It's King J with the sniper on one side, and Envoy pushing up to clear out Clay over toward the runway side. So KJ with the snipe, trying to hold off Envoy and Tenrai. Can he do it by himself? Chris Common making some uncommon points.
Yeah, good teamwork there from Tenrai. They had exactly the location of King J, and they need to be able to block Mauler here. They're starting to get kills. There's one player in the camo hall to deal with. Common says, I'll do it myself, as he pulls the flag, hits the shot, gets the flag into long haul. Does he get taken down? Yes, he does, but that repulse gets that flag into a much better contestable spot for potential respawners from Tenrai. It doesn't look like anybody spawned on the first, which is kind of unfortunate for them. So they're going to end up trying to make a play from the flag spawns. Unfortunately, that flag being returned isn't going to give them the chance to compete for it as they would have liked, but a great job by them nonetheless to get the kills they need in order to keep this pressure that was supposed to come from West 52nd at bay.
Overshield and Rockets coming up at the same time. It looks like Haynes of Tenrai is going to focus on this Overshield. I do see some members of Tenrai that are contesting early for Rockets. Common able to grab a hold of it. Birds one with the prediction, not exactly able to connect, but West 52nd still find himself 2 down, and there's only one more player that you got to deal with. Oh, 2 more players off the spawn out of nowhere. 3 down go West 52nd once again, making 4 down. Tenrai gonna be hopping right on this flag.
All right, this is textbook pit 101 right now. You got flag, you got 4 down. They're going to be lifting up. They're going to be pushing their street up the sword ramp or to their training. Can you come back with the flag this time around, Tenrai, to get a 2-0 lead? You're starting to drop like flies. 2 go down. This flag carrier not touched is going to drop down and barely gets the home punch in to take the 2-0 lead right now. A frustrating moment for West 52nd, as if they were able to finish that kill on the plat, we might be looking at a different story. But Tenrai come off respawn. They're able to get the kills, reset the map themselves, and with the 2-0 lead, under 3 minutes and a half left in this game, Tenrai are sitting very comfortable and will start to play defense here momentarily.
It got a bit worried for Tenrai when we saw kills on the feed for West in favor of West 52nd, but I guess the overextenders were just a split second behind. And now it's a 2-0 in favor of Tenrai. 3 minutes and 14 seconds on the clock, so never anything to panic about, but still so tough to cap a flag on Imperial. You really need to secure those slaves. Guarantee your spots, and as of right now, West 52nd are doing just that. 2 down go Tenrai. In fact, Blaze is feeling confident enough to actually go after the courtyard spawners and at least get away with sniper.
Yeah, I actually hate that play. Like, the flag is not on the move. You're applying pressure to the courtyard. You're going to spawn them high side. You can't hit a no-scope to save your life. And with that, the return's going to come through. Why do you block courtyard? Why do you apply pressure to players that do not matter? That flag in the Needler pit should have been on the move through camo. All you have to do is really post up and just suppress those players that are spawning in that courtyard. Pushing them will force those Mauler spawns that ended up, at the end of the day, stopping that flag run. A massive mistake from West 52nd, and they're not going to have an opportunity for many more mistakes in this game.
Well, I mean, you know, he is streaming right now, so, you know, grabbing your opponent's sniper, going in for a play, that's more important. A triple kill no-scope.
That's the Tony play. Exactly. That's the difference between a Tony play and a West play.
Rockets and Overshield coming up. And as of right now, West 52nd need much less Tony plays. They need some good offense. And 4 down go West 52nd. Right back to their spawn. And now you have to cross, grab a hold of Overshield and Rockets, which is going to be very hard to do. Apparently not for KJ, though. Overshield gets burnt immediately. 2 down once again go West 52nd, but the same for Tenrai. In fact, 3 down go Tenrai. West 52nd alleviating some of that pressure from their side of the map, and now looking to convert that defense into offense.
Yeah, if you're Tenrai, though, you're okay with trading with that Overshield player and this Rocket player. You're removing power from the win conditions that are West 52nd's chance to try and get a flag on the move. Without Rockets, without Overshield, how realistic do 2 caps really sound in under 1 minute and 15? The fact that you were able to find ways to equate that damage and trade that out is a massive win for you.
Envoy takes height to chase King J down. Right back with the sniper up high. Flag is pulled, and if they sit in a stalemate like this, Tenrai still winning. West 52nd literally needs to cap a flag just to be able to force a sudden death right now. You're down 0-2, and Haynes just rips a double kill out of nowhere. Nades go down. Maybe there's the opportunity West 52nd we're looking for. They're able to play for this flag pull. He's going to trust his teammate to go in for the return. Get this flag in. Continue to apply pressure. Maybe you get a relay. Maybe, just maybe, you force a sudden death. It's not over until it's over. And West 52nd have just put a cap on the board. It's not done. You got to get on the side of your opponents. You got to get a pull. You got to stay alive. You got to get some kills, and 3 down. Not looking good.
Yeah, if you're West 52nd there, you want to punch that flag in, but you want to allow King J to get that flag cap and then be able to help you push. Because they tried to stagger their push right there, they just get caught without numbers. Tenrai know exactly what their win condition is. They're going to sit on their side of the map. They're going to play defense, hold the 50-yard line. And because they come in different staggered waves, West 52nd don't really have an opportunity to try and have a successful push in that last moment. I know it was an act of desperation. I know the clock is ticking, but you have to figure out a successful way to try and get a push there as a team. And because they do it in a staggered format, it's never going to work. They get sent home in that game 4.
Not bad. I mean, not bad out of King J and the crew. You know, they did their thing. They kept it close. But, you know, on the one side of things, I think we kind of knew that Envor's team and Tenrai were the favorites going into that matchup. And obviously doing what they got to do to close things out in 4. We won't see a game 5, but we will see Tenrai moving forward. In the meantime, why don't we send it over to Ali and Garrett and see what they have to say about this series and the crazy series that we've been seeing while we red zone it just a bit.
Congrats to Tenrai for moving forward. Tools, incredible matchups today. It's been such an amazing day for Halo, and I feel like I can feel that these teams are trying to work their best to try to make it into the qualifiers and make it to Arlington.
Yeah, it's been incredible to see everyone playing at such a high level. I'm trying to figure out like what's the Halo term for red zone, because that's what it's felt like today. We're just like shotgunning one game to another. Like this match has been incredible. This match is incredible. We had a couple great game 5s. FaZe versus OpTic gonna happen tomorrow. We see 4 of our teams that are waiting to see who will join them in the elimination bracket. Gotta remember, all those matches tomorrow in that losers bracket, they are win and ins for pool play. So a lot of stuff on the line today and tomorrow.
Yeah, just for a quick recap, SSG, Shopify, OpTic, and FaZe have qualified for Arlington, and everybody else is trying to make it through lower bracket, and the games start again tomorrow. But we're going to be watching Native Gaming versus Cloud9, and while we wait for this game to be ready, how about we play Who's That Halo Pro?
Ooh, okay, I'm ready for this. Who's this Halo Pro?
Oh, I got it already. I'm not even gonna say it.
Wow. Okay, you're.
I got it. Yeah, this is it. I got it.
Their head kind of looks like a thumb.
Oh,
right now.
oh.
But I think it's just 'cause it's blurry, so,
okay.
so
I'm gonna clip that and send it to them.
I need to clean up the glasses a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Because it's too.
You see a little blurry.
Oh, okay,
you see a little blurry.
Okay.
It might be a little. All right, chat's saying bound. Bound.
Are you agreeing with them?
Yeah, that's what I thought first. Let's see if it's bound. It's bound.
You gotta start with the easy ones, you know? You gotta get the easy ones out of the way.
That's what you want to say to me, because I got it first try. Okay, let's see who the next one is. Oh,
Dude,
wait.
That's crazy.
Where's Mick when we need him? Is he playing right now? Oh, he's getting ready to play. Who is this? Who's that Halo Pro? They're saying Eco, Frosty, Zane, Dead Zone. They're saying Frosty. I don't think. I feel like this is more of a curveball, Tools. I feel like it's a curveball. But let me wipe up my glasses real quick.
Yeah, we'll wipe it up. We'll clean it up a little bit.
Is this
wow.
with an S? Oh my God. Is it Septify?
Is that what you were thinking?
No, this could be Frosty because the hair.
Frosty pointing. I was thinking like maybe.
What's going on with that thumb though? What's going on there?
Is it the Frosty Fro?
Just thinking Eco now. I don't know.
Eco was my first guess when it was super blurry, but I don't know. Like. The thumb being up, he's like holding out a chain. That has to be Frosty, like holding out the chain.
Yeah, it's the chain. It's the chain. All right, Frosty fans got it. All right, so that was Frosty. That was the Frosty Fro. Who is this? Is this Gengar? It's Gengar. Wait, I got it. It just came to my mind. I swear I don't know, but I think this could be. Okay, I'm gonna type it in the chat to see if I'm right, and I'm gonna press enter once we reveal and see.
This is a member of Native Gaming is where I'm at with it.
That's where, yeah. That's where I'm leaning towards too. They're saying formal for me, suspector, Mikwin.
That
collect.
Definitely looks like collect to me.
It looks like collect to me too.
I keep getting baited out. You know, you never know.
It's collect.
Yeah, that's kind of sick. I like that photo. That's a good photo.
It's a sick photo. What does that mean? Wait. Maybe we'll ask later. We'll ask later. You know what? Let me just ask questions later. Who's this one, guys? Wait. Looks like the Enderman or a Hitman.
I think this is a player from Sentinels.
Okay, wait. If you like kind of slightly close your eyes, you can kind of see better. Kind of like a squint. Squint a little bit. Who do you see?
Clutch thinks it's Boo Boo Doo Boo, but I'm pretty sure this one is gonna be Falcated. I'm gonna have a more. I think I'm gonna be able to tell right away when we clear this up.
Okay, I have no idea. APG, Falcated, Sparty, Boo Boo Doo Boo. It's Falcated.
So I was not expecting him to be so happy. Like he made me smile by doing him.
I feel like, all right, guys, let's go. Let's head into the next game. All right, what's Falcated? Do we have another one? All right, who's this Halo Pro?
This one's hard. Oh, you know what? I have it. I want to see if anyone gets it right away.
I'm not sure. Saying boo boo
A lot of
in the chat.
APGs. I don't
I
think
could
it's APG.
I could see APG. I could see APG.
I was thinking it's a player from Shopify Rebellion.
Oh, okay. I feel like he's crossing his arms, right?
Yeah, it's
Crossing
definitely
his
a
arms.
cross-arm photo.
Tony
Ooh,
says
maybe
soul
it's not.
snipe.
Who is that? Oh, I know it. I know it. I know it. Oh, I know it. Oh,
Wait.
I know it.
All right, who's this Halo Pro? Reveal.
Yeah, it's Manny.
It's Manny.
You could I was like, I know that one.
I don't think anybody got it. I don't think anybody got it. I didn't see it in chat.
Was there. He got
On
it just
set,
in the nick
alright.
of time. Just in the nick of time.
Let's go on set. All right, who's this one? I'm squinting. All right, who can get this last one? Extra points if you get it right. This one's.
This is hard. I don't
This
know
is
if
hard.
I can get it. Maybe
I'm like full on
maybe a
squinting.
cycle? I think it's cycle.
All right, let's reveal it. It's Cycle. Oh, okay. Halo HCS Geek Tools. All right, everybody. Native Gaming versus Cloud9 on Recharge. King of the Hill starts now.
I feel like he knows all the
I'm pretty sure he's at the table in the conversation as far as like using the pictures. He's probably the guy that actually edits the photos and makes them the blackface. So he's acting like a genius right now, but it was a good one for Psycho for sure.
Well, we don't see Cycle here in this matchup, but we are going to see Cycle's former teammate in Collect alongside of Native Gaming, who are in must-win mode. They must be thinking that with the multiple roster changes that they've made, including Barcode not having any North American points when coming over here to North America because A and Z points don't carry over, they must be feeling like they need a top 8 finish. But apparently so do Cloud9. They've gone through some changes themselves, and this might be the best iteration that we've seen of Cloud9 in a very long time. Ladies and gentlemen, Native Gaming, Cloud9 Recharge is game number 1. Wes, tell me something.
It's a big series, right? This is just where this is the point in the bracket where you start to be able to predict the series a little bit less, in my opinion. This is the series that are coin tosses that are major determining factors in how these teams are going to start their seasons off. And that's what coming into this qualifier is so scary for teams that are in both of these positions. This is a very winnable series for Cloud9. I would favor Native Gaming, but Native Gaming have showed weaknesses, have showed moments where they do not look as strong as you would expect them to look. So starting this series off could be very important for both of these two teams' tournament lives at the OpTic Gaming Major based off the seed that they are able to give themselves here in the elimination bracket.
Both teams fighting so hard for that camo. This middle hill, so tough to get. I feel like you have one player in the right position, they're able to get some easy shots off and just chase out of this hill. I feel like this middle battery hill and that bottom mid hill are gonna be an absolute war. But so far, Cloud9 seems to be winning. 25% done with this hill already. Both teams end up going 2 down. It's gonna clear things up just a bit. Meanwhile, McWin chasing down Septify to try to get a bit of advantage himself.
Yeah, you don't want to trade there if you're Miquin, but I guess you are able to get what was a momentary 3 down for Cloud9. You're able to get Barco with feet in the hill right now. Can he stay alive? It's a very difficult place for Cloud9 to come off respawn and try and deny this hill time. If I'm Native Gaming, I'm trying to apply pressure towards White and force them into the long haul, but they're not able to do so, and I believe that White control is going to allow Cloud9 to deny any more significant time going to Native Gaming. This should be at a stalemate until the next round of slays comes through.
Septify wants to move over toward the A side of the map though with his teammate who just went down in Tusco. Back toward that tower side he wants to go. Trying to deny access from Native Gaming, but so far some good shots being sent right back at him. Can't get a clear line of sight to get the kill. At the moment he does, that player is just staying alive. So much hill time being stolen here by Native Gaming. Finally, Cloud9 are going to try to make a full-on push, and they end up going 3 down. Native Gaming taking a 1-0 lead in the game, and now look to move on to that second hill.
It was beautifully done by Native Gaming. You want to deny White as much as possible, but mostly hold that elevator and figure out a way to control pipes while you keep your guy in the hill alive. As long as you force them outside of that elevator, you're going to have so much opportunity as far as the angles that you are able to play your life better in order to acquire that first hill. Native Gaming almost hold that hill to a perfection once that stalemate came through. A 1-0 lead is a massive sign of improvement from Native Gaming and what had happened to them in their winners bracket run. So this elimination bracket run is going to teach us a lot about their character and how they've rebounded, and honestly, where they're going to end up for this OpTic major. So a great start here in this series.
From one tough hill to another from the battery side here, like I feel like when you're manning this hill, you have to watch the tower side push over to the back C side, but don't forget about a direct route that can go right towards the front. You really have to place your teammates in the right position to watch every single angle on this hill, and it can be tough to do normally, but as I say that, Native Gaming make it look easy. They're about done with this before I'm done with my sentence.
Yeah, I'll break it down easy for the viewers. And a game mode like King of the Hill, what your ideal setup is going to involve is isolating one lane for the enemy team to come through. If you can deny the other lanes and have the expectation that the enemy team is pushing through this lane, the game mode becomes much easier. So this long haul push that we saw Cloud9 trying to force was exactly how Native Gaming wanted that hill to go. If you're able to stop them from being top middle, stop them from being elevator and White, that predictable route becomes so much easier to deal with, especially when one of your teammates is standing with an icon over his head. So a phenomenal second hill, but just a good philosophy for King of the Hill in general at a high level is you want to funnel the enemy team into one lane, and if you're able to stop them from expanding that level of space, the more success you're going to have.
Native Gaming making it look easy and really keeping that same energy, because although Cloud9 spawning toward the favorable back A, Native Gaming put them 3 down immediately, are able to grab a hold of hill time and camouflage all at the exact same time. McWin now combining that camo with shock and about to send Cloud9 to the clouds.
Great shot by McWin to give his team numbers. There is a fight over towards elevator that you'd like to see Native Gaming win right there, and they're able to get those players out. The staggered push from Cloud9 is going to be another delayed one, and as this hill continues to get closer and closer to being scored, Cloud9 closer and closer to going down 3-0 here in this game number 1. And I like this play by McWin to back up, get your shields, and one round of slays will basically guarantee you game 1 if you go up 3-0.
Almost done with it right now with Native, but Cloud9
stick.
Finally showing some life here, immediately leads to a Native Gaming going 3 down, and Tusk taking height toward the A side. A side spawns are blocked down, and like you said, they're trying to limit the option to opposition, trying to force them over towards gold side, but Native Gaming, they're attacking from multiple sides. Members towards gold and members pushing towards tower. You are trying to formulate a pinch onto Cloud9, and if you get the kills, you might just do that.
It's hard to get out of this pipe door, though. Great shots on the Tusk will create a little bit of space, but that space immediately taken back. The numbers favoring Cloud9 once again into the hill. Rami able to get that assassination, make it a double for Rami as he stays alive, and those are big kills for Cloud9 to get back into this game.
2 down go Native Gaming. Nades are still coming out for Cloud9, but somehow still finding some points on the board while APG tries to find an angle over from the gold side. Shots are looking good. Rami goes down. APG expects to be chased here by Diagram, and it's just that. Barcode is the black screen as well. Both teams fighting tooth and nail, but somehow Cloud9 still find himself in the hill that they're just about done with.
Yeah, if they're able to cap this point, this game becomes much more competitive right now. Unfortunately, Diagram gets taken out right before the point goes. Septify, a massive responsibility to try and make a play, and a play he makes. He's able to win his pivotal one-on-one. The hill comes through. A 2-1 score line now makes this game very close. It is going to be camo in the hands of APG, early time in the hands of APG, but he's going to opt to create some space here. He's going to push past the hill using this camouflage to get a ton of information of where Cloud9 is not, and Cloud9 choosing to spawn elevator and wrap all the way through pipes is going to be a very long route. You can already see the hill time adding up. If Cloud9 have an unsuccessful push here, they're going to go down 3-1.
Too quickly going down for Cloud9. Make it 3 down, and Native Gaming already 40% done with this hill. Like you said, 1 round of slays is really all that was needed, and Native Gaming simply get it. Do Cloud9 even have time to go for this one, or are they forced to punt and go for the next?
If I'm them, I'm punting. There's no way you're going to be able to compete for this hill. The more time that comes off the clock is a disadvantage for you as well, as this hill would have been neutralized if you tried to compete for it. So they're going to give that point up. The hill's going to move bottom middle, and you got to start finding ways to get slays here, and you have to do it quickly because 2 minutes on the clock is going to go by very fast if this hill stays neutralized.
Grapple and shot combination for Barcode uses to get aggressive onto the opposition, and now using it to try to find an angle. He's spotted, but using that hill pad to try to get some easy damage off. Love that play out of Barcode. Love this grapple to avoid that grenade. Loving everything I'm seeing out of this young man. Welcome back to North America. Barcode styling a bit, but Cloud9 with a bit of advantage on this hill. Also going 3 down. Native take control of the seaside.
In a very similar situation earlier today, OpTic Gaming versus Ryan Noob Squad. Ryan Noob Squad was up 3-1 in this exact situation. 2 minutes left on the clock. They decided to play time. OpTic were able to bring it back to a 3-3 scoreline before Ryan and company were able to find a way to get that win. Let's see if that mistake is going to happen twice here today, because Native Gaming have opted to try and play time here. They've gotten out of the hill. They are doing a great job of denying hill for the moment, but this can come back to bite you very quickly.
Yeah, the only difference I'm seeing between Native and that one is it was 2 minutes and a 2 cap advantage. I'm seeing a minute and 30 seconds, now a minute and 17 seconds for Native just to play Slayer, and they're doing it. Cloud9 was just 3 down. Grammy making a huge play for the double kill. Nades are going down, but with that 3 down go Native Gaming. Cloud9 might be able to take advantage of just that. Time still winding down.
Hill getting closer to being ticked though, and another big difference between that two, I would say, Tony, is OpTic Gaming is OpTic Gaming, and although Complexity were able to finally punch that one in, I would never leave the door open for OpTic Gaming like that. It's a very thin line to try and walk when you're asking them to play Perfect Halo, because they are very capable of it. I'm not quite sure Cloud9 is capable of that same level of Perfect Halo, but as this hill just moves to batteries, the score is 3-2, and if you can get a clean 4 down, Cloud9 can get some significant time here in this hill.
Certainly not over here for Cloud9. 49 seconds is enough time if you play your cards right, and Native find himself 2 down. Septify is slaying, but apparently so is APG. The headshot looking good. The second kill does end up getting cleaned up. Cloud9 had a momentary advantage, but it was only for a moment seemingly. Native Gaming take back control. 30 seconds to keep Cloud9 out of the hill.
Barcode at 26, 6 and 14. APG 21, 10 and 15, being the difference maker in the slays here for Native Gaming so far. And although Septify is going to be able to pick up this camo, 19 seconds and counting, and you got to go through all of Native Gaming to get to this hill.
Doesn't look possible, doesn't look feasible. Doesn't look probable here for Cloud9. The final seconds are starting to drain off the clock. A last-ditch effort, but you're falling right into the trap that Native Gaming have baited you into. They want you to just W key. They want you to just straight line towards the hill. This way, they can just collapse on you and just make it look good as they pat those stats into a 3-2 victory. Game number 1 goes to Native Gaming.
In a very competitive game 1, 3-2. It looked like Native Gaming had opportunities to run away with it when they were up 3-1. They tried to play time. You could have figured out maybe a way to win that game 4-1. And when you see 3-1, you're thinking this game's not really too close. But that second point comes through, and all of a sudden it does get a little bit more dicey. APG forced to make a play, goes on a killing spree in pipes, and with that play, kind of solidifies what that win is for the first game of this series. But these two teams are very competitive with each other, and that's no surprise. This game 2 is a must win for Cloud9. You do not want to go down 2-0 with your elimination bracket life on the line, especially with how important this is when talking about the seedings for the LAN event. And what kind of a bracket are you looking at? Are you going to be facing some of the world's best, or some of maybe the beatable teams, I would say, throughout your bracket run? All of that is a culmination of what happens here today, and in this series you have to find ways to step up and match the slaying of Barcode and APG that were happening in game 1.
Well, luckily for Cloud9, I feel like one of the beautiful things about Halo is that going into a best of 5 or even a best of 3 or a best of 7 series, that game number 2 is a much different change of pace. You're going to a Slayer as opposed to an objective. And how many times have you talked about some of the underdog teams really making their stand in Slayer and riding that momentum into a game 3? So if you're a Cloud9 fan, you can hang your head low, or you can say this is an opportunity for you to match them as far as score line and step up in the Slays department, a much simpler game type than playing objective.
Yeah, you don't have much of a choice now. You're down 1-0. If you win game 1, it's a nice to have and a great opportunity to go up 2-0. But when you lose game 1, this is a must win, in my opinion. And right now, you didn't start it off the way you wanted to. Down 4-0, Native Gaming have a perfect start as Camouflage comes up.
And Camo gets stolen. McWin awarded that one, and he is going to stare down the barrel diagram, who has no idea. Oh, someone snaps on him right there.
Now let's get out of there.
Well played by Diagram. The eagle eye him right there, right at that moment. But now they rotate all the way toward the purple side, and that rotation is going to work so well for them. Too quickly going down, make it 3 out of nowhere. Native Gamer able to visualize the situation and then adapt immediately.
Beautiful play from McWin. What he does there is he goes behind the box. He lets his camo come up to where the aim assist isn't going to be given to Septify right there. He hits the 2 perfect shots, knows exactly where Septify is going to be playing because he put the spike on the left side of the wall. He knows Septify is going to be playing on the right side, and because of it, McWin finds himself 2 big kills, keeps map control in Native Gaming's favor, extends the lead 8-1, and now has Bulldog and is baiting out a trap for Cloud9 to walk down these stairs.
The way they've been able to change the pace of the game, up in the tempo when they need to, but then slowing it right down as the rest of the players come up for spawn, almost daring them to cross the 50, daring them to go into the sight line of 3 players of Native Gaming that are manning the strong side. And like you said, in this 3-1 split, McWin, he's just waiting for Cloud9 to force to just stay focused on that side and then get the flank off. Active Camouflage coming up. Rami drops the stick. 2 down for Native Gaming, but don't forget about McWin, was just waiting. Now gonna combine that shotgun with a Camouflage. Things are not looking good for Cloud9.
Now, McWin actually got the first Camouflage, hasn't died yet, gets the second Camouflage, still has Bulldog in his hand. Maybe by himself here walking into 3 of them. You don't want to do that. And although Camo is so strong, that's a lesson learned. If you're a viewer watching this, you get Camouflage, you want to apply aggression there. If you don't have your team with you, there is no way that you are getting out of there with a successful trade. 1-1 at best with the Bulldog shotgun there. McWin doesn't even get one. They neutralize that camo. A great job by Cloud9 to hunt down McWin right there. When you have that Camouflage, part of your presence of just being on the map and the other team knowing that there's a Camouflage Bulldog shotgun player somewhere hunting me is enough to create space for your team, because they're gonna have to play so passive. But when they find you and they kill you, that releases all of that pressure that even just you being alive provides.
Cloud9 working so well in that play, but still find himself down half the score line. At this point, even more than that of the opposition. Native Gaming have played lights on the early game, and it's given them a bit of a leeway to miss out on a play or 2. And now they're right back to where they kind of started. Back to a 14-7 lead. Diagram winning a huge battle. Barcode somehow able to expect the unexpected. Does a great job, but Cloud9 do an even better one of clearing out the strong side. And now they're back to their B-Street control, which they've won all game long. Ooh.
Good damage at a Diagram, good repulse on the nade to not take full damage from it. Unfortunately, you can't get the second shot and the melee off before getting taken down there, so it's a trade and some space created for Native Gaming. They were stuck in the back of Tram right now. Can they fight out successfully? It's all of a sudden a 5-kill game, so Cloud9, with a little bit of map control, with that denial of the camo player that was McWin a while back, they've been able to find ways to make this a little bit closer, and that is a massive job by them to make this game a little bit more competitive, because when you started it, I mean, Tony, it was 8-1 to kick this thing off. You wondered how ugly it was going to get, but Cloud9 doing a good job of rebounding from that moment on.
And at this point, you know, a combined 3 and 12 out of Tusk and Septify right now. I would only imagine they're going to get better as the game goes on. Septify normally a very, very good Slayer. We know what Tusk can bring to the table as well. So a long battle ahead of us, and it's not over just yet. I can imagine Cloud9 still have so much left in the tank, and maybe, just maybe, 1 or 2 slays, 1 or 2 plays can flip this game right around. But as of right now, 22-17 in favor of Native Gaming.
Cloud9 have complete map control right now. All of Native stuck in the back of Tram. You have Bulldog in the hands, and he's going to be able to post up here. He gets spotted out, and that's a massive spot out by Collect. They're able to get significant damage down that allows Mikwin to get that kill, create some pressure there, but the rest of Native Gaming tries pushing up downhill right there, and we didn't see it on screen, but Cloud9 wins that battle, and now they're able to impact the rest of the combat loop. I would have liked Native Gaming to have been focused on the same side of the map and split instead of a split 2-2 right there. Fighting out of Tram is so difficult, and Native Gaming really haven't been able to do so since they've been stuck there, and that's why this game is now just a 1-kill game.
Ladies and gentlemen, we started off as a 7-1 run by Native Gaming, eventually a 14-6 game. Now, within striking distance, Cloud9 inching, just tooth and nail fighting their way forward. Only down by 2 at the moment, but Cloud9 really able to slow down Native Game, take control of this game. Native better be careful. This could be a comeback, and Cloud9, they look like they want it.
Be careful what you promise the viewers, Tony, because you said Septify was going to step it up. Unfortunately, still at 1-8 right now. The game is tied up. Does have 7 assists, the most on his team, but he needs to find a way to be more impactful in the kills column for his team to have an opportunity to win this game too and tie this series up. Right now, the map control still in Cloud9's favor. You can still see Native Gaming stuck in the back of Tram, doesn't really have an answer. There is one player out towards Music right now, and that player by himself is going to have a very difficult time, but I guess the second player does make their way to Native Gaming. They're able to trade out, create some space over here. But APG with this camouflage has got to be the difference maker to create some map control that Native Gaming have not had in a long time.
Don't forget APG still having the camouflage to work with, running figure 8s through this PD side and really being a thorn in the side of Cloud9 right now is APG, but right as that camo goes out, a bit of an audio cue lets Tusk know exactly what APG's pushing and finishes him off with the AR. Barcode gonna clear out the PD side. No snitching around here. 3 down, go Native Gaming though. Septify answers back, so only the 3rd kill out of him, 7 assists. We're starting to get into rhythm. Don't give up on my boy.
Hey, I'm not giving up on him. He's a very good player, but this is a very important match for him and his team. If they want a good seed going into the tournament, you have to find ways to get more kills than the other team, and right now Septify not contributing a great amount to that. The 7 assists obviously speak for themselves, but right now Diagram doing the load of the work at 14, 1, and 8. Maybe didn't have the assists, but the kills are what's important. Diagram and Septify will both find one as I say that, and they will now tie this game up for moments until Native Gaming are able to find the 35th kill.
I saw the 1-2 combo earlier on a Septifying Diagram right there, and I'm realizing Diagram right now looking to will his team forward any way possible. 15-9. Ramy not doing too bad himself. 10 kills and 8 assists to go along with it. However, the 1v2 that he didn't want to take, 3 down go Cloud9, and that gives Native an opportunity to take space on the map and limit where Cloud9 can spawn, and once they figure that out, it's going to be bad.
It's a bad time to die right there because Camo was coming up, but somehow Barcode just gets assassinated with Camo. The timing right there is so unfortunate, and Barcode shoots maybe the wrong player. Something bad happens. Not quite sure from his point of view, but that camouflage should have been an opportunity for Native Gaming to get a round of slays, but the push immediately comes from Cloud9. They hunt down that camouflage player. They find the kills themselves, and they take the lead now, 41-39.
At this point, I don't know if Chad is going to be spamming that toad for Barcode, because 14 deaths right now and that back smack. When you have camouflage, that is going to be devastating. That will haunt your dreams, create nightmares. If you're not able to come back and take this game right back, Cloud9, who started off in a hole, clawed their way out, and now with a 1-kill advantage. Septified now with the Stalker. Chipping away at the shields of APG, finds the flanking players in Native Game and is able to trade out his life there. Meanwhile, the long-range BR shots connected for Barcode. Not for his teammates, though. 3 down, go Native, and Barcode ends up in the middle of all of that fire. Cloud9 take advantage of just that. 5 kills away from taking the game as Cloud9 and maybe tying up the series, but only down by 3, making 2 for Native Gaming. This is about to be a fight here on the streets. An absolute brawl, and APG is ready for fisticuffs.
It's a 2-kill game. Player spawning into B right now. This is not where you want to be if you're Cloud9. There is a player into tires. He's by himself from Native Gaming. You need this 48th kill. It makes it so much easier to close this down, but it's going to turn into a stalemate. A player jumps out of the smoke and tires right in front of Rami. They're able to trade the kill out. 48-47 now. As Camo's coming up in 10 seconds, this game will turn into a stalemate. This battle for Camo will decide who wins this game too.
I imagine Cloud9 want to keep a player over toward the A side with at least a line of sight towards Camo. Meanwhile, Native Gaming looking to do the same over toward the Charlie side. A double push out of Native Gaming. They are not allowing the game to come to them. They want to take matters into their own hands. McWin right up the B Street with a huge kill. Camouflage snatched up by Native Gaming while getting the numbers advantage. They're looking to steal this one away. Damage out of McWin doesn't exactly get cleaned up, but Diagram contesting and McWin putting the disruptor to his body. Puts a shock to his system. Native Gaming up 2-0.
Somewhere out there, Gilbert Munoz is smiling because he loves himself the disruptor, and McWin uses the disruptor in the iciest moment I have seen the gun used yet in Halo Infinite. 49-49. He decides to pull that out instead of using the bandit.
Nerf it again.
For the game, he decides to try and be a difficult kill, try and put these UI effects on the screen to make it difficult to get this kill. Can't quite hit the headshot from Diagram's point of view. As good of a game as he had, that was the kill that you'll be thinking about the most, and McWin pulls it off to give his team a 2-0 lead.
Now I heard they were coming up with a Static Shock movie. You know, maybe McWin trying to play the lead role right there.
Jesus.
Disruptor looking so good, and I mean, I joked, I said nerf it again, but you know, it ain't the strongest weapon anymore. It had its place for a while. Now trying to like figure out its role. It's a very interesting weapon, especially not an objective. But McWin, he just does what McWin does.
I'm gonna be honest, there is no point in time where I'm ever using the disruptor in that situation, unless I'm going for a double melee, and obviously the quicker melees with the pistols give you an opportunity to like potentially trade out the melees a little bit faster than the guy with the bandit. But McWin has absolute cojones on him as he uses it to end the game, give his team a 2-0 lead. We're looking at Solitude strongholds now. Camo gonna be top middle of the battle ensuing as we kick this one off, and this is a game type that can get out of hand quickly. Cloud9 have no momentum now in this series at all. You're down 2-0. You have to find ways to regain very quickly, because if control goes to Native Gaming, you fear that this series could end very, very soon.
And that's what I'm wondering, like, where's the mental of Cloud9 is at right now? Like, you fought so well to come back in that game, just to have it stolen from you like that, and now you find yourself down 0-2 in the series. You know, are you able to reset after that? That's sitting in the back of your mind. I wonder what's gonna happen with Cloud9. I guess we'll find out as this game progresses. An early double cap for them. First points are gonna go towards Cloud9 as Rami gets away with his life, and Septify covers his back perfectly.
They seem to have had a pretty solid start here. They are going to have control as B is being taken back by Native Gaming. A snap from Barcode to take down Tusk and Hotel over there will give him not only a double, but will allow Native Gaming to retake B, start scoring themselves, and give them full control of the inside of the map, exactly where Native Gaming want to be sitting right now.
I know I haven't looked for a disruptor in a while, but there's no disruptor on. No, there is. Oh my gosh, in yard. In yard, there's a, oh god. Cloud9 run. 23-7 run in favor of Native Gaming at the moment. Tusk winning a huge battle against McWin there, and Rami can't exactly get the final shot onto Barcode. Double cap still in favor of Cloud9. Native Gaming look to try to get one of their own, but Septify seemingly coming out of nowhere. I'm wondering if he spawned there.
Cloud9 do a good job to come off their respawn, get the slays they need in order to get back control of this map. The push into yard from blue is where Native Gaming have decided to send their resources. They're going to be able to get A and stop a trip cap from happening, but Rami finding himself a double. If he can find a third, he does. The pressure from Cloud9 should be able to go for a trip cap if they so choose. It looks like they've stopped. They're going to reset the map, but they're going to have not only the chance to gain the lead, but a significant lead if they can hold off one or two pushes from Native Gaming here.
43-23 lead in favor of Cloud9 at the moment. Septify has only died 2 times so far in this game. We switch gears to Barcode. Wants to take height over toward the gold side. Shows us a bit of that skill jump. and jumps right into maybe a bit of too much action right there. Barcode gets taken down, but the same for Rami on the other side of things. Both teams just kind of feeling each other out, trying to get that easy kill that may just lead into either Native attacking B or Cloud9 holding on to this double cap and moving in for a triple. 71-23. This lead continues to grow for Cloud9.
And the trip cap is being threatened right now. B is going to be being transitioned back into Native Gaming's favor, but you have to think Cloud9 is going to be able to get down there. They are, but a double kill from Barcode once again is the same story we're writing. Cloud9 go 4 down. Barcode somehow, some way stays alive, and Native Gaming will start to try and creep this comeback back into a reality. A and B in their favor now. A is going to be starting to transition. You have to think they're able to get C. They'll gladly take the trade from C to A right there. Cloud9 choosing to try and push through blue is very interesting to me because that's a very difficult push. They go 2 down, and that's going to stagger their chances of stopping this score from getting closer and closer.
Switching gears over towards APG. Down to 1 shot he goes, but he trusts his teammate to finish off the kill. It doesn't matter who gets the kill as long as you put the opposition 3 down. That's really what Native Gaming's game plan is. Camouflage coming up. Collect already has the shock. If he can combine that with the camo, things can be really bad for Cloud9. You're already losing out in the trip cap, and all of that momentum that you gained from the early start, what once was a 78-23 lead, now you lose that lead, and you're still staring down the barrel of a trip cap and a Native Gaming that have all the momentum, all the resources, everything on the map. Cloud9, where you at?
Cloud9 trying to push Snipe, but they don't expect the camo player to be S4. He's able to have a massive impact there. He finds, I believe, 3. Mikwin, all 4 down. Go Cloud9. A perfect bait and switch there from Collect and Mikwin. As we hop on board now, back with Collect. He's had a quiet series, I feel like, so far, but he's really starting to hold down this C stronghold and put the shock rifle to use. And with this trip cap in effect, the elimination bracket lives of Cloud9 is ticking.
So far, quiet series, but I think it's Lil Wayne that once said, real G's move in silence, like lasagna. So we're going to find out if Collect has that dog in him. Going to get loud with this shock, because as of right now, nothing working in favor of Cloud9. The spawn trap is about to come in, and onto his former teammate, just narrowly avoids that shock shot to the head. Rami coming in out of nowhere, and Collect ready for it. That's a killing spree out of him. 200 points out of Native Gaming. This could be a sweep for Cloud9 as they've once again gone 3 down, leaving Diagram back over toward the cafe side and continuously spawning on the off side of the map.
You get 1 push if you're Cloud9. If you don't do it and have a perfect game of Halo from there on out, your tournament's over. Let's see if they have what it takes. They are going to be able to create some space over towards the loop. APG slow playing this. I like this by him. If he's able to trade, that's a win. Barcode finds a kill in the kill feed. It's a 2-on-2 situation now. Mikwin over Tusk all day, every day, especially here today as he wins that big pivotal one. It allows him to rotate quickly to get a reset on the hill, and that's almost game, Tony.
Looking for the final seconds here, Cloud9, they're going to have to desperate for something. You already have Alpha, but it takes 2 to tango. Do they go Bravo? Do they go Charlie? Tusk with the kill onto McWin, getting his revenge. Barcode clearing things out. The street sweeper is here. Barcode brings Cloud9 to a 3 down. Collect finishes them off, and just like that, although it was close at times, although it was looking good for Cloud9 at times, still ends at a 3-0. Native Gaming moving forward.
And you'll love to see that out of Barcode. I mean, the fact that he's back in a North American team, he had a very upsetting year last year with how his journey went. You wondered how his Halo career was really going to play out from that moment on. I'm sure it was a very difficult time for a kid that's put in a lot of work and tried to compete at a high level, especially after the opportunities he was given and having success with earlier on in Halo Infinite. So it's good to see him back on this Native Gaming roster, back making plays, and back to winning series. As we change focus, now we're going from Stainers to Crowd Pleasers. The series is tied 1-1. There is a trip cap currently in effect. Stainers will have a significant lead here early in this game. Let's see how long they're able to extend this lead now, because Tony, you mentioned it before we got on. Swish joining this Crowd Pleasers team is going to give them a lot of firepower that they probably didn't have with the 4th before them. But this Stainers squad has firepower across the board.
And what also I found interesting, I think during one of the off-season tournaments, even before the season started, beautiful double kill by King Nick, by the way. But it was Swish that was playing in one of the off-season tournaments instead of King Nick. It was Swish, Sab, Gilkey, and Suspector. Obviously, they decided to go a bit of a different direction, and maybe could it be a huge win off of Swish? I mean, just dropped off of that very good business roster, and going up against it, maybe getting a win off of one of his former rosters could be the momentum he's looking for right now.
If you're Swish, you got to be pretty ticked off. Getting dropped from a team like the Business and having to go towards crowd pleasers is not how you wanted your year to start off, because the Business was like a massive opportunity for him to prove who he was. I fight this crowd pleasers team. I'm not going to say he's better than, but we know him to have placed higher than these players so far throughout Halo Infinite. So a bit of a drastic change there. Sometimes that's how the dominoes fall, and you have to find ways to pick yourself back up. You have to find ways to have success with no matter who you're teaming with. Swish wins a big 1v1 there to try and compete for Snipe right now. If he can find enough opportunities to get his team a potential win over a team like Stainers, that will put his name right back at the top of the board as far as free potential pickups and creating opportunities for whatever situation he finds himself in.
Stock could definitely be rising here, but also could fall. 118 to 66 lead in favor of Stainers at the moment, and they find those kills they were looking for. Swish and crowd pleasers thought they had the opportunity to fight for Bravo. However, Slays go the opposite way, and Stainers might be able to get the reset. However, just as I say that, another 3 down for Stainers, so things not going easy. An absolute fight for that bottom mid side, and finally crowd pleasers are the one who end up with it and going into their setup. King Nick with the kill. He also gets the camouflage. This is going to be big for Stainers.
Big for Stainers. King Nick finds the kill. He hops immediately into the stronghold. A double kill for King Nick. This camouflage getting its money worth right now. He's going to be so difficult to try and flush out of this hill. The big question is, where did he decide to put his focus to? He knows that there's one player towards Snipe, maybe 2. He could have tried to apply pressure to Glass and then sandwich these Snipes players, but he's going to go straight for the Snipe players, finds the back rack onto Kratos, and just continuing to have such a strong impact with this camo. Eventually gets taken down, but not without a ton of kills. Map presence, strongholds being transferred over, and Stainers have about a 70-point lead once again. It's 50, I'm sorry, 60. Math is tough on the fly.
Hey, it is. I'm right there with you. Honestly, I wouldn't be able to do that, so thank you. But almost doubling the scoreline right now is Stainers over crowd pleasers. Moving in for Alpha right now is crowd pleasers, but as of right now, Stronghold's just really shifting it. And instead of getting too confidently, it looks like they just stopped Charlie from being taken. It's almost a full circle there, and finally Avenue able to come in and finish that. 4 down goes Stainers. They're gonna move in for Bravo. That's now a trip cap. Stainers now have to be careful. You don't want to get Psycho just spawning towards Cafe, trying to find the way into Alpha, but it looks like crowd pleasers are starting to watch that Avenue as well. You are going to have to slay your way out of this spawn, out of this trap that crowd pleasers are starting to formulate.
The great play by Kratos, just denying that door and the yard push. You know Stainers wanted to go in the yard. It's the most traditional push when you're spawning in blue and you're in that trip cap. They denied that, but unfortunately those players do break out of flowers into bottom middle. They are able to stop the trip cap by getting B control, and with it, crowd pleasers actually go 3 down. So a bit of a blunder from the players on the inside of the map, not playing their wives well enough. You cannot let them out of blue into bottom middle and getting a kill advantage on your team, because that's how you lose complete map control. It does look like Stainers have had C and B control, but kills going back and forth, strongholds going back and forth. The reset comes through. Stainers now with the inside of the map. Crowd pleasers have done a great job to get back into this game, but those deaths in the middle of the map cannot happen if you want to keep map control in your favor. Unfortunately, they did happen, so you're gonna have to find a way to get a set of slays here.
169 to 129 advantage, still in favor of Stainers, who've just gone 3 down. I believe that was their 4th, so Alpha Bravo already set. Crowd pleasers want to get a bit greedy. They're going to go in for the trip cap, and one hold could lead to them taking the lead here on Solitude. K-Nick and Stainers moving in for Charlie. K-Nick ends up going down, and now the players are trying to get the cleanup kills. It looks like Gilkey takes out Avenue. Swish chases him down. Bravo still in the hands of Stainers, but crowd pleasers at least trying to take Charlie back for the double.
Swish wins this one-on-one top C. It's allowed his teammates to get here. They're going to have numbers to take down those players. 3 down for Stainers. The last player alive is going to get the reset on the C. And somehow Sab takes the route in order to get that double kill. that relieves the pressure off of C. Player spawning in blue, trying to go towards snipe. It gets shut down again. Sab with a great route right there to relocate to S4. Able to pick up that kill on the Kratos. And although crowd pleasers are avoiding a trip cap at the moment, one more round of slays could end this game in Standard's favor if they choose to push that trip cap, and crowd pleasers go 2 down momentarily there. This is a very dangerous situation that need to figure out ways to fight out of.
Standards have done a great job of taking space on the opposition, and with that, it's turning into slays. That was a momentary 3 down for crowd pleasers, but favorable spawns lead to them getting Charlie. You already have Alpha at the moment, so now Standards, who had the advantage at one point, at least a man advantage, have to slay out once again to fight their way out of Bravo and take a perimeter base, whether it be Alpha or Charlie. As of right now, it doesn't matter. Standards need something. 3 down might not have been it.
Big kills out of crowd pleasers. This is still just a 40-point game right now. Crowd pleasers starting to make that closer to a 30-point game, and they're pushing into yard. The Standards read this play and opt to fight for the middle of the map, as we see icons from the observer mode spot all of those players transitioning their way over to C. We know that they're going to give up yard. Are crowd pleasers going to be able to sandwich this snipe control in time?
Crowd pleasers still hold on to 2. Although they did go 3 down, Standards want to attack Bravo and Avenue, concealing his presence for just a bit. The stick does connect, but so does the pancake for Suspector. 3 down goes Standards. Swish wants to take advantage of that, pushing right over towards Bravo. There should be 1 or 2 players that look to try to push him out. Nick uses that thrust to put him on skates, hits him with the fadeaway jumper, and you're not going to get away with anything. Only Charlie, Alpha Bravo, still in the hands of Standards. Kratos has to make a play with this shot. They need to make a play. They need to get Bravo out of the hands of Standards, and as of right now, I'm not sure they'll be able to do so. 4 down.
Yeah, 4 go down for Standards. Massive kills. Way to play your life if you're Kratos. Just bob and weaving. You don't necessarily need to hit the incredible shock rifle shot. Just have the player's attention on you and let your teammate do the work from behind. He's not able to hit the headshot on the King Nick. That would have been a massive kill for his team to be able to have numbers advantage for this fight for yard. They have a trip cap in effect, Tony. Every kill is going to matter as this game 3 closes down, and Kratos maybe with a big one there on the shock rifle on the player lifting up. They have all the information they need that these players for Standards are in yard, and they're going to choose to push.
What once was looking grim for crowd pleasers, now they're back in advantage, back in control, moving into their end game. Standards 4 up, they immediately decide to attack Bravo.
Wow.
They go down, the reset comes in. Kratos may be out of ammo with the shot, but has plenty more in that bandit. A double kill out of Kratos, but still Bravo changes hands. Multiple going down for crowd pleasers. Alpha Bravo being held here by Standards. If Kratos can get away with camo, it could be huge, but crowd pleasers are running out of options.
Kratos does so much there, but the trip cap still being threatened right now. 1 player is in BC, still not controlled. The clock, the scoring neutralized right now as these slays go down. Swish finds himself a double. They will start to score. They will get the reset onto C. And somehow Standards have blundered the map control that they earned. And Swish, with some of the biggest shots right now in the tournament, will take down those players and win his team this game 3.
Avenue with the double kill, Swish with the trust in his teammates and go at the Bravo early, and let me tell you, crowd pleasers coming in with the upset, but I guess when you got a player who's top 5 in every category, are you really the underdogs?
I mean, Kratos does so much to not allow Standards to have so much map control because his team falls apart after he hits a couple of shots. He does good damage into players 3 and 4 after getting the double kill. Tries to deny that camo. I'm not quite sure what happened with that camo, but maybe they actually were able to trade it out efficiently coming off respawn, but he bought his team so much time, and with that time, Swish actually makes a massive play in that bottom market area where he finds himself, I think, 3 or 4 kills towards the end, but back and forth these 2 teams go, and you feel like both of them had real opportunities to close it out in a much smoother fashion, but that's what happens when 2 competitive teams of this nature meet up. It might be sloppy, but these guys are throwing haymakers at each other left and right.
I didn't want to give Avenue a shout out as well. Right before we switched to Swish's screen, he actually got a double kill that kind of started this. To kind of the first two dominoes to fall. Swish obviously finishing it off right there. A great heads up play to play for that B side early. I just wanted to give a little bit of love to Avenue and it's just spreading it around a bit. 23 kills out of him, 15 assists as well. But now we move over to live fire and everything resets. Nothing that you've done in the previous game matters. And what matters now is can you close it out? You're up 2-1 in the series, and to close it out against a team that's, you know, kind of the overdogs, that kind of the ones that are the favorites, is a lot harder than taking a game or two.
All right, well, we see another game 5 today is the big question. I feel like this series would only be treated with a nice cherry on top, game 5 action, but in order to get there, Stainers are going to have to win this game 4. And that was a tough pill to swallow, losing that one, because when you get those kills and Kratos is the last player alive, you take him down, you think you've already solidified that game 3. So rebounding is going to be important. Starting this game up as soon as possible is not easy for these players to mentally reset and get back into it, especially as I would consider them the favorite. They find themselves down 2-1, looking for a game 5, hoping for a game 5 opportunity to continue their elimination bracket run here.
You know, one side of things, if you're Staters, like I'm wondering, you know, where's your mental at? Are you mentally prepared to pull off 2 games in a row before giving away a single one? Meanwhile, on one side of things, is one thing I know, Kratos, probably one of the better teammates to have in this situation, because when things go his way, he's going to get hyped. He's going to be hyping up not only his team, but also his teammates, not only himself, but really hyping up his teammates and putting them in a position to start off the game well and maybe finish the series out here, as Gilkey was the one to get away with QT and Sniper. So if you can combine that with a camo, things can look really good for Staters.
Gilkey made a play right there. 2 players coming out that dummy door, and Gilkey able to find both of the kills with a stick, able to pick up that snipe, just apply so much pressure and deny a lot of the time that would have gone to Crown Pleasers. Right now, though, Crowd Pleasers are going to be able to get that camouflage with Snipe in the hands of Swish. The ball is in the hands of Stainers, so you got to act quickly, because 20 points becomes 30, becomes 40 very quickly. And Swish, with nobody in front of him on his team, is going to have a difficult time here. He's got to hit a shot. Unfortunately, Sav not going to allow him the opportunity to hit that shot. The green gun too strong, as he's able to take down the camo Snipe player, trade that out efficiently, and play the ball. You'll take that every day of the week if you're Stainers at the start to game 4.
However, it is Avenue that's able to get away with the Sniper. Down 0-22 so far to start off this game, but luckily for them, plenty of time. Eventually they go 2 down, make it 3K. Nick lining that one up, and that gives them tower side control. 3 down, go Crowd Pleaser. Staters immediately rotating that ball towards it.
Continuing to build this lead, Crowd Pleasers as the underdog in this series, as the team probably with a little bit less experience in this series. The oddballs are usually the most difficult ones to win because they take the most coordination, and right now it's a different in skill sets. 45-0, a play ball trying to get denied here. It does quite fall off the edge. It rolls right off, and that's worst case scenario if you're Crowd Pleasers, because you maybe could have gotten an easy setup right now. You're having to try and pull it out from bottom middle, and there's already pressure under your ball carrier. He is able to stay alive. A great play by Swish to repulse there. Multiple members from Stainers trying to push white wall, already in house behind. Somehow Kratos getting a ton of damage into several different players. He is playing very well right now, and what a better time to play well, because he's playing against one of the players he probably hates the most, his old teammate, the Spectre.
Enemy halfway to victory.
Staters does such a good job of just attacking so quickly from multiple angles. Their collapses have been quite impressive, textbook. But as I say that, they're going to read down, rotating this ball as fast as possible through the green side of the map to maybe put in a potential play ball situation, or spawners are coming up. A couple slays go their way, and this can go really well for Stainers. But now it's Crowd Pleasers still away to that ball. Kratos putting some good damage in, backing down to try to play his life. Gilkey and King Nick on the other side of things, getting back-to-back kills, and Gilkey's getting his shields back. That means he's going to be back on the offensive. I mean,
the kills are even right now. It's 59-3. The efficiency from Stainers is absolutely insane compared to Crowd Pleasers. They can't figure out a way to get the ball in their hands, and Hadev may have created the first real opportunity right now to get the ball. It is going to get picked up, but Hadev's still under pressure. Crowd Pleasers cannot have to rely on Hate of hitting double no-scopes when he's no shield in order to get any sort of significant time. Maybe he's capable of it as he hits a nice body shot onto that player bridge, but right now you'd like to see more cohesiveness behind the crowd pleaser side to try and end this series. Stainer's clearly the better strategic team so far throughout the first half of this first round.
I was a bit confused about the double tower play by crowd pleasers there, but they quickly moved themselves in a position to try to use that ball as bait over toward the mid side. No real points gathered there, but crowd pleasers do find themselves 3 down. So with that, Stainers, they want to push in for that ball. Maybe rotate it towards a perimeter here. They realize the timing just quite isn't right, as crowd pleasers are right off of spawn, and Stainers are very good at making sure they sacrifice a bit of scrappy time to make sure they finish off these kills, make sure they get themselves in a good setup, because when those seconds start to turn to minutes is when it really matters most.
You're seeing Stainers run together so often, and I feel like that's such a strength for a lot of our top teams, especially on a map like Qualifier, especially in a mode like Oddball. Running with a teammate just gives you so much firepower with the bandit starts that you delete players. Crowd pleasers right there had so many individual fights where they were in 1v2s because they're so spread out. You'd like to see them play a little bit tighter if they want an opportunity to win some of these 1v2s, turning them into a 2v2, and with that comes a lot of map control and hopefully some ball time behind it. But right now, this round looking lost. 1:30 on the clock, 70-5. Stainers clearly the better team here in the first round.
Yeah, just a really dominant performance here for Stainers, and really sucking the air right out of the room. Crowd pleasers had some great momentum going into the start of this game, and even had a great start to this game. But since then, it's been completely dominated. But like you talk about, not only Slays going in favor of Stainers just a bit, but more of that objective efficiency that's really been the difference maker here on Livefire. Ball gets reset. Something has to change here for crowd pleasers. Otherwise, we're going to game 5, and I don't know if you want to do that against Stainers.
Enemy has the ball.
I'm not sure they're going to have an option right now with how well Stainers are playing. They are dominating this game 4. They have woken up. Game 3 slips through their fingers. You wondered how it was going to impact them, Tony. You asked the question. Well, they have answered the ring of the bell here in this game 4, in this first round. This is a near perfect round, 87 and counting. And if I'm crowd pleasers, I might just be calling this, let's move to round 2, because fighting to try and get back into this one could be lost.
And honestly, that's on me. I asked a dumb question. I asked if, the likes of Gilkin coming straight out of Syracuse, New York, King Nick coming out of Dirty Jersey. I asked them if they're going to have the mental to bounce back, and I apologize. That was a dumb question, because I know, being from the tri-state area myself, we got some pretty strong mentals.
It's okay. Twitch chat and I are used to you asking dumb questions, so we are used to it, Tony. So don't feel bad. Just keep being you. But right now, who needs to keep being themselves? The Stainers. A dominant round 1. Sab finds himself the snipe, it looks like, and this is where it could get ugly once again. And you do not want to get blown out here in this game 4 going into game 5 if you're crowd pleasers. You want this second round to at least be a little bit more competitive and to start winning some individual gunfights. Right now, it really feels like crowd pleasers don't have any momentum here individually going into a potential game 5 situation where you want your gun to feel as hot as ever.
Well, at least they were able to get away with camouflage, which is great in the hands of Kratos, a very patient player. Patience, not just a virtue, but a weapon that Kratos is going to use perfectly, masterfully. 3 players quickly dropping for Stainers. I don't know if he meant to play the ball, if the repulse played both the ball and the player right there, but crowd pleasers not skipping a beat, rotating this ball right back over towards their side and putting points right back on the board.
Well, even your ball carrier getting repulsed off the map like that, that's a warning flag if I'm watching this game and breaking it down from an analysis point of view. Crowd pleasers find the first 2 kills. It's a 4-on-2. The one thing you can't have happen is somehow they find a way to play the ball to deny any further time. Look at this. It's 13 points crowd pleasers have, and they are outslaying them here in this round 2. You need to find ways to be more efficient when your ball carrier is flying off the map because you let somebody get behind you with repulse. Things like that can't happen. Those lanes need to be picked up. You cannot be in a position if you're the ball carrier to be getting repulsed off the map once your team finds those first 2 kills. A bit of a blunder keeps this game close, and not only that, round 2 in the favor of Stainers now that ball has been played and Slays have been in suit since.
You can't expect to make plays in the game that the opposition at this level of competition is not going to take advantage of. And you can't expect to make plays in the game when Wes is watching and him not catching, calling you out on a 21-13 run here for Stainers here, who already have a round 1 win. And hold on. Noticing his teammates responding toward the dummy side, a huge rotation out of King Nick not only puts the ball out of reach from the spawning players that are pushing A, but also gets himself in a beautiful setup now, or what could be a beautiful one. Spectre down to one shot, a well-placed grenade by Avenue ends up leading to a triple kill. Avenue has been lights out all series long. Another 23 bomb to his name, and the game is far from over.
Yeah, really the shining bright light for crowd pleasers right now in this game 4 is Avenue. 23, he only has 2 assists, but 23 and 15 is a good start, especially with how round 1 went. You got blown out and someone on your team is 23 and 15. He's creating a little bit of space and maybe giving the rest of the guys a more favorable chances than they would have had based off the rest of what's going on. 2 do go down for crowd pleasers as trades go across the board. This top tower player for Standards has a very important job to stay alive, and it is going to be Kratos guessing wrong, trying to hunt this player down. He's still going to be above him, and Kratos not being able to get this kill is going to allow Standards the opportunity for a sandwich.
That sniper was spawned over with the big map. Not sure exactly what's happened to it, as the slay starts to go in favor of Stainers momentarily. A bounce back there. 3 down, go crowd pleasers. King Nick gonna hop right on that ball. Looks like he wants to bring it towards tower, has players over toward the A side. Says, you know what, I'm just gonna chill here bottom mid for a bit until we figure out where the heck we want to bring the ball.
Absolutely. Get information on where the other team is respawning, rotate it away from them. That bottom mid area is not a bad place to be if they're spawning at green or back tower, because then you're able to rotate it towards house. You don't want to get caught rotating it into the enemy team where you're basically handing them a setup because you walked into them with an icon over your head. You ate a grenade, you gave him the ball and the full setup. So a good job by King Nick to patiently get the information from his team and then bring the ball in. And now look at this. Stainers with a full setup after that round of slays. They now have the lead up over 30 once again, and this push from crowd pleasers is a very important one because this 30-point lead turns into 50, and it's not often we see 50-point comebacks in oddball.
Sad making sure he clears out the A side. King Nick collapsing here onto a one-shot Kratos. Easy kill for him. Leads to another 3 down for crowd pleasers. Luckily, spawners are coming out, so Swish and now Hative able to work a 1-2 combo and find the one-shot player themselves. Maybe knock down what possibly was the first domino to the defensive push by crowd pleasers. But a rotation with that ball for Standards towards the green side gives them more ball time. Finally, that ball is played off, but not before a 74-27 lead coming in out of nowhere for Standards.
Yeah, it's perfect from Standards. Gilkey's able to play his life for so long back house that it forces 2 players from crowd pleasers to try and take him down for what felt like probably an eternity in their eyes. As the ball carrier is rotating it towards the green, they can't cut off that ball carrier from getting it outside and playing that ball because Gilkey's so alive. You got to figure out ways to take down each step. Sab with the triple kill, 4 go down for crowd pleasers as I say that. But perfect play from Standards to get that play ball. The play ball forces crowd pleasers to try and go for the ball bottom middle. Standards come off respawn. They're able to compete for that ball, get the kills. You saw Sab with the triple, and now they're going to push this series to a game 5 and 10 points.
So Spectre just playing with his food a bit here, jumping around, staying alive, and what was that? Double kill on a Spectre leads to that game 5 that you wanted to see, and it's coming. Wow.
No surprise, this series goes to game 5. These 2 teams battling haymaker after haymaker throughout games 1 through 4, and I wouldn't expect anything less here for game 5. It's going to be Aqua. It's the new Aqua with Overshield on it, so I'm very excited to see how teams are kind of prioritizing that and playing around it, especially as it's coming up in the hectic mid-game situation where you don't have complete map control of a side or whatnot. Those fights can be so chaotic, and how you're able to manage your decision making and sift through it with how much damage output you're able to do and playing your life in that open area that is Pink 1 where that overshield spawns. It's going to be difficult, especially in a tournament format where the pressure is on and your elimination brackets on the line. In a game 5, everything you could ask for. So let's see who's the iciest here today. We have Kratos and Spectre in a game 5 situation, and you can best believe someone's going to have some words for someone after this is all said and done.
Yeah, I mean, formerly of Eggset, I mean, these two were doing damage together. I mean, they've been even before then, and to see them on the opposite side of things going at it, we've seen the tweets, we've seen the trash talk, and now Game 5. And I'm taking a look at the stats right now. 26 on Avenue again. A very good performance, at least in the stats department, and we've seen that time and time again on Avenue. But on the opposite side, you got Gilkey with the 23, you got a couple of 20 bombs on the one side of Stainers. Aquarius coming up, and another matchup, okay. A little bit of Lies action. Monster filling in for Gale Lewis right now, and all right, I'm here for it. We have another, I believe, a Game 4. Lies trying to send us into another Game 5 so far for Gale Lewis trying to end it here.
Game 4, you're down 30. It's still just round 1, however, and the Slay's heavily favoring Lies. Gunplexion at 13, 3, and 5, kicking this Game 4 off, trying to force his team into a Game 5 situation. Has done a lot of work already in round 1. I can promise you that without even having to watch it, having 13 kills in this first round. They are going to have to break a setup, however. Monster with the ball in hand, back tower's got a player with snipe right next to him. And this score creeping closer and closer. As long as you get a play ball at the end of this setup here, this game should be pretty much neutralized as it enters the late moments of the first round.
Ball in hands is Monster. Nades are coming out, takes minimal damage, but wants to play that ball early, get some value out of the sniper here on the tower side, and just try to get some information or angle out Sylvanic with a beautiful no-scope, and then anticipating the movements of Rob the Turtle, gets himself another huge kill. Monster really waking up here. Sadly, Zeon gonna shut that down with a well-placed grenade, and Lies break that wide open 3 down, make it 4 down for 4G.
3-point game, but that ball being rotated towards tower is going to give Lies probably about a 15-20 point lead, especially if Gale don't come off the respawn and break this setup immediately. They got a lot of work to do, a lot of map to take over, and this might be their last push. As that clock is ticking, the ball is in hand, and 83 points is where Lies decide to drop it and try and slay, because they know they need their gun up in order to fight this one. It's a 2-on-2 situation. Your ball carrier is still back tower. It does get played apparently, and that ball bottom middle immediately gets taken. Camouflage in the hands of Burton, and somehow Lies don't go all 4 down. They give up their setup, and they don't really rotate to compete for that neutral ball that spawns bottom middle. And with that, they're going to be the ones that are forced to push this time around.
Bird gets a bit of good damage and turns around, pulls off the reverse, so a low percentage play, still not enough, because it ends up leading to 4G going 4 down, and although Lies are 3 down themselves, they're alive to grab a hold of the ball and potentially move it into a final setup here as they get the information. Spawners on the opposite side, they want to rotate it over towards the big door, maybe get it towards the green side, but Burton and 4G able to anticipate those movements. A well-placed grenade leads to the death, as 4G now going to rotate that ball back inward towards green.
Yeah, massive play by 4G to cut off that rotation. A good body shot by Monster. Can he hit the headshot on the second player, Pillars? He's got the second player no shield as well. Big shots out of Monster. Can't hit the no-scope out of mid, but he is going to play his life so well, doing so much damage, buying so much time. But that ball ends up getting played somehow, and it goes right into the hands of Lies with 5 points, all they need now that they've got it up the scoreboard.
Gunplexion with the 19 kills and looking to put the finishing seconds in there. Finishing off that one, and things kind of getting a bit dangerous. It brings me back to the last round we talked about, instead of being obvious with your rotation and bringing it right towards green. Remember King Nick holding that ball towards bottom middle, finding out where the spawners are going and then rotating the ball. Maybe if Lies did that earlier, maybe they wouldn't have been so close. Maybe 4G wouldn't have been able to stop that rotation and maybe steal that round away.
I'm really confused how that ball got played, because Monster hits the body shot at the guy at green, the body shot on the guy at Pillars, finishes the guy at green, backs up the guy at Pillars. There should be no pressure from Lies onto your ball carrier that is back green. That had to have been a massive blunder by whoever had that ball in order for that ball to go back bottom middle, and Lies used that blunder to capitalize on winning round 1. You can't make mistakes like that. I'm really not quite sure how that ball gets played. Maybe it was a grenade or something we didn't see on screen, but from my visibility, we should have seen a setup for 4G last much longer, that back green setup.
As somebody who makes plenty and maybe over their fair share of mistakes while playing Halo, I promise you it's going to haunt them and hopefully doesn't carry over into this round. Hopefully we can see 4G wake up and maybe tie this up. Hey, don't laugh, okay?
You having nightmares over here, Tony? What's going on in your ranked games?
Hey,
it can't be that bad in Diamond. It can't be that bad.
God bless. I've got Onyx every single season. Every season.
That's the thing, is I have the tools at work to be able to double check that, Tony. So we will be running the numbers on you Monday.
I put the emblems on every time.
I'm just giving you a hard time.
30-9 lead here for Lies. Currently trying to win themselves 2 rounds in a row, which could lead to a game 5, but Burton with a huge 1v1 against Zion. Sylvana goes right back at him. Monster now trying to move in position here. The nades are being dropped. Trying to find out who his next victim is going to be. Ball sitting towards the mid map, and so far, both teams are up 3-on-3. Monster gets himself a flank, uses the repulse to avoid the nade damage. Some crafty movement coming out of Monster right there, but Sylvanic eventually gets the kill and turns it into 2.
Looks like 4G are going to win the trades momentarily. They're going to be able to get the ball in hand in-house, but they are under heavy fire right now. Grenades exploding just about everywhere, knocking 2 players to no shield. But the ball still in hand is going to make this second round a little bit closer. Monster doing everything he can right now statistically. Most kills on his team, most time on his team. Need the rest of the boys to step up. Monster was a massive pickup for these guys. They need to take advantage of the opportunity that he's kind of given them with the points and the seedings and everything that he's kind of earned along his way with these qualifiers to make the most out of this tournament. This series would be a big one. You want to close it out before Lies are able to take you to a game 5, because anything can happen there. And this round 2, all of a sudden, going to be in their favor. Let's see if they can push this to a round 3. I love the idea that they've rotated it out to green, because now they're going to be able to play it successfully. That's a good play ball. You have multiple members of Lies back green, and they shouldn't be able to get the ball immediately.
A very close round so far here, where 4G is able to get just a 5-point advantage, which an oddball to me doesn't usually feel like much. And as we get back to our featured matchup, we'll definitely keep you guys filled in what's going on with Lies and 4G. But we got a game 5 on our hands. Let's not forget, Standers and crowd pleasers have been putting on one hell of a show. We need to find a conclusion to this.
It's a bold play by crowd pleasers to just try and G-slide right onto the overshield and turn the corner. You're not able to turn the corner. You actually just end up giving your free life. It's transitioned into a 4-2 lead to Stainers. As they pick up those easy kills, they pick up the overshield, and let's see what they can do with this overshield now in hand.
4-2 lead here in favor of Stainers. 3 members of crowd pleasers defending the utility side. Even the overshield, not enough to guarantee an avenue, but they create one. Opportunities aren't just given, they're stolen, apparently, as Stainers stealing the lives of 3 members of crowd pleasers, and even a player like Avenue just getting caught out, isolated over towards the fridge. I'm not sure if he spawned there or not, but I know that crowd pleasers go from 3 down to 2 down, back to another 3 down, to an 11-2 run here for Stainers. Oh my gosh, they're staying in.
A 5-0-1 start for Sab as well. Big kills coming out of him, big presence out of him, playing his life so well. 11-2, the perfect way the Standers wanted to start off this game 5. And right now, crowd pleasers looking for an answer to try and get some map control, but they are all stuck in this closet. And here comes Standers push.
Kratos and Avenue fight themselves out of their spawn right there. Back-to-back kills should slow down Standers just a bit, or cause a player to try to sneak in and take down the one-shot Kratos. King Nick gonna be awarded the kill for that one. 3-1 so far. Meanwhile, Sab 6-2 at the moment. King Nick's hunted down. Suspector tries to get the cleanup kill, but a bit of bait and switch action. Kratos always covers his team's back.
The second overshield for the game coming up now, 18-10. It is going to go in the hands of crowd pleasers this time. What kind of a power curve can you give them? The first kill's nice. You have another player stuck at this back flag. You need your team to kind of follow up here. Your overshield's already gone due to the melee and the nades that you've taken out. And this was a good chance for crowd pleasers to try and trap them into the closet, as Stainers tried to do earlier to crowd pleasers. But it looks like Stainers have pushed out from the car side, and they've gotten out of that utility closet. It created some space, and that should favor them to fight a little bit healthier. But they do go 3 down. Last player alive is King Nick on screen, 4 down. And all of a sudden, what was once 11-2 is now 20-15. A very realistic comeback opportunity for crowd pleasers at hand.
I love the observer mode, letting us see that in real time right there. King Nick hiding behind that pillar and almost making a play there, but eventually crowd pleasers not only able to get the kills that were necessary, but also the kills that led to them taking over this 50% portion of the map, now taking space, zoning out Stainers, getting in their face and making them uncomfortable. Suspector having to make some plays, able to do just that. Kratos ends up going down courtesy of Sab, and now it's Stainers right back in the driver's seat, 23-17.
Trades across the board, 24-18 right now. If you're Sab, you would have wanted your life back there, but still some map control to play with. Crowd pleasers stuck over at this yellow base, needs to try and find a way out. That's not the door you want to leave from. Suspector able to hit some perfect shots. Overshield not for another 20 seconds, so these kills maybe not the pivotal ones that will matter for this overshield, but the map control could transition. So every moment here, very, very important, especially on the side of crowd pleasers, finding ways not to trade to let this lead get out of hand to where this overshield can impact the outcome of the game.
Sad making a sneaky beaver type plays. And you see both teams gravitating quickly toward the P side as Overshield is coming up. You gotta make sure you get first hands on it. Suspector with the double kill, taking down his former teammate for the triple to put up 3 down. And Kratos almost steals himself an Overshield, but buys enough time for the rest of crowd pleasers to push up. And crowd pleasers, despite getting tripled on, end up with the Overshield and maybe don't do much with it.
Overshield gets deleted, but still, what a wild situation that was. The Overshield changes hands at least 3 times right there. Crowd pleasers are able to at least, and one side, Tony, you can look at it as that Overshield player gets deleted without doing a ton, but at least they were able to deny the Overshield from going into Stainers' hands. It is a 2-kill game, and you didn't have to face the Overshield player because of it. The pressure that Avenue had applied there did transition into some kills, so that Overshield does transition into a net positive, denying win conditions from your enemy team, as well as some kills that were picked up off the damage that you took in yourself and you allocated to the other team. So great job by Avenue and the boys to make this now a 1-kill game in their favor after such a poor start. Crowd pleasers now with all the momentum, the map control at hand, and they have Stainers right where they want them in the back of yellow.
Kratos with the pre-fires. So a couple kills go in favor of crowd pleasers, but then they end up going 3 down right afterwards.
You can't do that.
Every time they get something going in their favor, some way, somehow, Stainers find a way to put some separation between them and the scoreboard. And now you're coming off a spawn. You got to fight your way out. Luckily, Kratos gets the kill onto that one, taking down Gilkey. And Overshield coming up once again. Crowd pleasers gonna have to steal themselves another Overshield if they want to steal this game away, because right now, Stainers have been looking very comfortable throughout the entire game.
They have the pink side of the map, which is important. All of Stainers is on the car side of the map. It looks like several of them are very low. This Overshield coming up in 2 seconds. How will Stainers try to compete now that they're not on the right side of the map for this? They're going to be pushing front blue. They push both front bases. Don't get spotted out. The active Overshield in the face of crowd pleasers is almost disrespectful after the setup that crowd pleasers had for the Overshield. And although it's a 1-kill game, another chance right there, Tony, that you would have loved to have that Overshield if you were the other team.
42-40. Game 5.
Kill.
This is where you figure out what you're really made of. This is when you dig deep. That dog in you needs to come out. And it's a 3-kill advantage here for Stainers, who were so close to putting this out of reach here for crowd pleasers. However, all 4 members of crowd pleasers hit the battlefield, and Avenue, before crossing over toward the util side, absolutely gets drilled. Kratos is gonna drop as well, back to a 5-kill advantage, making 48 kill on the board here for Stainers. Luckily, Avenue's able to take down Suspector, slowing them down just a bit, but it's answered right back. Sab with the 49th, and will he be denied? Hayden gets himself the kill, but it's not gonna be enough. It looks like Stainers are advancing forward. Crowd pleasers go down.
Crowd pleasers, the mistake during that setup. I want to talk about it for a second as that overshield is coming up. We talked about this is where you want to be. You want to be pink side of the map, right? But you have to be proactive. You have to be denying space from the players that are surely going to try and compete for this overshield. Stanners get out of car. They push front both of the bases. Those players should be lit up the second that they come out of car 1. You have to be proactive. We saw multiple different players on crowd pleasers kind of posted up at pink, waiting for this overshield to spawn, standing still, not shooting your gun, not denying space, not trapping Stanners in a position where they could not have an impact on the battle for this overshield. And because they allowed Stanners out of that car area and they allowed them to spread out, all of a sudden the angles were so difficult to compete with. That overshield fight was everything for the end of that game. 50-45, it goes in the favor of Stanners. They narrowly take down Suspector's rival in Kratos, and they do move on, but not without shedding a few blood drops.
I'm really happy you broke that down because I had a much different, maybe a much simpler reason. I just think if you come to game 5, trusting Gilkey. that's what I'm thinking. If I have a Gilkey on my team in game 5, I already know everything's gonna be okay.
Well, it was really Sab that was doing the work. I think he ended up with like 18 or 19. A big game from him, and honestly a big start from him. If he didn't start that way, maybe that game doesn't go the way of Stanners. But Sab showing that he's got the ice. Gilk obviously stepping up. Good for Stanners. But we're jumping back into this game 4, Tony. 4, Gale and Lies have found themselves in a round 3, trying to push this series to a game 5 as Lies right now, down 2-1. Complexion now with 40. He had a massive first round that we saw. He's obviously continued that presence. It's 65-50. However, this is still anyone's game.
39 kills out of Monster right now. 40 on the other side for Gunplexion. The assist to go along with it out of both of these two, leaving it all on the line at the moment here. 3 down, go 4G. Sylvanic down to 1 shot himself, trying to do everything he can to stay alive. Meanwhile, Lies rotating this ball into a favorable position. Sylvanic in a bit of a 1v1 here. He wants to win out this one. Ooh, some good shots coming out of Hotshot Ghost.
I didn't think either one of them had too good of shots right there, but Hotshot Ghost gets the better of him, and that was a big kill. In order to be able to push across the map, they're able to break the setup finally with being able to take down that anchor player that was trying to have a setup of a flank in house for that player that was top tower. You can best believe if you leave that guy, he's going to be a problem in your rear as you try to push that ball carrier. So they get that kill, they get the ball played. They're not able to get the ball from dummies, it looks like, too successfully as they start to lose players. They start to lose shields, and this is a 38-point round right now. If Lies gets one more round of slays and the ball doesn't get played, we're going to go into another game 5.
Just a few more seconds really needed here for Lies. We're talking about one good slay, like you said, and it could be them closing it out here. And it doesn't mean it's going to be given. You have to earn it. And as of right now, 4G, they're trying to deny access to this ball. As of right now, nobody home just yet, but as Rob the Turtle grabs a hold of it, a grenade out of nowhere from Squale clears him right out. Burton steals that one away, and I thought Rob the Turtle and Lies were gonna run away with it, but 4G coming off a spawn, some GB nades coming out there.
Got to be perfect from here for Gale right now. You're able to get a numbers advantage with the first kill, and you pick up snipe. So this is actually huge. 3 go down. Last player alive appears to be bottom middle. You don't want your snipe player with the ball in hand right now, but he doesn't have much of a choice. He's got to wait for team to respawn. He's got to get it into somebody else's hands so that he can do work with the snipe. I like the rotation to green so that you are going to be able to play it, but you need to find a way to get some kills. And right now, Monster head on a swivel. Here's that the pressure's coming over from Nest, and he's got good damage onto this player. Nest spots the player big door as well. 2 players big door. This is great damage for Monster and the rest of 4 Gale. They should be able to win the battle for slays right now, and with it, maybe this game.
Complexion moving forward. Perfect shots out of him. Takes down Squale, but Burton quick with the cleanup. 92 seconds and counting here for 4G. Can they come back? Can they steal it away? Or they might be able to do it. Hotshot Ghost gets himself a double kill, and nobody able to get the ball out of hands from Burton. 4G steal that one away, which moments ago it felt like Rob the Turtle and Lies were going to run away with it and steal it away. back to those names, back to that slate, and back to 4G in control to take away that game and end the series. Wow.
You don't want that series going to 5. A great job by 4Gale to stop that from going 5. A massive numbers out of Monster to give you 44 and 20 for the assists, a plus 14.7 KDA, and a ton of ball time to match. Honestly, great damage out of him, 13K. What a pickup he was for this squad. You know that they were stoked to get him on their squad. I believe they were playing with Neptune before, and it wasn't really working out from what I've heard. And Monster, a player that has obviously had so much success with the different teams he's played with throughout these qualifiers, you wondered where he was going to go, because someone with that amount of points is going to go somewhere to give a team a very good seed. And they've done a great job here in the elimination bracket to make the most of what Monster brings to the table, not only points wise, but with his skill set and the gameplay he's providing.
He's been absolutely doing his thing, and no matter where he goes, he seems to find, success. We've seen him a bit on SSG as a sub. We've seen him on Native with the sub, and no matter where he goes, he's doing work. So far, Monster and the crew going to be advancing forward. Can't exactly say the same for Lies, but I can tell you that we're going to be seeing Monster and the crew 4G. We're going to be seeing a lot of other teams tomorrow as our day number 1 ends. Wes, how did you feel about all of our day 1's action before we got on, after we got on? How do you feel about our tournament as a whole?
I mean, we saw a ton of game 5s, right? And I think that that's what's important and something to note as we go into the 3rd year of a competitive Halo cycle. I feel like the competition always gets closer, whether it's the top, there will be segments of hey, there's the top 3 and they're tough to beat. They may get upset once or twice this year, but outside of that, the top 3 is going to be the top 3. But that rest of the pack, that is the 4 through 7 or whatnot, they're going to be hyper competitive. And then there's a bracket right behind them where anybody can beat anybody, and it's a lot of teams that are combined. I think you see that all the time in the 3rd year of Halos, especially because everyone starts to learn how to play the meta. It's just it comes down to execution and individual skill, and there's so much individual skill in the scene right now that, I mean, there's teams that are going to be so competitive that we're going to have game 5s all year. I can promise you that. And so it was great to see a little nugget of that here today. And I hope it continues to tomorrow, where we have some of the winners bracket left and some of the deep elimination bracket runs that potentially have a lot on the line as far as these brackets for this OpTic Gaming Major.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been your major qualifier, and it's been an exciting one at that. Every week that you've been following us, back to back to back, leads up to this moment to prepare us for who's going into land in pool play and who's gonna have to make it out through the open bracket. Would love to send it over to Ali and Garrett to close out the show for at least day 1 and get us ready for day 2.
Incredible.
I'm just clutching the tree. It's so bright.
I was trying to hold it, but I can't.
He's so bright.
Why is he so bright?
He's like illuminated
Oh,
everything.
was I blind? I can't even read what I wrote.
I don't think I'd be able to watch Halo after looking at it today. Oh my god, that was fun. Oh, god.
Okay, I'm supposed to talk now. All right. All right, everybody. Incredible first day of the HCS Arlington NA qualifier. Congrats to all the teams who have qualified so far on Arlington already, and thank you to everybody who has been joining us today and has subscribed and followed and supported our journey throughout not just today, this weekend, the previous weekends, and the off season, and everything we've done so far throughout the year. Thank you guys. If we have any recent subbies, we can shout those out, and we're taking a look right now at what's going to be happening tomorrow.
Yeah, lots of good stuff to happen tomorrow, right? These matches going to be what's important. Business, Stainers, Sentinels Native, Reversal Perfy, 4G, Complexity 10, right? They're all playing for their last possible spot in pool play. It's win and you're in for all these guys tomorrow. So important matches to start day 2 tomorrow, and also important matches on the other side as well. FaZe and OpTic Gaming going to be going at it. The E Classico, as some people like to call it, and then Space Station and Rebellion. They've already confirmed their spot for them. It's just it's a battle of pools, right? Where do you get yourself placed by how well you play tomorrow?
There you have it, guys. SSG versus Shopify Rebellion starting tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern time. Noon, everybody, noon. That's where the stream is going to be. We're going to be showing that first series. We're going to be live a little bit early if you guys want to hang out with us. After that, OpTic versus FaZe will be your second matchup. And obviously, we're going to be catching up what's going on in the lower bracket whenever we have a chance as well. If not, we'll just keep you guys updated. Thank you so much, everybody who has joined us so far. And quickly, I would love to thank some of the subbies that are coming in. NosGH, thank you so much for that Prime, and everybody who has hung out with us. Tools, any last thoughts before we head out?
Just thank everyone for the support, right? It's been a great day. We had 4 observers today for the mainstream and all the side stuff. We wanted to take that investment and try to make sure that if you wanted to watch a series today, you could watch it. We'll be doing the same thing tomorrow. If you want to help support what we're doing here today, like a simple sub or just making sure you're watching every day, even if you gotta do something, like go to the other room, like keep that thing up and keep that stream up. It really does go a long way. And honestly, we're gonna have a fantastic day of Halo tomorrow. So if you want to make sure that you're primed, you're ready to go, well, maybe drop your Prime. You know what I'm saying? Go make sure you use it if you have it. I think it's like 17 cents every day that you giving back to Jeffy B that you don't use it. Let's make sure that we support when we can. And honestly, I had a fantastic day of Halo. This was like start to finish Halo. I love the streams when they're like this.
It has been an incredible day. We really have had incredible series, and tomorrow the action is going to continue with some incredible intense gameplay as well, because we're going to find out where everybody's going to be placed in pool play, guys. Tomorrow, SSG versus Shopify here at 12 p.m. Eastern time. We'll see you guys then.
He's doing enough to keep them at bay. Boo with the snipe. He's putting it to work. Has a headshot on Cherish. Another player gets down to 1 HP. Another player goes down to the quickscope jump shot.
Much better than Sentinels. To get 3 or 4 dead as the hill moves is best case scenario for the team that's getting the capture.
If you get cycling around the map, not so much overextending, but working his way through. His Snakebite works his way through the body shot on the aforementioned cycle. It's been all FaZe Clan. Frosty here with the shot in his hand, just looking to play Gatekeeper. A 3 push up at the top A side. Talk about commitment as Rebellion push all the way through into A. But 2 go down for Rebellion. FaZe answer it right back. Talk about defensive positioning here. Frosty on his own little flank, mini flank, takes down some Preston. That might just do it. Rebellion go 3 down. OpTic needs just a few more. Trippy, though, down to 1 HP. Gonna have to hit this sneaky jump to get back in the fight. And he misses, gets repulsed. He loses snipe because of it, and this could spell trouble for OpTic.
Best chance for OpTic to maintain their control in this hill, but with him taken down, there is an opening for Space Station to go in. Perfect grenade, takes that player to perfect no-scope. Stellar with the play of the game so far. Almost the overkill, but Formal shuts it down, stays alive. Sticks, and he's still going to be one of the toughest players to beat in the world. Looks like, though, Space Station with the better opening strat, Bound going to get 2 kills and secure this OS. They get 3
and a triple. As Bound opens up the way we're used to seeing. See Sparty flank up to Snipes. He's going to claim that for himself now, as that territory now belongs to Sentinels. Boo Boo Doo takes the ninja! Oh my god, man, he's back belongs to Boo Boo Doo as he lands the ninja. Don't out BR Druk 2. Oh my god. Cleaner looks. Not that clean, though, as the pressure is on. The attention is on his head. Oh, Stellar on the head of Lucid. Takes him down with the quickscope double. SSG were able to tie it 2-0 with a minute and a half left. This is reminding me of that comeback they made on Aquarius where they're down 0-3, and they've got another flag out. Stellar with the final snipes in his scope, lands the no-scope on Dead Zone, and this could just spur the series win. If he lines this one up on Formal, it could be all but over! As Stellar lands the shot, opens up more space for SSG on the map. You go down on each side. Renegade with a snipe. Renegade with a no-scope. Make it a double. Wow, that's a delayed double. Could have had a triple. Might still. Bound goes down to 1 HP. Down that A side of the map. Renegade gets the opening break slay, though, on Bound. So that's going to give FaZe Clan the chance to push through. They do, in fact, to the A side of the map. But Eco with 3 shots out of that DMR in a melee. Takes down one. Thought he had a sticky there. It actually lands on the player's suit. There's the sticky grenades. He does, in fact, despite the error in play, the 60-second mark.
Eco so disciplined, understanding how important it is for him to just survive on this part of the map. Tries to deny access to FaZe, but the sneaky play from Snakebite slithers his way through the blue pipes unseen, comes back to bite them in the back. In A, I think a member of FaZe might be at the glass here, which is going to make it even harder. Yes, Royal 2 with the triple kill from glass with the shock rifle.
Going to extend into A. Instead, they're going to force that spawn trap for FaZe Clan. Monster with a chance to spawn snipe these opponents. Gets the perfect shot there on Snakebite, and this could shut the door on FaZe as Monster lands the double kill. Camo's up, but it's not even going to matter. This should do it for SSG. Monster locking down the series potentially as he does with another snipe.
Rotate there, and the first kill favors OpTic Gaming as Dead Zone takes down Manny, but Druck does answer back. Lucy gets a kill of his own. 3 members of OpTic start to push forward, but Druck hits a clutch snipe to shut them down. Formal gets lined up and tapered, faded out as he goes for the active camouflage, but ends up
again as the spawns potentially come out on that blue side. Talk playing patiently though. He's gonna wait for them to jump right in, and the bait works.
Excellent shot from Tyler with the shock, lining up the second. Wow. Dead Zone. We'll see you in 10 seconds. 3 down once again. Go business. But Talik is putting damage on the shock in the hands of Lucid at the moment here. Swish off a screen. Double kill to start this push. Swish actually able to take down the third one, systematically breaking down OpTic Gaming's defenses by himself as Swish goes in for the 4th kill. But this one's Lucid. It might just go a bit different. Now OpTic are trying to move in, but they're 2 down themselves. They need to get business out of this hill, and they need it right now. This is it. The kills are going out. Lucid with a clutch double. Business was just a couple seconds away from taking the 3rd hill and the lead, but a triple kill out of Lucid shuts things down. Going half down there, make it 3/4. There's only one more player that's currently waiting for his teammates to come off his spawn. It may just be too little too late, and with Lucid still having the shot, he's by himself, but he's a one-man army at this point, spinning in circles. Forget the strong side. We're gonna call that the Lucid. We're gonna call that the TW, where you just put your head down and start spinning in circles. You'll have to earn it. You'll have to fight your way off a spawn. Looks like that's exactly what Rebellion are doing.
Yeah, Rebellion got really fortunate there. They got the left spawn, the triple kill on a triple. Trying to do all he can against 3 players on this side of the map. Suppress gonna pick that one up and punch it into his chest, and this is where they get their lead back. Or they bring this closer, I should say. 17-10. Make that 17-11. Suppress doing work with a camo. A triple kill comes out of him.
That ball's been rotated towards the green side. Soul Snipe comes right back in to deal with Trippy, and then focuses over towards the green side of the map where he knows OpTic are continuing to push forward. Portal's right back in. Gets himself a double kill. Who is this man? Soul Snipe is here. He's now working on the spawning players, and although he runs out of sniper, maybe get himself an OS.
FaZe are definitely doing a great job here of swarming the base of OpTic Gaming.
Royal 2 bringing that sniper over toward the tower side. This has to be frightening if you're on the other side of it. OpTic needs to prioritize getting him off, and Lucid does chase him down with a warning shot, but that just gives a new angle for Royal 2 to thread the needle from sword to sword.
But look how much damage he takes because of it. They clean him up because of that. 48-45. Renegade looking for another, gets the stick. 40 49-45. FaZe looking to win this.
Renegade making a play there with that sticky grenade, and now with the cross-map shots from the commando, it's enough to create a bit of chaos. Mind you, 200-38 was the score line, and at this point, FaZe are about to take the lead. No scope out of Renegade, the main slayer, taking down Formal, and with that, FaZe continue to punish OpTic at every given turn. A clean sweep. It's official. FaZe have taken the lead going into the end game. This might be one of the craziest comebacks that we have seen in Stronghold's history.
It's so important to understand when you're dealing with Strongholds on live fire, they can be massive comebacks, especially when you've got Renegade, who just doesn't miss a shot. Another double kill out of him. They're getting B, but C will be traded. 232 and counting. The triple cap locked in. The spawns are trapped. Oh my word, FaZe is gonna win this.
Nothing's going right for OpTic, and they find themselves 3 down as the final seconds come in. FaZe have done the impossible on Stronghold. Renegade taking down Monster as well. 4 down go SSG. Some people fear the monster under the bed, not Renegade. He's the demon, and oh wow. Okay. Yeah, he's just struggling with this map between staying on it and hitting that clamber. It's really tough for Renegade here. Long off season, if you will. Oh, are you kidding me? What?
Tony, I have never in my time, in my career duoing with you, ever seen you at a loss for words. You are one of the most talkative people I've ever met. That Portal once again inside of the vent as he plays aggressively. I'm sorry. Picks up the enemy team snipe as well. Stellar's down to no shields. Waits patiently for him. Gets the double. Pulls the flag. Does it all. Tony, Royal 2 staying alive as well. A beautiful play by him. The flag will be relayed. This could be flag number 3.
Royal Dose in the house. Just barely missing out on the quick scope, but uses that QT to stay alive, get behind enemy lines. Eco has no idea what hit him, but you're gonna find out it's World 2 and FaZe taking game 1 in the grand final. Who are on the strong side of the map now are trapped here toward the gold side. Monster with the double kill, 1 grenade, make it a triple kill. Give him the overkill. Monster looking like a beast on the map. 35 points and counting for FaZe's SSG. Look to try to get into a full setup, and it starts from Bound, making a sneaky play over toward the B side. That Bulldog, it's barking, and apparently so is Bound. A triple kill out of him. Somebody stop this man. Finally, FaZe end up getting the first kill, but is it too little too late? 3 down go SSG. You need to get in the hill in order to stop the timer. That's exactly what they do. 7 seconds of neutral time is all that's needed, and Bound with a kill can create just that. Now time is winding down, but luckily Renegade ends up finding right in and sends Monster back and packing. Stellar responds with a double kill. 4 seconds. He has to get in the hill, but currently there are nades that are zoning him out. Stellar ends up going down. So do 3 of FaZe, and those nades keep them out of the hill just long enough for SSG to end the tournament, the first tournament of this year. Space Station Gaming.
You're my best kept secret. I don't know why, but I still try to keep it.
To turn it into a good play for Passion United as he takes down 1 with the camo, already starting out a fairly valuable life with it. Oh, now he's baiting the snipe. Love the process here. Scuds gets his opponent down to 1 HP, drops down to bottom mid, and now he's got the killing spree. Sniper in his hands. Double kill with the no-scope. Pushing up through the C side of the map. Has another potential triple here. He lands it. Overkill on the dummy side of the map. No, it's not going to land. His Scuds had us on the edge of our seat, holding on that last breath. And then half of that prize pool went towards funding a roster for HCS Season 3. As you see the 3 taken down here by Scuds. Thought he had the overkill. I really thought, I'm seeing blue on the screen. I'm like, oh, the overkill is going to present itself, and he barely misses that no-scope just in between the clavicle and the right ear. A timing issue that Matty caused. It allows Palfius to push up through the back of driveway, take down that oddball carrier, and now he's just looking to clean up more along the arcade side, playing a game with Passion United is Palfius as he takes down 2. Spectre Esports looking for the triple. Yes! Overkill in sight, but goes down.
We've also got the shotgun. I think this is probably the most important weapon on the map, especially if you can combine it with the camo. Spectre's not going to make it easy, though. Matty's still going to try to preserve these shields before he goes in for it. able to take down the camo player, and another huge double kill out of Maddie.
Soldier looking to stay alive at the bottom of C. Maddie pushes in through with that spiker grenade. Lands the sticky. No, he does not. Not much grenade damage either, but he still cleans up. As 4 go down for Spectre. It's a goal line stand fumble as Passion United will take it and take game 3.
But it's Maddie who's the difference maker here. He crosses over to the other side, so they're doing a 3-1 split, 3 on the B side. Maddie's gonna hit in through the stairs, using the shroud screen to get in, throws these grenades. At the same time, these players are kind of in panic mode, calling out, hey, there's a guy here in Ivy. The rest of the team floods in through the back of C, flawlessly going into C from multiple angles simultaneously, and that is what makes it such a good push. It's Monster who's going to be trying to play bodyguard for this flag runner, getting all the way to the other side of the map and getting a massive double kill using that thruster. He's going to stay in the other team's base. With camo coming up, it's a lot better to approach camo from the tram and yard side. They actually push past the camo, get the slays, come back to grab the camo about 15 seconds after it had spawned, and they're just continuing to roll here. Collect trying to turn 3.
Now it's Maddie sitting in the hill.
Native did a fantastic job to rotate early during that transition, but it's Passion United with the push, and Maddie's hitting shock after shock shot this game. I mean, earlier hitting a triple kill with it, now hitting another insane headshot. Native for a couple rounds of slays here.
Maddie trying to spot Monster, finds the monster creeping under his bed, kills him. Now APG drops. Maddie wins the one on him as well. Impressive gameplay we're seeing from Maddie. Looks like he maybe got a body shot on Palfius, but not enough to stop the push. Here it comes. Passion United pushing through on that Dorito side of the map. McWin with a chase grenade out. Finishes off Atticus with the headshot. Grenade double kill. 3 go down. Maddie, the last player alive. And there you see some of that heads up play once again. Disengages, but still goes down. Monster finds him. And Native Gaming look to steal this hill. Steal the life force from Passion United. They don't have the numbers, but they do have the push. I like the aggressiveness out of Sentinels, but the strategy has been a little bit more sound here for TSS as Sentinels are able to start scoring just moments ago, but they go 3 down.
They haven't had several dead at the same time, but Lethal has just been living right here, using himself as bait, trusting Boo to help him survive. Finally, TSS gets some more vantage points, but he's still alive, and Falcated is getting snipes, including a no-scope for the double kill. I think this flag's going to get pulled, but they probably want to secure at least one more kill first.
But again, because of Sparty's presence in the mid-map, he's doing enough to keep them at bay. Boo Boo with the snipe, and he's putting it to work. Has a headshot on Cherish. Another player gets down to 1 HP. Another player goes down to the quick-scope jump shot.
Much better than Sentinels. To get 3 or 4 dead as the hill moves is best case scenario for the team that's getting the capture, and they're continuing to roll. Super CC now has free reign of the entire map. Body blocker actually gets the assassination on Sparty, and now all of a sudden TSS with both overshield and 4 alive, including the heat wave breaking shot.
Last second win here in round 2. Round 2 goes to FaZe. Game 1 will be in their favor as we see another. This is like what we saw FaZe do earlier on the red side of the map. Now it's business. Up by 2. Royal 2 gonna have to desperate, but there's 3 players down for business. 2 seconds left. He grabs it, and he gets through to the cuts. And it's gonna make a last-second heroic play. Drops the oddball with no time left. And FaZe clutch up, ice up, win by 1 second, and take game 1 2-0. Wow.
More than double the score of their opponents. FaZe want to get this series over with, want to at least get this game over with and get into the next game here as a triple kill for Snakebite. Can he turn it into more?
Falcated looking to secure a slay to open up more of that B side of the map as he takes down Legend. But Stellar cleans him up shortly after, earns the double, and there we go. That'll do it. 4 go down for Sentinels. SSG should be able to earn the remaining 5 seconds.
My God.
As Stellar puts on a show at the end.
Both teams with 1 round under their belt. Both teams tied in seconds for this 3rd round as well. Eco with this hyper aggressive super slide repulsor kill.
Now, I'm not expecting Legend to come over as a top 5 player in the HCS and be the oddball guy, but hey, for now it's working out. 98 seconds in total for him, and making a triple as well. There we go. That's a little bit more of what we're used to seeing from Legend.
control, and it's Stellar at the bottom side of the map trying to push off these spawns on S1, but he gets taken out instantly. 3 dead for SSG. Make that 4.
Triple kill out of Falcated to squad wipe Space Station Gaming, and not only do you already have the double cap, you're pushing in for the trip, and you know exactly where the spawners are coming from, and you're manipulating them, and you're keeping it on. Trying to hold them off from relaying the flag forward, but Ghost simply will not be denied. From the snipe side to the flag, Zia with a beautiful headshot. Not done yet. That flag still sits in the middle of the base, and the action he wants it.
Yeah, oh my gosh, all 4 down for the side of 10 Ride. Ziad's gonna go for a counter cap opportunity here.
Wise may have an advantage right now, but Tenrai, they've been playing lights out. Perfect kill on Envors. Leads to a double. There's a one-shot player in front of him. Can he get the triple? Apparently he can. Just a second too late, but still 4 down go Lies. Now they're spawned on the opposite end of the map. You're only 10 seconds behind, which an oddball isn't that much. A full setup is all you need here, but Hotshot Ghost gets caught in the middle of C-Plat.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why he took that route, Tony. I'm gonna be honest with you. That was a very risky route there.
Flash, now he's going Ghost. Danny Phantom moving forward towards the A side of the map. You see Batman and Robin out of Lies. You got Gunplexion and Sylvanic pushing in quickly. Gunplexion has no idea. Runs it to the back smack for Ghost. Sylvanic just finding out, ends up getting taken down himself, and now Zion looking for the one-shot Invis player who's playing every angle perfectly and then ends it with a stick. 23 kills. Piggy down to 1 shot, but refuses to go down easily. Hits the skill jump and is gonna put some extra damage down because of it. But Zion with the double kill, make it a triple. Also putting down some long-range damage. Hopefully his team's gonna be able to, like you say, activate off of that damage and maybe take advantage of it. Or they'll end up going 3 down, and Sylvanic will drop a triple kill to absolutely squad wipe the enemy team and to take the lead for Lies.
Camels will be a factor. They get it again. This is massive out of Ziad. A Bulldog camo. He has the game in his hands right now, Tony.
There was 2 players that just passed him over towards driveway.
They're rotating away.
But Piggy's gonna stay behind. If Piggy's... Oh, he had to have heard that.
Yep.
He still gets behind him. And the Stalker's gonna beat out the Bulldog. 3 down go Lies. 48 to 43. 10 Ride might pull off the upset here.
Yeah, this is it.
Right, this is such a good play to be behind, but timing is everything in Halo, right? So you're right there in that action, but Ziad holds for just a little bit too long. His camo dissipates here now. If he's faster up, he probably has a better angle. Doesn't expect the red gun player, and then just misses the melee. It just feels like a category of bad things happening all at once. But look at this prime positioning. 3 players right there. You have camo, shotgun. I think you gotta risk it. You're down 3. Be a little bit more aggressive with this. Piggy, the first player up, watches all the players come back. He has that red gun. He's in charge of those long sight lines. And eventually Ziad just takes way too long to make the play. I mean, look how far away those players are by the time you're getting into that fight. Sometimes it's just a tough decision to be made. You make the wrong one, doesn't go your way.
So moves once again back to top tower. This is what you want to see in a player on the top of tower, in a position where he can literally change the game, and that's exactly what he's doing. 16 to 4, make that 17 with the double kill headshot. It's funny because you were saying this is great practice, and all I see is 3 members of Tenrai just pushing towards evolving, and Envor's just not missing a shot on the top of tower. If this is practice, I don't ever want to practice ever again if I'm Exceed. So sometimes, you know, you need someone like Yaxin on the squad, and he continues on. I don't think he's died yet. In fact, there's a D column, Tony. What is that number below the D column next to Yaxin's name? Do you see that? Oh, never mind. 9-1. That's a pretty good start if you ask me.
Camouflage